or may not know, in order to speak at the town meeting, and other than town department heads where we have a bylaw that says they are obliged, if necessary, to be here and may speak. If we have other non-voters who may wish to speak, they have to fill out a form and tell me their reasons and give their name and address. I want to emphasize this doesn't mean they will speak. It just means that they have permission if and when during the debate I call on them to speak, or if there's a question that they can answer, I can direct the question to them. So I have received a number of permission slips, and I'm going to tell you who they are. So we have Jen Rifkin, who works at Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, who is a Shrewsbury resident, and she would like to speak with regard, if necessary, to the Youth and Family Services budget. I also have a request from Joshua Weiner of 12 Woodcrest Road, a 17-year-old high school student and a member of the Youth Commission, a non-voting age student member who would like to perhaps address the meeting if that comes up. I also have requests from Irina Kang of 5 Rockland Road, Maya Anantaneni of 92 Ruggles Street, Nikita Panwar of 6 Pinecrest Drive, and Tanu Pendetti of 1 Belknap Street. These are all high school students who are frequent library users and who, if the opportunity arises and if I choose them, would like to speak on library articles 12C, 40, and 43. So again, we'll try another practice vote. If you agree with allowing these people to sit on town meeting's floor and speak if and when I call on them, please press 1. If you oppose, please press 2. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 175 in favor and 17 opposed. Those people are allowed to sit on town meeting floor and allowed to speak if and when I call on them. So at this point, if you're not one of those people and not a registered voter, you should sit in the non-voter section up there that's marked. I think it's the last 2 rows of the sort of center-ish left section. And if you are a registered voter, please don't sit there if you expect me to call on you or accept your vote. Though with electronic voting, it's not like the electronic voting suddenly stops working at that row, but it's just easier for me to understand what's going on. So I know there's a lot of to do here, but I'll go through this as quick as I can. So anyway, as we have been doing the past few years, we're going to try to plan to work through lunch. I'll notice, as you probably noticed, the Women's Club has their snacks, coffee, water, drinks, etc. And also the school lunch vendors have set up the other gym and will be serving sandwiches or lunch. So I would ask that you try to find time in the deliberations where you can quickly grab a bite to eat. If it's going to either make noise or whatever, I'd ask that you quickly eat in the gym and then come back in. But right now we are not planning on having a break for lunch. However, we are having a break for dinner because, as we learned when we first did this 2 years ago, asking anyone other than me to sit here for like 12 hours in a row is insanity, so we won't do that. And I'm going to look for probably somewhere at a clean break spot around 5 o'clock or so to break for 90 minutes or so for dinner. However, you are allowed to come and go as you wish. I would just ask and tell you that the rules are that if you're going to leave the school, you need to drop off your voting device and sort of check out so we can keep track of where those are. And if you would choose to return, you'll have to check back in. And there's no reason you can't check in and out multiple times, so you're not held captive here. We understand that you have lives and may have some things you have to duck out for. So for lighter fare, please take a look at the Women's Club table, and if you need something a little bulkier, please take a look at the gymnasium for that. There is availability of babysitting. We were able to work out the details, and I'd like to thank the Westborough High School staff, including Brian Callahan and Mary McDermott of the front office and the National Honor Society and the National Honor Society advisor for their contribution and for willing to do this as a service so parents can be here without too much extra aggravation. I'd like to thank the Scouts who will be doing roving microphones and the troop leadership behind them. So as you may know, we have 2 standing microphones here as well as the roving microphones. If anyone wishes to speak on an article, to either speak positively about it, to speak in opposition, or to ask questions, I would ask that if you are able and mobile, that you hover near those microphones, as is a practice I've been experimenting with, to let some newcomers who aren't as assertive about their speaking skills, I will ask that you just sort of hover near the microphones, and I will choose appropriately, and I will choose as fairly as I can. And if you are not mobile or if you wish to remain seated, I'm going to try to remember to ask every once in a while who would like to speak, who can't get to a microphone, and I'll have the scouts bring a microphone to you and show how it works. And I'm going to try to cycle through each microphone to try to keep debate going. And I'm going to try to pre-place some of the roving microphones. However, I want to let you know that getting the roving microphone is not a guarantee you'll get to speak, because debate may be terminated at some other time. For some of the details, I would refer to the first couple pages of the Finance Committee booklet about the town meeting at a glance to explain the rules of the road, and just a few quick things about the rules regulating town meeting. You must be present in voting. That means you personally have to be here. There is no proxy voting. And as I said, if you leave the building, you have to either turn in your voting slip or your voting device. And I would also ask, if you see anyone that has multiple voting devices or you think is trying to vote twice, please bring it to my immediate attention so I can deal with it. In terms of our deliberations, the rules are pretty simple. The town meeting is a legislative body. It's not like a meeting at work where people talk over each other. It's not a meeting like you might see on TV where whoever speaks loudest wins. It's intentionally a form of structured conversation. I am the one who recognizes you to speak, and only one person may speak at a time. Typically, a proponent for an article may ask for up to a 10-minute presentation for normal articles, and typical speeches are limited to 2.5 minutes. I have sworn in 2 Finance Committee members who sit over by the traffic light there to accurately and faithfully perform the duties of timing. And as I've said, so when the light is green, that means the speaker has 90 seconds or more left. When it goes yellow, it means they have 90 seconds, but less than 90 seconds, but more than 30. When it goes red, that's your 30-second warning. So it's not exactly the way traffic works, but that's the way it is. And then when your time is up, all the lights will probably go on, and that means you're supposed to finish your sentence and stop. So Jane Clapp and Tom Dolan Jr. have been sworn in, and have said they would do this faithfully. So part of this one speaker at a time is that means you have to be recognized by me, and you have to wait until you're recognized. Once I recognize you, you must give your name and address and show me your voting device or voting slip, or if you are one of those 7 or so non-registered voters, explain to me which one you are. And then I'm going to tighten up the process a little because it's gotten a little loose and so about some of the back and forth. So any questions should go through me. So if you remember, I don't know if I haven't seen him here, Dexter Boyce is the only one I know who's done this sort of religiously over the past few years. Say, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to have a question about this article. I'd like to know this, and then the question will go through me, and then I will determine who is best suited to answer it. We also have a bylaw that says every voter can speak a maximum of 2 times on an article without permission of the meeting, and it also says that getting that permission will only happen if other people don't want to speak. So I'll be trying to keep tabs on that. And I want to mention, it's been mentioned to me by several voters, it's strongly recommended, and I think it helps the voters understand, when you start speaking, if you're planning on speaking in favor or opposed to an article or asking a question, please let us, the voters, know I'm speaking in favor of this article and here's why, or I'm speaking against. Sometimes as the speech goes on, it's hard to tell. And obviously, interrupting a speaker because of the 1 person at a time rule, interrupting the speaker is not allowed. So you can raise your voting slip to indicate, or you can stand by your microphone saying you wish to speak, but you may not speak unless and until I acknowledge you. Cheering, applause, booing, and all that, we know this happens in the real world. It's not supposed to happen here. Your vote is your strongest voice, and I'm going to ask you that, except in unusual circumstances, for instance, the clapping for the Westborough TV was okay, but we do not clap during the deliberations. We don't clap after. We don't boo. We don't hiss. We just let things carry on and let the voice stand where they may. We are one Westborough, and I'd like to keep it that way. I'd also mention the topic under discussion is limited to the topic under discussion for the motion and only that. The town meeting rules do not allow deliberations to focus on personalities. It is discussion only. If you have comments about some aspect of the meeting that's not relevant to the topic, I may stop you because there are other forums for that, and if you don't know where they are, I will help you find them. We are here acting today, we have plenty to do, and we're acting as the town's legislature, and our deliberations are, by design, focused on the actions the town meeting is being asked to make. So, at any time you have a question about things, about the process, you may raise your voting device, your voting slip, and you may call out a point of order. You may tell me what your question is, and I will help you answer it. Finally, I know you're getting this. You may have noticed that there's a large number of petitioned articles that appear at the end of the warrant. The last 13 of these articles are non-binding resolutions which the petitioners have asked the town meeting to vote on. Some voters have expressed concern about the time it could take the meeting to take up these 13 non-binding articles and asked me what options the voters have. After careful consideration, I've concluded that since the articles are on the warrant, the petitioners have a right to be heard, even though these articles are non-binding. And as a deliberative body, there should be some deliberation on the articles at town meeting. However, the town meeting may not require the same amount of deliberation on these articles as it does on topics where the town meeting does have the authority to act, passing budgets, appropriating funds, bylaws, etc. Therefore, on behalf of the voters who have asked about the options that are available to them for these non-binding articles, I'm going to make the following motion. I move that debate on any article whose subject is a non-binding action of the town meeting be limited to 15 minutes, with the 15 minutes allocated such that voters in favor of the main motion and voters opposed to the main motion are each allocated a maximum of 7.5 minutes of the total time. So that's my motion. I will let you know if the voters accept this with a 2/3 vote, then I will enforce the following rules. Each of the 7.5-minute blocks may be used by either one 3.5-minute presentation by a group, followed by a proponent or opponent, followed by speeches up to 2 minutes of proponents and opponents. Or if there's no 3.5-minute presentation, we will have speeches by either proponents or opponents with a maximum of 2 minutes rather than our usual 2.5. And I would alternate between proponent and opponent until the time has been used up or until no one wishes to speak. I do want to emphasize that this 15 minutes doesn't mean that you, the voters, have to fill the time. It's just an upper limit so we don't have to worry about waiting for someone to call the question and move on. It gives me the authority to limit debate without further action other than the clock running while we have proponents and opponents speaking. And I would intend to alternate between opponents and proponents so their time doesn't get all used up at one time. So, with that said, a motion to limit or extend debate is non-debatable, similar to a motion to terminate debate. So I'd like to take a vote on my motion as it appears here. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Yes. No, this is an undebatable motion. Doesn't mean you can't make an alternate motion, but motions to extend or terminate debate are undebatable, according to the rules of town meeting time. So with that said, when the light goes on, voting will begin. Vote of 1 is in favor of this rule. A vote of 2 is opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 205 in favor and 12 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. That is a rule of this meeting. So now I'd like to ask you to turn off your cell phones. Note where the closest exit is in case an alarm goes off. There's 2 exits here. There's exits to the back. For those of you in the back, there's exits that'll take you out the doors. And with that said, let's get started. For Article 1, the voters took care of the Article 1 in the election that was held on March 12th. To my knowledge, there were 17 people who ran organized campaigns for 12 positions, and 2,872 voters voted. On behalf of the town meeting, Westborough's legislature, I'd like to thank you all, people who ran and people who voted, for your commitment to the townspeople of Westborough. Thank you. And I'd like to also take this moment under Article 1, as our tradition, to recognize the fact that we as citizen legislatures are here gathered today to do the work of the town. So any first-time town meeting attendees? Yeah, there's a few in the back. Yep, thank you. Thank you for being here. I hope you get the hang of it. And if you have any questions either during the meeting or after, let me know, and I'll be glad to help you out. Anyone who's been at town meeting for 50 years or more, that means going back to 1974. I don't quite qualify for that yet, but we're getting there. Thank you very much. All of you have been here for 50 years. I thank you for that. How about 25 years or more, 1999? Turn of the century, almost. All right. Thank you for being here. Thanks to everyone who takes the time out of their day. We now move on to Article 2, receiving the town reports. Mr. Leslie. There's a slide switch on that one, I think, Walter. Thank you.
It's not a makeup mirror. We're supposed to be able to see the traffic light. But in any case. Good morning, Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street, Chair of your Advisory Finance Committee. I move that the town vote to receive the reports of the various officers and committees, and that the report of the Advisory Finance Committee be acted upon item by item under the various articles of the warrant.
Any discussion on Mr. Leslie's motion? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Leslie's motion to receive the reports and proceed to act upon the warrant. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Leslie's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 235 in favor and 2 opposed. The motion carries. The reports are found in the booklet. I think there's still copies left in the back. And if not, I think you can stop by the town clerk's office and get one. So, as is our tradition, we're going to hear a couple reports orally, but I'd also like to do our tradition of essentially mentioning at the front of the report that the report is dedicated and recognizes a number of people who have served the town in various capacities over the years. So at this time, if you are comfortable in doing so, could you rise and have a brief moment of silence? So I would like to recognize that the town report is dedicated to Mesrob Maljanian, and the town report recognizes Joe Federici, Bud Highland, Dick Cruz, Maggie Manasian, Oscar Najarian, Nancy Perkins, Al Sanborn, and Robert True. And we also use this moment of silence to recognize and honor those who've been affected, to remember Olivia Colby and extend our sympathies to her family and friends and others similarly affected. And also recognize and honor those who've been affected by medical and financial hardship, ongoing conflicts at home and abroad, and other recent events, and hope that we as a people can effectively settle our differences. And as we say in the Pledge of Allegiance, with liberty and justice for all. We thank them one and all. Thank you. Please be seated. At this point, it is also our tradition to hear, as part of the receiving the reports, to hear oral reports, and this year I've gotten requests for 2. We're going to hear the Advisory Finance Committee Chair, Mr. Leslie, present essentially a summary of the report and recommendations of the Finance Committee, and then we will get our traditional state of the town on behalf of the Select Board by Town Manager Ms. Williams. So, Mr. Leslie.
Good morning, Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street, Chair of your Advisory Finance Committee. Welcome and thank you for coming. We invite you to read our report and recommendations booklet for information and our detailed messages on pages 3 through 10. It's this book, if you haven't got one. After each article, we included vote recommendations by the AFC, the Select Board, and AFC committee statements on the rationale of our votes. This town meeting has 46 articles, which is actually 67 when including the individual lettered parts of Articles 10, 11, and 12, containing the regular recurring articles and capital requests. Article 8, the operating budget, has 66 lines to consider. We are able to present to you today our informed opinions on these 133 topics because your Advisory Finance Committee has met 17 times as a group since the October town meeting. At those meetings, we have heard multiple times from our town manager and school superintendent. We met with department heads from finance, information technology, town clerk, conservation, planning, library, recreation, police, fire, community development, and public works. We met with Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School and members of the Affordable Housing Trust, Historical Commission, Economic Development Committee, Library Building Committee, and Sustainable Westborough. We held a meeting with the proponents of the 14 citizen petitions. The AFC has a member on the Capital Expenditure Committee, Sustainable Westborough, and the Municipal, Library, and School Building Committees. Combined with our own research, observation of other public meetings, our members, liaison reports, and public input, we feel we can make our report and recommendations with due diligence. Our discussions have not been easy. The initial estimate of the average single-family home increase was close to $1,000. We spent time carefully looking at the budgets and requests in detail. We dove into revenue projections, debt, and the use of free cash. We had many good debates amongst ourselves about the matters before us, and I admire this committee's ability to listen to each other's opinions and respond in a respectful manner. I hope our respectful style of debate serves as a positive model for this town meeting as well. The current estimated increase to the average family home tax is now $835 or 7.15%. The recent reductions from the initial number were mainly due to increased local receipt projections and our borrowing costs, which were lower than forecasted. By following our financial policies, we were able to maintain our AAA bond rating, which qualified the town to receive a lower interest rate. The actual tax rate will be set in November after our October town meeting and tax classification hearing. At that time, we'll know our fiscal year 2024 actual spend, and we'll know more about the 2025 projected revenues and expenses. The spring estimated average family home tax has typically been reduced when set in the fall. The challenges faced by residents by recent inflation also affect the town's expenses and our employees' cost of living adjustments to salaries. The main drivers of the increase in our operating expenses are related to employee compensation in the budgets of the school and town departments, insurance, and our retirement assessments. The increases on wages are from previously negotiated contracts as cost of living increase plus years of service or step increases. 7% increase in taxes come from a mixture of increased expenses and reduced revenue. The revenue and expenditure table on page 11 of the booklet contains detailed estimated comparisons of expenditures and revenues. Looking at this slide showing the debt service, which is the amount we spend on principal and interest to repay our loans, the top line of this table shows the debt budget will drop by $1.4 million, or 13% for next year. This change includes retiring old debt that is paid off and adding new debt. The amount went down because a large 20-year-old project was paid off. However, with that school project ending, we also no longer get an annual $2.5 million MSBA payment. This end of reimbursement shows as a decrease in revenues. By combining the change in expense with revenue, we have a holistic analysis for debt, which shows we need to actually add an additional $1.1 million on the levy for debt service. And while I'm on debt service, the second table on this slide shows an estimated cost of borrowing for the 5 proposed articles at this town meeting. The table is also in our booklet on page 7, but is revised based on expected motion changes to Articles 12A, B, and C. There we go. This table shows the 5 other major contributors to the levy increase. Like debt analysis, I've taken the approach to subtract the expected state revenue from the expense to get the effective change in the amount of our tax levy. I subtracted $12 million of Chapter 70 school-specific state aid from the school budget. Likewise, I subtracted the 1.7 unrestricted state aid from the combined town budget. From this data, I created a pie chart to illustrate the source of the increased tax levy. We see the 6 areas I have highlighted: debt service, school, asset, town departments, insurance, and retirement. This is a simplified approach, but I believe it gives a reasonable visual understanding of the relative amounts of increase to the levy. The table on the right assigns dollar amounts to those percentages based on the average single-family home estimated tax increase. Education is 45% of the increase. Town budgets contributed 18% to the increase, and 37% of the increase comes from insurance, debt service, and retirement. The largest expense on a municipal budget is salary and wages. We are fortunate to have highly competent and diligent management and staff working on our behalf in our town and school departments. Providing competitive wages is critical to attracting and keeping employees and avoids the cost of replacing employees. While certainly some reductions in expense may be made by efficiency, a significant reduction to the cost of operating a town likely includes a reduction in provided services. We have made our budget recommendations based on what we believe is the value of keeping our level of services in our community. Our department heads and management of the town and schools are looking for ways for increased efficiency. Planned infrastructure maintenance and repair is a strategy that should be more efficient than emergency repairs. Ideas such as the Regional 911 Dispatch Center can give us improved service and lower cost. We are proposing to use free cash appropriately per our policies in the articles you have before you. We are concerned with the estimated 7.15% increase in taxes and recognizes the burden this places on our taxpayers. There was a suggestion on using more free cash to lower the 2025 tax burden. After an in-depth discussion, the AFC voted in favor of leaving our budget motion at $450,000 of free cash used for reducing the tax rate, the same amount as last year. The committee consensus was it was important to continue to follow our financial policies to avoid a bond rating downgrade that would increase our debt service payments for many years. Larger amounts create an increased structural deficit, which means that next year when we will have other increases to the budget, we will also have the increase we avoided this year or continue to using more free cash at what may be an unsustainable rate. The AFC would like to recognize School Superintendent Amber Bach for her 10 years of exceptional and dedicated leadership to our schools. We appreciate her efforts to keep the AFC and community informed on the proposed school budgets and capital requests with thoughtful presentations and respectful discussions. So we have made our recommendations. Now it is town meeting's responsibility to deliberate and vote on this warrant. Please consider the size of the task ahead and be concise with your remarks. We recommend if you are voicing an opinion after first giving your name and address, begin with telling whether you are in favor or against the motion before telling us why. We hope you agree we legislate most effectively when we deliberate respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. And now the state of the town on behalf of the Select Board from Town Manager Christy Williams. Ms. Williams.
Good morning, I'm Christy Williams and I serve as your town manager. The presentation this morning will give an overall view of the town in terms of its recent growth as well as its financial health. As you can see on the slide here, the town has experienced a population growth. Most significantly, you can see between 2010 and the 2020 census, excuse me, the town has grown about over 16%. In the graph, the bar chart below that, looking at the real estate development, we did have a spike in real estate development between 1950 and 2000. However, that rate has slowed over the past 2 decades. When we think about the services that we provide, we look at the individuals that we serve, and this chart here shows that our median age in town is 38.9, and also that the 60% or the majority of our residents are between that 18 and 64 years old. In looking at economics, we see that 63% of folks in town have a household income of over $100,000, which is about 1.5 times Worcester County, similarly 1.4 times Massachusetts, and then our per capita income is about 25% higher than the state. Over the past few years, as we look to provide services and move the town forward in the way that our residents want us to, we have established several engagement methods. So in 2018, we started with a strategic plan, and most recently have ended with the senior needs assessment in 2023. These are really opportunities for us to engage with the community and understand the vision that all of you have for going forward. So the department heads here use the strategic plan, the master plan, the climate action plan, senior needs assessment as guiding documents as we create our goals for each year and as we provide services. I won't read this whole slide, but these are several services and initiatives that have come out of those plans that we're working on in fiscal '24. Of note, I just wanted to call out the Multi-Generational Community Center, which was a goal of the strategic plan, also prevalent throughout the master plan. We did close on that property on March 19th, and we look forward to bringing that online for the town. Also, just wanted to point out that we are working on our downtown development plan. So in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that there's a downtown scavenger hunt. So I would encourage all of you to take part in that. Some of the ways that we move forward to fund these initiatives that are recommended by the town is through grants. So as you can see here, every year we look for opportunities to obtain grants from the state or federal governments or other agencies. So in this fiscal year, in FY24, we've been awarded or expended grant funding in the amount of $12.4 million. On the right side of the screen, you'll see that we have also used ARPA funding, which was the American Rescue Plan dollars that came to us through COVID, and we've allocated those throughout the town in order to make capital purchases and advance some of our guiding documents. When we look at where the money comes from in terms of how we're able to fund our services, this revenue chart shows that the largest piece of the pie is the tax levy. So that's the orange slice there. But as Walter pointed out, there are other local receipts that come to us as well as state aid. So state aid being the second highest with the purple slice of the pie. And looking forward at our fiscal 25 budget comparison, we are experiencing an increase of 5% in expenditures, and that is met with that reduction in revenue. So 0.84% of our revenue is going down about 0.84%. That's largely due to that MSBA offset that Walter mentioned. But when we do look at our debt policies, we are within our debt, so we are right at that goal of 7%, well within our range of 2 to 10% of our debt limits. And then we are using the capital improvement fund, which we also call the Pulte money, to offset our debt service. So that's within our fiscal policies as well. So $2.6 million is being allocated towards our debt service to reduce that cost. As mentioned, we are a AAA bond-rated community. That means that Standard & Poor's has found that we have extremely strong capacity to meet financial commitments. They've cited strong financial management as well as adherence to policies as being really important. This really serves us well when we go out to borrow, is to be able to maintain that. We do have a stable outlook through Standard & Poor's, but they did note a downside scenario would be that if we were to use a significant amount of our reserves, so our free cash as an example, to lower the tax rate due to the pressures that we're feeling from the debt, which Walter did indicate we are feeling pressure from debt, that they could potentially downgrade us, which would result in a higher interest rate in the future. This slide shows the estimated increases throughout the town. So similar to what Walter was showing, but we've broken out the community center because that does have a separate impact of about almost 2% of that increase. We are using a significant amount of free cash this year, so about 37%, which is the highest we've used since fiscal 2020. And it's about $5.5 million. So as you look throughout your warrant, you'll note that the majority of the funding sources throughout the warrant is free cash, except for the budget. And even in the budget article, we are using some free cash to pay for unfunded liabilities, as well as some free cash to lower the tax rate. This shows our free cash compared to other communities. So we certainly are on the higher side of having free cash, but that really enables us to purchase one-time capital items, also enables us to use free cash when we need to lower the tax rate, like during COVID, when we were able to use that reserve for unexpected circumstances. After the use of free cash, we're still falling within our policies, so our free cash stabilization remains right in the middle of our goal of 10 to 15% at 12.37. This shows our excess levy capacity, which we've grown over the years. In fiscal 25, we anticipate using some of that excess levy capacity. This shows our total town property value. So you'll see the residential, commercial, industrial, and personal property split. So certainly the residential tax base takes on most of that burden. And then, as Walter said, in fiscal 25, we're anticipating an estimated increase at this point of $835, understanding that this would be influenced by this change in the state budget, which has not been completed, also continuing to review our local receipts. This shows the average single-family value and how that has grown along with the tax bill. And this is the last slide, so this shows the tax bill and how it will be broken up. So the tax bill is estimated at this point to be $12,515 to the average single family, with the majority of that going to the schools and insurance as well. So that completes my presentation. The department heads and I look forward to answering your questions today.
Thank you very much. And I forgot to mention to any speakers down here today, I've set up advanced physics of having a mirror in hopes that, I don't know if Walter or Christy noticed, to hope so you can see the traffic light. If you can't see it, you can just sort of move it around a little. And I don't remember who made the genius suggestion that since I couldn't find a small traffic light on the table, they said, well, why don't you just use a mirror? And I said, oh yeah, I took physics in high school once. And said, yeah, I should. And so that mirror, courtesy of my daughter's nightstand. And thanking my wife for cleaning it. Anyway, on to Article 3. Article 3, prior year's bills. Ms. Travis, is she here to make the motion? Here she is, yes. Ms. Travis.
Beth Travis, 65 Adams Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings the sum of $163.92 for the purpose of paying a prior year bill for the Recreation Department.
Any comments, Ms. Travis? Any presentation, any remarks? Other than your motion? No. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, our motion comes on Ms. Travis's vote to transfer and appropriate $163.92. I will make note that the quantum of vote is 4/5 because it's a prior year's bill. So let's see if I can do the math. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 257 in favor and 9 opposed. That is a 4/5 vote. The motion carries. Article 4, also Ms. Travis.
Beth Travis, 65 Adams Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings the sum of $2,792 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Travis. Again, any comments, any presentation?
No.
No, okay. Any questions, comments on Ms. Travis's motion to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings? Yes, Scout, back over here. Okay. Well, no, for the recording and for television, if you could get the microphone or come over. Thank you.
Hello?
Yep.
Christopher Noonan, 13 Cross Street. I'd like to ask through John to the town manager how much the contract is for 3 years for the golf services of the Golf Course Management, Inc.
So, Ms. Kirkland, you come look that up? Okay. They're going to look that up. Yes, you can use the microphone up there if you know. Ms. Kirkland.
Hi, Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director, 795.
What?
795,000,
For 3 years?
yes.
Follow-up question? Mr.
Follow-up question?
Yeah.
How many public bidders were there for this contract?
There were 2.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other discussion on Article 4, Ms. Travis's motion? Seeing none, our action comes on Ms. Travis's motion to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings $2,792. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is, as always, a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 246 in favor and 31 opposed. That is a majority vote and more. The motion carries. We now move to Article 5, dealing with fiscal year 24 legal expenses budget. Mr. Keough.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean Keough, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $125,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Any remarks?
Yes, so fiscal year 2024 has included a number of legal expenses, including several lawsuits. These are outside of the typical costs associated with the legal budget. So far, the budget for 2024 was $132,500. The Advisory Finance Committee transferred an additional $80,000 into this budget earlier this year. As of the end of January, the town has expended approximately $191,000 for legal expenses. This article would increase the legal budget to fund anticipated legal expenses through the remainder of this year. However, at this time, we are keeping the legal budget level funded for next year.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Questions, comments? Yes. Name, address, and show your voting device, please. Yep. I think there's a slide switch on that mic. Can you just check? Okay, try again. I think it's on now. Yeah, okay.
Syed Hashmi, Lyman Street. Could I get a sense of what the lawsuits are? Can you be a little more specific? That lawsuit covers a lot of crimes, so I'd just like to know which ones are there.
Sure. They're not all
Do you
crimes.
want to get specific, or?
Yeah, Ms. Williams, if you're best suited to answer that.
So all of the lawsuits that we're speaking of are listed very specifically on all of our agendas. And so I can go through them.
Yep, just briefly.
Ferris Development Group versus Town of Westborough, Lax Media and Lax Media LLC in the Worcester Superior Court. Town of Westborough versus Westborough SPE LLC, Boston Suffolk County in the Land Court. Westborough SPE LLC versus Town of Westborough in the U.S. District Court. Westborough SPE LLC in the Bankruptcy Court. The Residences of Westborough Station Northland, TPLP at 100 Charleston Meadows in the Worcester Land Court. Those are all the lawsuits.
Could you summarize without divulging any secret information, like just the general tenor or topic?
So Westborough SPE is related to the Regal Cinema. So that's 4 of the lawsuits. And then Northland is related to affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion? Okay, in that case, our action comes on Mr. Keough's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $125,000 for the purposes in the warrant. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Keough's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. This requires a majority vote. Voting has ended. We have 250 in favor, 250, and 25 opposed. That is more than a majority vote. The motion carries. Moving on to Article 6, the FY 2024 Finance Department budget. Mr. Edinburgh.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $22,800 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Edinburgh, remarks?
Yes. In fiscal year 2024, the town has experienced vacancies in both the finance director position, which currently also functions as the town accountant, and the treasurer collector position. These positions are critical to the functioning of the town and required interim services while the town recruited permanent employees. The Advisory Finance Committee transferred $50,000 into this budget earlier this year in order to fund contracts for the interim services and additional outside support. Though the town hired a permanent treasurer collector earlier this month, the chief assessor is currently acting as the interim finance director, and town accountant functions continue to be performed on an interim basis under contract. The budget currently has $15,200 remaining, which is not expected to cover anticipated costs. Approval of this article would increase the Finance Department expense budget to fund anticipated contractual service costs through the remainder of the current fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Questions, comments, advocacy, opposition, in which to speak? Yes, Scout, could I have a microphone down here, please? And then be prepared to give your name, address, and show me your voting device when the microphone gets here. Gentleman in the middle. Other side? No, other side. Here we go. Right there. Can you hand the microphone down? Thank you. Name, address, and show me your voting device, please.
I'm Bill Sperlin, 4 Stratton Drive. I stand opposed to this motion at a time when the Planning Committee could be considering budgets that reduce staff rather than increasing them in view of the appalling increases in the town taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Response? Ms. Williams, brief response?
So this specific article does change the staffing level of the finance department. It specifically funds interim services. So we are contracting with individuals to perform the interim services. We are currently under contract with a town accountant to perform accounting services. And then we are also under contract actually with our former finance director to help us with other accounting functions. So this specific article does not change the number of staff in the finance department.
Thank you very much. Other discussion? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Edinburgh's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $22,800 for the purpose in the warrant. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 247 in favor and 42 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. We now move to Article 7, dealing with the fiscal year 2024 Reserve Fund. Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $134,677 for the purpose stated in the article in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Remarks?
Yes, can you bring up? Thank you. The AFC has transferred $134,677.40 so far this year out of our reserve fund. There remains $115,333. The reserve covers unexpected 2024 expenses. The amount requested will refresh the AFC reserve to the $250,000. Free cash transfer will not impact the tax rate, and unspent reserve funds revert to free cash in July. We feel it's prudent to reduce the risk of having to call a costly and inconvenient special town meeting should a need arise above the remaining reserve, and reserves are only spent on unexpected expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Any comments on Mr. Leslie's motion? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Leslie's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $134,677 for the purposes stated in the article as printed in the warrant. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. The vote is 248 in favor, 34 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now turn our attention to Article 8. Before Mr. Leslie starts, I just want to tell you, based on comments and some what I think are improvements or at least increased clarity in the budget article, because in the past people have said there isn't really a way to make statements about the budget as a whole other than questioning every line item. So we started this last year and I've refined it this year. So here's the process that's going to be for this article. So we're going to hear Mr. Leslie make the main motion. And then if there are questions about the main motion in general without specific line items that people would like to make remarks, they can call out question to the main motion. At that point, I'm going to allow the proponents to make an initial presentation about the budget. And if there are questions, I will allow the questions to be made about the budget on the main motion in the budget in general. And then we'll take up any of those comments. And then I will proceed to read through the budget line item by line item to take questions on the specific lines. So if there's questions about that as we go, let me know. But that's the process that I'm intending to follow to allow people to make some general remarks about the budget as a whole. So now with that, thank you for letting me make those remarks, Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate such sums of money as may be necessary to defray the expenses of several town departments for the ensuing fiscal year, and that each total read by the moderator be considered a separate motion made for each of the line items making up the total in the column marked FY 2025 AFC recommended budget. I further move that the sum of $450,000 be transferred and appropriated from free cash to lower the tax rate. I further move that the sum of $196,300 be transferred and appropriated from free cash, $5,627 be transferred and appropriated from water retained earnings, $5,473 be transferred and appropriated from sewer retained earnings, and $5,000 be transferred and appropriated from country club retained earnings for the purpose of funding the OPEB trust fund. I further move that the sum of $2,609,425 be appropriated from the capital improvement fund towards the cost of fiscal 2025 debt.
Thank you. Now, at this point, are there questions on the motion in general? I heard from, yes. Okay, so, yes.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Rod Schaffert, 8 Parkman Street. I want to be clear, I'm acting as a citizen, not as a member of the Advisory Finance Committee. I, like many of the other citizens in town, I think the word was appalled at the amount of the taxes are going up, and I think there's a solution that I would like to make a short presentation on with Mr. Savoy, but we would like to change the sum of $450,000 to be transferred to lower taxes to an amount of $1.2 million.
Okay, I'll take that in abeyance. So that's you'd like to make that motion to the main motion Mr. Leslie made. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I believe was it Mr. Caprioli or Mr. Matthew also wanted to question the main motion? Are they here? Okay. Mr. Hashmi, are you questioning the main motion?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I'm just trying to figure out if you have questions about the OPEB.
Although I said your name, could you please say your name, address?
Oh, Syed Hashmi, Lyman Street. Mr. Moderator, I'm just a little confused with this new process. If you have a question about the OPEB trust fund, it's part of the main motion. Is that a question to be asked now or to be asked?
Yes, since I don't believe there's a separate line item. So I will make down that you have a question for that and I will come back to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Williams has corrected me. It's in the insurance budget, so try to remember to question the insurance budget.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Christy. Just a second. Just making a note here. Okay, at this point, I was going to defer. Sorry. Oh, Mr. Caprioli is here. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yes, I'd like to sort of make a presentation after everybody.
Okay, name, address, and show me your voting device, please, and then if you could aim the microphone down lower.
Dom Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road.
Thank you.
I'd like Mr. Matthew to go first. I have a knowledge of what his presentation is, and if he goes after me, his action would be redundant, his remarks would be redundant. So if he goes first, it's there'd be greater clarity.
I just want to make clear that since you approached me in common, you're going to share the presentation time, but you want Mr. Matthew to go first, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So,
all right.
Well, Mr. Matthew has his own presentation.
Okay.
I have my presentation.
Okay. But the time is, you'll get 10 minutes combined at most, okay?
Say that again, please.
I said your presentations will be 10 minutes at most because you've been working together.
Yes, mine will be 10 minutes.
Okay.
Again, I don't want to be redundant with Mr.
Yep.
Matthews.
No, that sounds fine. Okay, so
Work.
before now, so I've gotten 3 questions that we'll come back to. We have Mr. Caprioli, Mr. Matthew, Mr. Hashmi is going to ask his question on the insurance budget, and then we have Mr. Shaffert, Mr. Savoy's proposal to make an amendment. So at this point, as I said, we're going to let Mr. Leslie and/or Ms. Williams talk about the budget as a whole from the proponent's point of view, and then we'll come back to the questions on the main motion from the opponent. So, Mr. Leslie, I don't know if you want to use any of the time to refresh what's said, or give it to Ms. Williams, or
Thank
Ms.
you,
Williams?
Mr. Moderator. Our town manager will give a presentation on the budget.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. So this presentation is more detailed related to the FY25 budget. Just reminding folks that we start our budget process in the summertime, and so we have our first meeting in September, so we have been meeting on these budgets since then. As we've shown before, that these are the estimated increases. We did break out the community center. The community center increase is showing, not including the debt, is showing an increase of $53 to the average single family, which is actually less than what we had proposed in the October town meeting. So this is just breaking out the community center. So these are additional costs that are part of that $835 that we're projecting. So this is a slide very similar to what you saw in October, where we're paying utilities, we're paying maintenance, common area maintenance, and then we're proposing the addition of 2 positions. One is a custodian. We're purchasing a 64,000 square foot building. We feel the need for a custodian to work in that building. And then also an additional program coordinator to program that building in the recreation department. So the town department increases, salary and wages went up about 5.54% and expenses 10.14%. That expense line looks really high, and I just want to be clear that that is driven, or a good amount of that is driven by the youth and family services budget, where we've moved salary and wage costs to the expense line. And then we did break out the community center again below. Some of the budget changes you'll see are the youth and family services, service delivery model, as I just mentioned, the addition of the community center. We did pull out the elections budget in favor of putting that in a separate article and paying free cash for that. The reason for that is that we do receive reimbursements from the state, which were brought in as a general fund revenue, didn't directly reduce the elections budget. So this is a way to create a financial mechanism to capture that reimbursement. And then there's personnel changes, and I have different slides to show. There's sort of 3 types of personnel changes. This first slide shows personnel changes related to grant-funded positions. So in the Board of Health, we have a part-time public health nurse. He was paid through a grant. That grant will no longer pay for him. He holds vaccine clinics. He works in the senior center. We're proposing to bring him in at 12 hours per week. 6 hours of that will be paid through a different grant that comes into the senior center. We're also proposing to move the administrative assistant who had an increase in hours last year. Just the increase was funded by the grant. That's not typical of how we budget. We budget full-time employees typically fully onto the budget, so we moved those 5 hours onto the budget. In the fire department and police department, we've had grants we've used ARPA funds to bring on some additional positions. So these are employees that are currently working here, positions that we currently have. The ARPA funds have to be spent by the end of the calendar year, and so in fiscal 25, we won't be able to use them as an offset. So these are positions that are currently here, and the cost of having those positions will be fully brought onto the budget in fiscal 25. The next group is positions that were added in fiscal 24 through available funds. So as we mentioned, we've had a lot of vacancy in our finance department. So there's been availability in the salary and wages line. We've identified the need for additional positions in the finance department. So the town accountant position was approved by the select board. We are advertising for that right now. And then we've added a payroll clerk in the treasurer collector's office, which we have just hired someone for that position. So these are positions that are paid through existing funds that are available because of vacancies in that department, but will be fully brought onto the budget in addition to the current positions in fiscal '25. And then these are the new or adjusted position recommendations. So these are sort of all new that would start on July 1st. So one is an increase to the GIS administrator, hours per week. She currently works 19 hours per week. We're proposing to move her to 40, with 12 of those hours being paid through enterprise funds. The assistant planner is a position that we're proposing for fiscal '25, but we're proposing it at half the year to mitigate the impact. So that would be 6-month funding of this position, and also 11 hours per week are going to be funded by the Affordable Housing Trust for this position. The program coordinator, which I mentioned, is an outcome of the community center. Again, bringing that position in for 6 months, and then the custodian that I mentioned for the senior center. In the fire department and police department, these are not new positions, but they're adjustments to their current ranks. So in the fire department, there would be the addition of 4 new lieutenants. That's not 4 new positions, that's moving firefighters to 4 lieutenant ranks. So no additional FTEs. And the police department similarly would be adding the rank of corporal, so moving patrol officers into the corporal positions, adding sergeant and lieutenant positions, no additional FTEs, just increasing supervisory ranks. Expense adjustments that we're calling out in the Board of Health, they have a small budget, so $1,155 looks like a big increase. That's for their Pool Code Pro software. That's not because we just purchased a pool, it's because they have to do all the inspections of the pool, and this is the software that they use to track that. Community development, we're adding in $10,000 for conservation area stewardship. As you all know, we've purchased a lot of open space over the past few years, and there's a need to maintain that open space. And then in the library, there's increases related to ebooks, and these are lines that must be increased to a certain percentage in order for us to maintain our accreditation. As we mentioned earlier, some of the major contributors to our increases is fixed costs. So even though we're seeing that reduction in debt, because of that loss of the MSBA reimbursement, it actually results in an increase or an impact to the average single family. So this is a slide similar to the one that Walter showed earlier, which again shows that we're actually experiencing an increase of $140 estimated for the average single family, even though our debt is actually going down. Again, showing that we're still within our debt policies and getting good rates because we are maintaining our reserves and using them responsibly. The health insurance rate of increase is another driver, so that the rate of increase is trending downward, so we're projecting we have a 5.5% increase for our health insurance, for that's our employees and our retirees. Our comprehensive fiscal management policy advises us to use free cash to lower the tax rate, fund unfunded liabilities, and such as OPEB, and for non-recurring or emergency expenditures, that's free cash in excess of our goals. So this is a slide I already showed you, showing that we are using a lot of free cash. We're using it exactly as we are supposed to under our policies. The free cash to lower the tax rate is that $450,000 that was part of the motion. You can see that it's actually saving $55 on that estimated increase. This is a structural deficit that comes from COVID. We created a structural deficit because we were being mindful of the impacts of COVID on the community. You can see that went away in fiscal '22. The taxpayer did not take on that burden. We just got a very significant sort of extraordinary increase in our Chapter 70, and so we were able to eliminate that. That is not something we should anticipate. We're actually looking at less than 2% increase in our Chapter 70 for fiscal '25, so that was not something that we should rely on. And we've maintained that 450, understanding the impact of taking that away, but it is a structural deficit, that we put on this slide every year that we need to be incrementally putting that back on the budget. So this is the funding of our unfunded liabilities. This is our OPEB. And this is part of our fiscal management policy, is to fund it through free cash and raise and appropriate until we get up to that 1.1 million. I already showed you this slide. I see my light is yellow, so I'm going to keep going. So the increase again is that $835 to the average single family, and this is just the same slide that Walter showed before, which is really showing you where the increase is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's nice to know the mirror worked. I was never sure if people would actually see it or not. So here's what we're going to do. So Mr. Hashmi's question is going to be deferred till insurance. Mr. Shafford has a particular amendment, so I think I'm going to let the other people go first, just so we can then get to the amendment part. So at this point, Mr. Matthew and Mr. Caprioli, did you have remarks to make about the main motion on Article 8, the budget? If so, please go to a microphone. Is Mr. Matthew here? And wait, sorry, I can't hear you. You want the other people to go first? Okay. Okay, while we try to track down Mr. Matthew, Mr. Shafford, Mr. Savoy, would you like to make your remarks?
Mr. Moderator, we have a short presentation. I'd like to approach the front of the room to be able to do that.
No, we're not. I want to clarify. Following best practices and some comments, the podium is a best practice for moderators and for other towns, reserved for town boards and committees. So you may use a roving microphone and stand down in the aisle, look here, but not using the podium. So I know that's new this year, but I want to do that. So if you wanted to get a roving microphone from a scout and then come and stand down near where the library folks are, you can do that. And if you need to advance the slides, you can ask Mr. Stockman to advance them for you.
My main purpose was to advance the slides, so if Mr. Stockman
all right, yeah, as long
can
as there's a way to do that, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Savoy, do you want to join me at the microphone?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, yeah. Mark, do you mind Mark, will you be listening to advance the slides? Okay. Thank you, and again, if you've introduced yourself, Mr. Shafford, if you could have Mr. Savoy introduce himself.
Introduce yourself.
Name, address.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street.
Thank you.
And
Yep, thank you. All right.
Could you clarify how much time we have, Mr. Moderator?
I'm sorry, what?
Could you clarify how much time we have?
Can you keep it to 5 minutes?
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, sitting on the Advisory Finance Committee, this is not part of what they agreed to, but I've had the opportunity to hear a lot of the discussion and have searched diligently to find ways to lower the taxes. So Mr. Savoy and I believe we have a solution, and we're presenting it tonight. Next slide. How much is too much? $835 per year for the average single taxpayer, 7.15% is too much. Next slide. Go ahead, Mr.
The first slide dealt with property valuation, which is a way to measure relative wealth, but it doesn't help to put food on the table. When you look at the median household income, that's really the indication of what the townspeople can afford and their capacity to pay taxes to the town. When you compare the median household income to the average single-family tax bill, you can see the ranking in the 15 towns there. We rank 13th in the median household income, and we rank, I think it's 8th or 9th, 8th as far as the single-family tax bill.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Let me do this. Oh, yeah, I think we missed the slide. But, so when we talk about free cash, as we said, free cash is not free. Free cash primarily comes from getting more revenue than we anticipated and saving money on our expense line items, which is great. I commend the town. By my calculations, we saved or got an additional revenue and savings of $5.6 million. Next slide. our goal, so adding the $5.6 million to our previous puts us up around $14 or $15 million. In order to maintain the 12.5%, we need to be at the $9 million rank. Next slide. As Christy mentioned, part of the ability, our fiscal management policy is to use that to lower the tax rate. Next slide. So but instead of lowering the tax rate, we are presently have $4.2 million worth of free cash articles. Next slide. Of those 4 million free cash articles, I voted against almost $2 million of them. Next slide. So our original intent was to propose we reduce it by an additional 1.972, which is the amount of items that were voted against. We've revised that for a total of $750,000. When added to the $450,000, that would be a total of $1.2 million. And if you go back to the previous slide, Mr. Stockman, the additional $750,000, I believe, can be made up by voting against 11N, 11O, 11P. These are the high school roof design articles. There's a better way to do that. There's money available to pay for 50% of the cost of doing our roofs through the Mass School Board Authority. I think we should vote those articles down and put that money to free cash. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is the amendment we would like to make. Instead of moving the sum of $450,000, we moved a total of $1.2 million to be transferred and appropriate from free cash to lower the tax rate. Mr. Savoy, would you like to add anything?
Just a point, in looking at the higher tax rate, really it's irresponsible during this time of inflation, where we've experienced over the last 3 years an inflationary rate of 17%, food costs up 35, 40%, gasoline 40 to 50%, and you heard some earlier mentions about insurance costs and so forth. So we really need to look at our tax rate and to try to drive it down. And there are other ways that in the future where we can address some of the expenditures that we're making. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final slide, please.
Yeah, wrap it up, please. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of people come to town meetings saying they don't think we can make a difference. You, with your vote, can make a difference. The AFC is here to make recommendations. We have a great town staff. We have a great Board of Selectmen, but they need to hear from you, the voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to focus the discussion just on the amendment that's been proposed. So why don't we'll hear from Mr. Matthew, Mr. Caprioli after this, but why don't we focus on pros and cons? So we heard a presentation in favor of Mr. Savoy and Mr. Schaffert's amendment for the main motion to change from $450,000 to $1.2 million. At this point, I'll see if the Finance Committee or Select Board wants to make any remarks. I mean, the Finance Committee has made their recommendation, which was the main motion made. So does the Select Board want to make remarks? Ms. Marshall. Yes, yes. Town boards may use that, yeah.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street, representing the Select Board in these comments. I stand in support of the budget as presented for the town. While we certainly recognize that the increase is significant and that inflation has affected all of us, understand that inflation, the town, its operations, its contracts are not immune to inflation, and that is also what you're seeing here in our budget. As proposed in the original motion of using $450,000, we are, in essence, already creating a structural deficit. Ms. Williams already showed you that on the prior slides. We've been doing that since 2021. If we move forward with the proposal as presented by Mr. Schaffert and Mr. Savoy, we would create a further and deeper structural deficit that all of us will come back to future town meetings, starting with next year, to address. This will also defer necessary capital investments. Those were displayed on the opponent's presentation and are in your budget book, that our town staff is extremely thoughtful through the budget process in presenting what necessary improvements are needed to maintain the equipment and the buildings that we all use at varying degrees, and which are expected as part of the services that are provided to us, and that's inclusive of the schools. So thank you for the opportunity to make the comment. Again, I stand in support of this budget as presented.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Leslie.
the AFC has just voted 7-2 to 0 to defeat the amendment as proposed. We stand by the original motion, and I think we've already presented on our reasons for that, so I won't go further.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Wells Street. I find it hard to understand the merits of this amendment when it proposes taking money away from the high school roof repairs, and I haven't heard the argument for those repairs yet, so it's hard for me to understand the impact of that reallocation of free cash.
Thank you very much. I will just point out that since the articles came in the order they were, that's the reason we haven't, but I'm sure there'll be debate on that later.
So I don't know if I'm really asking a question, but I guess my question is, what is the impact of that?
Okay.
So,
Although we're not at Article 11 yet, since it was brought up during the argument, could I allow, does anyone from the school department briefly summarize an impact of, I know that the real debate on this is going to come later, but just since it was brought up, if in a couple of quick words, Mr. Durrett, would you, or Mr. Durrett, if you'd just quickly summarize, or Ms. Bach.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all.
Name and address, please.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street.
Thank you.
Superintendent of Schools. The Article 11 N, O, and P will be discussed at the time in the warrant as it comes up, but a summary is that it is a request for the design of basically all major sections of the high school roof. It would allow us to move forward to complete design such that in a future date, we would come forward to make a bid proposal to replace and repair the high school roof. There are 3 different sections to it because there's 3 different types of roofing work that we need to do. One is the repair of that large concrete rim that goes around the high school. That's one of the articles. The second one will help us to sustain extending the life of a big portion of the roof by using a process to reseal it. We need to do some design for that. And then the third proposal is design to replace a large section of one of the roofs. In effect, it would basically then give us a response to the whole roof of the high school, which we all know is a very large building. And I'll speak more in depth on that later. Again, those are design dollars, so that we would have a completed design on each of those, so that we could go out to bid at a future meeting time and bring those forward in the future, either Springtown meeting next year or in the following year. Those have all been thoughtfully placed into the Capital Planning Committee's cycle of payments, and we've worked collaboratively with that subcommittee on the town and the schools to make plans for how to spread these projects out over multiple years.
So I can pre-position microphone. Is there anyone unable to doesn't want to use a standing microphone so I can pre-position some scout mics? Did I see your hand?
Mr.
Okay,
Moderator, could I just clarify my...
Not yet. Okay. I'm doing my work. Can Scout bring a microphone down to Mr. Durrett, please? And then was there someone else raising their hand? Okay, and then Scout, if you could pre-position a microphone here. Now we'll get back. I saw Mr. George. We'll let people. Mr. George, I will acknowledge you to speak. Mr. George. Name and address, please.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. You know, there's a couple of problems that I have, and I'm not going to make a big speech about it, but the fact is that
those of us that have reached the age of seniority depend on Social Security, and if you lose a spouse, you lose a fair portion of your revenue. And the increases we see are not in keeping with the percentage increases we see in revenue. So the fact that I'm paying almost $10,000 a year for a little quarter-acre plot, it started to get to the point where, although I've been in town since 1976, and I've served on many different boards and have been a school board member to Assabet for 32 years, I may have to actually move. Now, I don't think that should be the goal of the Finance Committee, the Select Committee, or the fathers that run the country, that run our town. There's got to be a better way. In business, you manage your expense line, not your revenue line. I don't see us managing our expense line to the point that we're forcing people out of town, all right? So that's my basic comment. I agree with the capital improvements. I know we have to maintain our buildings, we have to maintain our schools, but we have to do so with the idea that we can afford to stay in town. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now I will recognize Mr. Shafford. Let's just wait till we vote.
So let me be clear. In terms of the $1.2 million that I'm suggesting be taken from free cash, doesn't have to be the roofs. I'm suggesting that's one option of transferring money from capital projects, programs. These are tough times. We have to make tough decisions. I think all the articles being proposed have their merits. But I would suggest that this year that some of these needed to be deferred. I think the roof project in particular, it's design dollars. It's not something that's imminent. The town hasn't voted to actually do this work yet. And there are opportunities through the state to get funding for this that would pay for half. So I would strongly recommend that we defer those purchases. But again, this article is not about whether we do the roofs or not do the roof. It's let's find another $750,000 so that the total can be a $1.2 million that we transferred to lower the tax rate. This would mean about another $93 to lower the taxes if we change that to $1.2 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so again, this is not a proposal for specific action later. It's a proposal that would change, that would maybe affect the dynamic of Article. I'll go to Mr. Durrett, then we'll go to the gentleman with the microphone, then we'll go to Ms. Leslie, and then we'll go down here. Okay. Mr. Durrett.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. The reference to the state giving us 50% for design money potentially is true, but the thing is there's every other city and town in the Commonwealth asking the state for money. In fact, there's no guarantee that they would give us anything. We have to qualify, we have to be reviewed, and it takes at least 2 years. The whole concept of what was discussed and will be discussed in those articles is we're following recommendations by the Board of Selectmen to create a process by which you, the town meeting, have at least 2 whacks at the apple in terms of the process. But in the meantime, when we do design, the design doesn't get old. Once we spend the money is available, the design is available to go forward with a project when and if we need to do that. And that's the whole point of this. The whole point of those various articles is to have the design in hand to be able to go bid so that in fact we're not asking the state for emergency approval, which in my mind says we don't know what we're doing if we have to ask for emergency approval to fix a roof on a school building. That's really not the way to do it. I mean, we talk about doing things that make common sense. I think the process that the Board of Selectmen has asked the school department to do, and I think probably other projects as well, is to get the design in hand so we then know when we bid how much money it's going to cost you. We've sort of gotten into this box of trying to do hurry up stuff because when we came to town meeting in the past to ask for authorization of a project, we did it without knowing what the real cost was going to be. It was a rough order of magnitude. Obviously, we can't award a contract if we don't have enough money. And the way that we can do that, and again, as a result of the Board of Selectmen asking that, in fact, we come to the town meeting with a firm, solid price, not to exceed. The only way we can do that is to have a design in hand and bring it to you after the bid. So it's not true that, in fact, we can get a guaranteed promise from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to do any of these projects under the MSBA. Thank you.
All right, as I said, so now the gentleman standing in the microphone, please.
Bill Sperlin, 4 Stratton Drive.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? It's a little boomy up here.
Bill Sperlin.
Thank you.
4 Stratton Drive.
Thank you.
I'm 79 years old, and I'm fortunate to be healthy enough to be here today. Many of my contemporaries are not able to be here at town meeting. And of course, many of my contemporaries are not able to take advantage of the $1,800 a year or $2,000 a year SOP offered at minimum wage to the senior citizens of Westborough in a gesture towards reducing their tax burden. I would like to call the attention of town meeting members and the planning committee and the select board to the report on senior citizens and aging that was commissioned by the town last year and released by the town last October. This report was very clear about the expressed needs and desires of the senior population of the town. The most important issue of seniors is not having a senior center, is not having available in-home services. It is the tax burden. And I suggest that the planners and staff of the town have failed to implement the recommendations of their own study vis-a-vis the senior population. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Now, as I said, Ms. Hensley, name, address.
Jody Hensley, 39 Arch Street. I rise in opposition to the amendment. We heard earlier in the meeting from our town manager that the consideration of this budget started last September. Anybody paying attention sees dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings combing through, our elected officials and our appointed officials, combing through the details to the budget to come to the floor with their best recommendation for what's best for the community. Also find it highly unusual that a member of a committee who has deliberated since September would come forward in opposition to their own committee's recommendations if they haven't been able to persuade their committee of their position. If we had a minority member of the school committee, a minority member of the superintendent, or a minority member of the planning board come forward to town meeting to oppose the position of their board, we simply would never be able to do business in this town. So I trust the analysis of our boards who've spent 6 months working on this budget, and I oppose a last-minute, kind of disruptive and confusing amendment to that budget here. I don't understand what the implications of the amendment at the last minute, which has had no analysis, would even do to us. So I oppose this amendment.
Thank you. And now Select Board would like to respond. Mr. Edinburgh.
So Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street, speaking as part of the Select Board in against the amendment and for the original motion. To be very clear, this motion is directly contrary to our strategic fiscal management policies. Our policies say that it is okay to use free cash to lower the tax rate when our strategic reserves are above our goal. The top of our range is 15%. Currently, based on the articles here at annual town meeting, our free cash will end at an estimated 12.5% free cash and stabilization fund. That's not outside our range. You may have missed it because some of our select board meetings don't compete well with prime time or streaming on Netflix, but our most recent annual debt service that we approved at a recent select board meeting, the interest rate on our debt was roughly 4%. We also received a $2.4 million premium for people to be able to buy that debt from us, making an effective rate of 3%. If we go against our fiscal management policies, and we received a warning from Standard & Poor's about the overuse of free cash, given the increase from prior years to the current year and continuing to do so. If we go forward with this, we seriously put that AAA and the SP1 plus bond rating at risk. The impact of that is next year, next March, when we go to sign and put our debt out for service, we would expect to see significantly higher interest rates that would effectively wipe out any savings we're creating today, and that's debt service, and that will be in the budget next year, whether we want it or not. I'll also point out that our use of free cash is strategically on one-time expenses. It's our recurring capital expenses. We're fortunate enough that our free cash is at a level that we can maintain healthy reserves for the bond rating companies and still have those funds on these one-time expenses, such as police cruisers, ambulances, DPW equipment that they need to do their job efficiently and effectively. Other towns in our area actually end up borrowing for those smaller expenditures, and that is more costly. The proposal to eliminate a number of the warrant articles that will be coming up in sections of warrant articles is deferring maintenance. Every time town meeting has elected to defer maintenance, or the towns decide to defer maintenance, it comes back to bite us. Okay, I will. And no, those are the points.
Thank you. Thank you. Woman at the microphone back here, please. Name, address.
Jessica Rosowitz, 80 Fisher Street. I would like to move the motion.
Okay, so we have, it was 8 Fisher Street?
80.
80, okay, thank you. So we have a motion to essentially terminate debate. I know other people wanted to speak, and you are cognizant of that. However, it's an amendment, and we've been talking about it for 15 or 20 minutes. I think people have made their point on both sides. At this point, motion to terminate debate, as some of our earlier to limit debate, is non-debatable. So we will go to a vote, but I'm going to try to clarify this because I know this is where people always get confused. All we're voting on now is whether we keep debating the amendment. We still haven't gone to the main motion. We are just debating Mr. Shaffert and Mr. Savoy's amendment to change the $450,000 use of free cash to $1.2 million. That will come next. But now it's just, do we want to keep talking about it? So voting yes is to go straight to a vote on the amendment. Voting no is to let more people speak about the amendment. Okay? Point of order, yes. We have to vote on the amendment, and then we would decide how to do that, yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, gentleman here. Okay, sorry, that was named for the record. Nathan Walsh, what address? 3 Matthew Drive, and you're? Okay, 34 Old Nurse, yes. Yeah, that we haven't done that yet. Mm-hmm. Yep, I know it's confusing. I wasn't expecting 2 different groups to do that. Yes, we will not then, so this vote right here, right now, is to terminate debate on the amendment only, okay? When the light goes on, pressing 1 is to terminate debate, pressing 2 is to keep debating the amendment. Voting has started. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 277 in favor and 66 opposed. Debate on the amendment is terminated. Thank you. So at this point, we vote on Mr. Shaffert's amendment to the main motion that will be used going forward for all the line items. If you are in favor of Mr. Shaffert's amendment to change the amount of free cash used to defer the tax rate to $1.2 million, you would press 1 and vote yes. If you are against that amendment and you want the main motion to stay as it was read by Mr. Leslie, use of free cash to defer taxes at $450,000, you will press 2 and vote no. So when the light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is in favor of Mr. Shaffert's amendment, and voting 2 is in opposition. Voting has started. Voting has ended. We have 115 in favor and 251 opposed. The amendment is defeated. Our next action comes on the other questions that had come out about the main motion, which was a presentation, I believe, by Mr. Matthew and Mr. Caprioli. Mr. Caprioli and Mr. Matthew, are you ready now? Mr. Caprioli, I see, is moving. So these are remarks, these are Mr. Caprioli's remarks.
I'm going to come to the front. I have no idea who Mr. Matthew is.
Okay, so do you want to make your remarks, Mr. Caprioli? Oh, I didn't see you. Thank you. I thought you would holler out if you were coming. Okay, Mr. Matthew is coming down, so we'll have Mr. Matthew and Mr. Caprioli combined for a joint presentation. Mr. Matthew, no, you can't. Speak back there, please. If you have to change the slides, you can tell Mr. Stockman to change the slides from there.
Excuse me.
Hang on. Question. No, this one can be 10. You're good.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Caprioli.
We don't have a joint presentation. Mr. Matthew has his own presentation, and I have mine.
Okay.
I wanted to follow him because I have a greater body of information, and it would only be redundant.
What I'm just saying is you have 10 minutes combined.
I have 10 minutes.
No, you have 10 minutes combined. The two of you combined have 10 minutes.
But the agreement we had was we would speak independently. The agreement we had, that I had with you, was to speak independently. And Mr. Matthew is speaking independently, and I'm speaking independently.
Right, but the rule that I have is that if I let the proponent speak 10 minutes representing a group of people, I let the opponent speak with 10 minutes as a group of people, and I assume you work it out yourself. So,
excuse me.
I'm just telling you what the rules are. But as a group of opponents, I am giving you 10 minutes.
But
Mr. Moderator, I don't need long, if that helps.
Okay.
But the person that offered the amendment, didn't he have more than 10 minutes himself?
No, I gave him 5 minutes.
Say it again?
I gave him 5 minutes. So be thankful.
It seemed like a long 5 minutes. Okay.
We have timers.
I want the same 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Matthew, name, address, please.
Yes, Mike Matthew, 20 Andrews Road. I'm going to speak, Mark's brought up the slide. I'm just going to speak about real estate taxes. That's my area of expertise, being in real estate for 55 years. I got my license when I was 18, so you can do the math. I've been in probably 95% of the homes in Westborough at one time or another over those 55 years. So I understand property values as well, or better than anybody in town. My feeling is the best way to compare taxes from town to town is to compare tax rates. So what I did was I took a $500,000 on the left-hand side of the slide. I'm sorry, it's so small, but it starts at $5,000 per year taxes based on a $500,000 assessed value, not value of the home, assessed value for tax purposes. So the first town you see is Marlborough. I know they have a dual tax rate. I didn't put a lot of credibility on that one, but these 6 towns, including Westborough, are towns that people that are moving to the area will look at when they look at homes. That's just my experience. Shrewsbury's the next town, $500,000 assessed value. The taxes are $61.90. So you take the assessed value times the tax rate of $12.38. Southborough's next at $6,955. Their tax rate is $13.91. Northborough is next at $7,140. Tax rate of $14.28. Hopkinton is next at $7,305 for taxes for a year at $14.61 per thousand, and then Westborough at $16.41 a thousand is $8,205. So if you're talking about a $500,000 assessment, probably equates to about a property worth about $600,000-$700,000, because the assessed values are always 2 years behind. John Steinberg can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. They always lag behind the real values. So if you think more common today is $1 million home,
So if you double all the numbers I gave you, it'll show that Westborough would be at $16,400 per year for $1 million assessed value, and say Shrewsbury would be about $12,400. So it's about $4,000 difference. So I just wanted to make everybody aware here. I'm just relating facts. I just want to make everybody aware here that our taxes are going up fast. I think everybody feels it when they get their bills. And do you want to do something about it, or do you want to let it keep going? Because it's not going in a great direction. Right now, real estate's hot. Everybody knows it. Bidding wars on all the houses. Everybody wants to come to the area. We're doing great. But the direction we're heading in is not a healthy direction. So that's all I'm going to say. And we should talk to the Shrewsbury people and find out how they do such a great job in managing a big town with a great tax rate. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. You can stop the timer now, guys, because Mr. Caprioli, you want to get settled? You can't use this podium. As I said earlier, we've changed the rules this year. Mr. Caprioli, you have to go to the back, or you get a roving microphone. If you were here earlier, I said, based on learning best practices from other moderators and clarity to the town, this podium at the front is now reserved for official town boards and committees. So you can get and Mr. Stockman will help you navigate the slides, just as he has for others.
How do I tell him what I want to do?
You tell him to advance the slides or which side to go to.
I don't know what a sequence is.
Okay, well, it's the sequence you gave him.
No, I didn't give him a sequence.
Okay, well, we'll do our best, so. Yeah, Scout, can you bring a roving microphone down here, and Mr. Caprioli can stand over to the aisle? Okay, there you go. Yes.
Can our assessor respond to Mr. Matthew?
After their presentation, they were in the middle of their presentation, so thank you. Okay, Mr. Caprioli, yes. Microphone right here. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, now you can restart the timer.
Dom Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. I'm basically trying to tell you where you stand, so you know where you're going. First of all, I'd like to correct Mr. Enberg's assumption that the interest rate will go up. The Federal Reserve is lowering interest rates. That means our interest rates for borrowing will go in the same direction. Secondly, earlier I pulled the Town of Westborough proposed municipal budget plan, and I saw that the projected increase was close to $1,000, and you've seen that in the newspaper more than once. So I said to myself, wait a minute, I know what this means, I know what's going on here. And I went to the town manager's office and I asked for the change, the change in the tax rate for the last 50 years. And I was able to acquire a change in the tax rate from fiscal FY 1988. And the reason I asked for the last 50 years is because I was knowledgeable that would be the highest amount increase in the last 50 years. Well, lo and behold, and this is what I do, lo and behold, from 1988 to 2025, there was a tax increase in fiscal year 2003 of $864. And lo and behold, the tax amount changes to the tax bill. The change in the bill goes to $838. So it isn't the highest in the last 50 years. Thank you very much. There's also the reality of what's called the dashboard communities. That's over here. You got this? That's over here, this thing. The dashboard communities, there's 15 dashboard communities. There they go. Okay. The 15 dashboard communities are selected by some assumption that there's a similarity. Fine, I'll go with that. And so I got the last year's tax rate for all 15 communities readily available. And lo and behold, Westborough is the second highest at $16.41. That's last year. Sharon is higher. Sharon is an outlier. And when you have a group and there's an outlier, usually drop the outlier. So for all intents and purposes, Westborough has the highest property tax rate. That's the comparison. You don't compare apples and oranges and you have a true comparison. The true comparison is the tax rate. It's the cost per $1,000 of property value. That's the comparison. And we're at the highest end. In so doing, I also calculated the average, and the average of the communities, including Sharon, which is higher, is $13.55. So we're almost $3 higher than the average, being at the top. I would very much like to see our tax rate like a couple of dollars less, maybe something like Hopkinton's, like $14.61, which is strangely enough, it's the same figures. They're just the 6 and the 4 is reversed. Isn't that funny? Anyway, that's where we need to be, because we're losing value. We've gone beyond the point of diminishing returns. We're beyond it. And I'll tell you what I've also calculated from the single-family historical data from 1988 to 2025, that the increase in the value, the single-family value, is 3.97, and the increase in the tax rate is 6.72. If you do the math with that, it appears that the tax burden, not the tax rate, excuse me, the property tax burden is increasing almost twice as fast as the increase in value. That is the wrong way to go. And I bet you at Shrewsbury, they're probably a 1-in-1 ratio. Now, there's some talk about all the work that's done. First of all, I have an addiction to the stock market, and I have an addiction to the stock market because the stock market is real. That's where people put their money where their mouth is. And I followed that for 50 years. And the reality is, they have people that have better verbiage than anybody, than this group could possibly present. But the reality is, the value of those equities are the outcomes. And the outcome in Westborough is problematic. And so, that is what we have to change. And I'll tell you why the outcome is problematic through a myriad of observations. It's because it's top down. We don't have a democracy here that's bottom up. The question that's not asked, and I've gone to many meetings, and I've been subject to the insulting circumstance where you got 2 minutes to talk and we'll ignore everything you say. That's the truth. The insulting circumstance, because we don't start with the premise is how much do people want to spend, and then we'll figure out where to spend it, where to allocate the dollars of the customers of the town of Westborough, i.e. the taxpayers. When we do that, we will have satisfaction beyond your wildest dreams. Do we have dissatisfaction because it's top down, and that's not a democracy, it's not a republic, it's not appropriate, and the outcome is closed mind. I think I've run out of time.
You got 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Try to respect other people's circumstances. I don't mind what you spend. If you're giving me a fair deal, it's not a fair deal on a comparison basis, and life is comparison. A circumstance is comparison, and we don't compare very well at all. I know that because the first thing these other people put up there, I want to say something, is you can make a difference. I ask people how they like tax. Every time I meet somebody, I ask them, what do you think of the taxes in Westborough? It's always a negative response. Why don't you go to town meeting? You can't accomplish anything. When the prevailing wisdom in the town of Westborough is you can't accomplish anything at town meeting, there's a problem with town meeting, and it isn't Mr. Arnold. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you. And as we see here, we're trying to come up with a proposal that lets us accomplish something at town meeting, if you think we don't. At this point, I believe Mr. Steinberg wanted to make a couple of remarks, and then we'll see how we're doing, and maybe we'll get to the budget. Mr. Steinberg, just introduce yourself, people who don't know you, please.
John Steinberg, Chief Assessor and Interim Finance Director, as someone mentioned previously. I just want to speak to the comparable communities and comparing the tax rate, because that's what I do. They're forgetting one major item in the calculation of the tax rate is the total value of the town. You can't compare it to Shrewsbury because the total value of the town is substantially higher, a lot more houses. That's why you would have a lower that's why your tax rate would be different, because that's the calculation. total value of the town is what goes into the calculation of your tax rate. And so looking at the comparable communities, that's the way you would select them, not simply the rate. That's the calculation.
Thank you.
Could I respond to that, please?
Very briefly, because we need to get to the budget.
The total value of the town is a function of how many people live there and how much industry is there. Westborough is losing industry, and Shrewsbury is gaining industry. And the town, West Shrewsbury has more people in it, so they have more kids for the school system, but they manage it at so much better an outcome. John, you should discuss this stuff with me, because fundamentally I have a handle on this also. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds like a good point for a separate meeting. All right. At this point, just tell me what your point is, because right now we just have the main motion on the table. So name, address, and just briefly summarize what you'd like to speak about.
Sure. West Church, 1 Baldwin Court. Addressing the comparison to Shrewsbury.
Can you do it very briefly, please?
Very briefly. It was pointed out that Shrewsbury has such a lower tax rate. As the gentleman just pointed out, it's a much bigger town. Shrewsbury population is over 40,000. We're approximately 18,000. You divide the tax burden to operate the town, and there's going to be a fixed minimum to operate any town. Over a much bigger population base, you're going to have a lower tax rate.
Okay, thank you. Though I believe our census is now over 20,000, somewhere at 22,000. All right, now we're to the part where I do my reading. So we've talked about the main motion. We've settled that the amendment was defeated. We now have the main motion that says it is now my obligation to read to you all of the various line items that make up the budget. For those of you new or who need a refresher, what I do is I read each of the line items, not the totals. If you have a question and would like to deliberate further on that line item, call out question and I will mark it and I will keep reading. When we are done with me reading all of the lines, we will vote on all the unquestioned items, and then we will move to each questioned item one at a time or one grouping at a time. So all you have to do, and if you holler out question, and if I don't say I hear that question, holler it louder or get your neighbor to help you holler it louder. But anyway, let's go. Yeah, oh, there we go. Yes, Mr. Leslie. No, that's going to be, no, now that no, that's the main motion. This is the motion that sets the stage for all the coming votes, okay? Yeah, that's why I did it separately, I didn't want to have to do it separately for everyone, yes. So this is the main motion that's driving, we're now to the part at the top that says that all the line items I read are a motion made. So, and that's the context in which all these future votes are taken. So let's start. Town moderator salaries and wages, 0. Town moderator expenses, 0. Board of Selectmen, salaries and wages elected, 0. Doing well so far. Select Board, Town Manager, salaries and wages, $602,706. Select Board, Town Manager, expenses, $67,750. Finance Committee, salaries and wages, $3,900. Finance Committee expenses, $2,100. Finance Department, salary and wages, $1,015,359. Finance Department expenses, $83,647. Legal expenses, $132,500. Information Technology and Communication, salaries and wages, $369,898. Question on that. Okay, thank you. Information Technology Communication expenses, $574,800. Central Purchasing expenses, $103,600. Town Clerk, salaries and wages elected, $115,101. Salaries and wages, $139,163. Expenses, $8,900. On that page, I heard questioned IT, salaries and wages. So we will come back to that. Next page. Election and registration, salaries and wages elected, 0. Election and registration, salaries and wages, 0. Election and registration expenses, 0. The purpose of that, as was mentioned earlier, there's a separate article coming up about that. Planning Department, salaries and wages, $207,465. Question on Planning Department salaries and wages. Planning Department expenses, $8,125. Board of Appeals, salaries and wages, $2,955. Board of Appeals expenses, $2,376. Insurance expenses, $17,470,651, and that was questioned earlier. So I will write down the question for that since it was brought up earlier. Police Department salaries and wages, $4,424,145. Question on police salaries and wages. Police Department expenses, $301,126. Fire Department and ambulance salaries and wages, $5,558,891. Fire Department and ambulance expenses, $446,625. Community Development Department salaries and wages, $798,638. Community Development Department expenses, $48,825. Weights and measures expenses, $5,550. Animal Control salaries and wages, $86,748. Animal Control expenses, $3,700. Assabet Regional Vocational School expenses, $1,351,066. Department of Public Works, including building and grounds, salaries and wages, $2,462,784. Question on DPW salaries and wages. DPW expenses, $1,430,614. DPW snow and ice salaries and expenses, $189,636. DPW expenses, $484,000. Electricity expenses, $559,730. Sanitary landfill expenses, $809,080. Question on sanitary landfill. Hang on, before you turn your pages, let me just check. I want to confirm. So what I heard on that page was Planning Department salary and wages, insurance, Police Department salary and wages, DPW salary and wages, and sanitary landfill expenses. Moving on to the next page. Health Department salary and wages, $342,449. Health Department expenses, $18,455. Question on the expenses? Health Department expenses, okay, thank you. Council on Aging, salaries and wages, $434,577. Council on Aging expenses, $29,707. Youth Commission, salary and wages, $68,248. Question on Youth Commission, salary and wages, okay. Okay. Hang on, so we got Youth Department expenses, $209,175. Question on that, okay. Let's see. Veteran Services expenses, $111,156. Trustees of Soldiers Memorials, $3,500. Library salaries and wages, $1,030,326. Library expenses, $343,134. Recreation salaries and wages, $266,551. Recreation salaries and wages. Thank you. Question on that. Let's see. Cultural Council expenses, $4,500. Historical Commission salaries and wages, $5,000. Question on Historical Commission salaries and wages. Historical Commission expenses, $6,200. Debt expenses, $12,391,192. Country Club Enterprise, salary and wages, $164,198. Country Club expenses, $599,764. Sewer Enterprise, salaries and wages, $1,023,249. Sewer Enterprise expenses, $608,565. Sewer Enterprise debt, $524,550. Wastewater treatment plant, salary and wages, $33,274. Wastewater treatment plant expenses, $5,919,618. Water Enterprise, salaries and wages, $821,160. Water Enterprise expenses, $2,505,176. Water Enterprise debt, $1,187,780. Stormwater, a new listing in our budget. Stormwater, salaries and wages, $130,627. Question, stormwater, okay? Stormwater expenses, $432,028. Question. And then I believe I'm supposed to read this one, stormwater one-time capital articles, $314,000. Question on all three of those.
I have a question.
Yep, hang on just a second. What's your question?
The question is on Council on Aging, salary and wages.
You want to go back to that? Let me just go back, hang on. Council on Aging, let me just find that here. What page was it on? It was on the same page. Oh, right at the top. Yep, I missed it. So, okay. So you want to add, so health, all right, so, okay. And that was on salary and wages? Okay. So on that page, yes, question, yes? You want the salary and you want the expenses as well as salary and wages? Yes, I'll make note of that. Thank you. All right. So I heard questions on that page as Health Department, salary and wages and expenses. Council on Aging, salary and wages. Youth Commission, salary and wages. Recreation, salary and wages. Historic.
Youth Commission expenses.
It was Youth Commission expenses?
As well.
Oh, both, yes, sorry, thank you. Youth Commission salary, wages, and expenses. Then I have Recreation salaries and wages. I have Historical Commission salaries and wages. And I had all three lines under Stormwater. Does that cover it for that page? Okay, I hear agreement that I got that part right after a couple of corrections. And now the last page, the only line for me to read here is we have School Department, Westborough Schools, $66,996,333. Question on the schools. Okay, and I'm not going to read the Assabet line because that's just a repeat of the line on the previous 2 pages previous. So at this point, the questioned items I have heard are IT salaries and wages, planning salary and wages, insurance, police salary and wages, DPW salary and wages, sanitary landfill expenses, health department salaries and wages and expenses, Council on Aging salary and wages, Youth Commission salary and wages and expenses, Recreation Department salary and wages, Historical Commission salary and wages, all three stormwater lines, and the school department. Everyone seems in agreement? Okay. With that said, our process now turns to voting on the main motion with regard to the unquestioned items, which are all those items other than the ones I just listed. So with that said, when the light goes green, voting 1 is a vote in favor of the budgets that were unquestioned. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. These are majority votes. Voting has started. Voting has ended. Just a moment. We have 299 in favor and 72 opposed. The motion carries for those unquestioned line items. Give me a moment, please. All right, clarification from the experts, just for my list here. The one-time expenses that I read out for the stormwater is actually just summarized in that spreadsheet, but that number is actually going to be approved or disapproved or changed in a separate article, so we don't have to take that up under the budget. That's not, as I wondered about that, that isn't a budgetary line item, so we'll take the question about that up under the article when it shows up. Okay, so now, those of you who are new to the process or need a reminder, we now turn to the questioned items one at a time. And I got to go back to my first page here. And I got to start clarifying my notes. So the first question we had was on IT and communications. Who had their question about IT and communications? Can you, okay, yeah, Mr. Schaffert.
Rod Schaffert, 8 Parkman Street, and this will apply to most of the rest of the items that I questioned. But before I do that, just one remark. Somebody made the comment that as a member of the Advisory Finance Committee, I shouldn't have the right to have my own personal opinion, and I would say I would strongly disagree. In the case of this article, this item, again, these are all important things to the town of Westborough. I fully support them, but not this year. This year, we are seeing tremendous tax increases. The articles I questioned are one where we're adding salary by adding new positions. I don't think this is the year to do it. Let's do it next year. Let's do it in the fall, but not now. Thank you.
Mr. Schaffert, I will just let you know that if you conclude your remarks now, you haven't actually made an amendment to change the amount. Would you like to add an amendment?
Could I amend the amount to not add the salary increase for the new position? I don't have that number in front of me.
Somebody has to tell me the number, so somebody needs to calculate, and if somebody isn't willing to do it, then we'll just have to move on and not have another number to vote on. But let me just see if they can give me a rough estimate. Does anyone want to provide that? I can't make you. Okay, nope, okay. Let's take a vote. So, without anybody...
Could Mr. Stockman provide that number, please?
Yes, Mr. Stockman. Oh, Mr. Okay, all right, Mr. Stockman. Okay, I forgot Mr. Stockman running the laptop also is the manager of the IT and communications, and I forgot which line item we were on.
The additional
so,
amount
pardon my
is
stupidity.
The
Yeah,
additional,
Mr. Stockman.
Mark Stockman, IT Director, the additional amount is $19,730.
So you would like an amendment to reduce that by $19,730, Mr. Schaffert? I'll do the math later if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on IT and communication salaries and wages? Just so you know, if you've questioned other items, it would be helpful if you could come up with an alternate number, or else I have no choice but to vote on what was the motion that's been made. All right, I see no other debate on this item. Our bylaw says that in motions that differ only, oh, okay, sorry, I did not see who. Oh, Mark, yeah, go ahead, sorry. You can give a brief presentation, sure. I mean, how much you need? Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Okay, Mr. Stockman will now give a presentation on what the new position is. Thank you. I didn't see
Mark
your hand
Stockman, your IT Director. I'll try to go very quick. Staffing for GIS has not changed in 8 years. It's been expanding. We're doing a lot of work for DPW now. More departments and staff are requesting services, and we have increased capabilities. The reasons to increase the hours, we have a new stormwater utility starting in fiscal '25. The current GIS workload is already limiting certain GIS operations. The IT director can no longer share the GIS burden because of the high demand associated with IT operations. And actually, I probably should rephrase that. Essentially what's going to happen is now the IT operations side of things is now going to be doing more of the GIS operations. So it's taking away from IT operations. This is a natural progression. More than half the dashboard communities have at least one full-time GIS position. And then it should be working the other way around, where the GIS side is helping the IT side, not the IT side is helping the GIS side. And these are all the things. We cover a lot of ground in GIS operations, and I'll just leave this up here.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Mr. George, do you want to remark on this?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. The problems with IT in general are security. The things you have to go through to make sure that you're protected have gotten much more stringent. So the fact that we can even keep up is laudable. So I commend the fact that they've been able to do this with the increase in the budget is minimal compared to what the ramifications are if we don't do the right things to keep the town safe, because ransomware is out there and it wants to get you.
Thank you. Before we move on to the vote or whatever, I know there's a lot of voters coming in. Believe it or not, it may not look it from the back, but there are plenty of seats. I'm going to ask people to either move toward the center or toward the walls to make the seats available, or as an alternate, if you're sitting and don't want to move, but if there are open seats next to you, please raise your hand so the people in the back can see them. So especially in this middle part in the center, people are very gracious about letting you slide by and get seated. I don't want people to stand there unnecessarily, though, of course, if you'd rather stand, you're welcome to. So thank you. All right, I have seen no other debate on the main motion. So we have a bylaw that says when a motion differs only in the amount of money, that we start with the higher amount and work our way down. So in this case, we're first going to vote on the initial motion that I read, which is for IT and communication salaries and wages for $369,898. So that's the amount we're voting on now. It's the higher amount. So when the light goes on and voting begins, we're voting on the higher amount. If that fails, we'll move to the lower amount proposed by Mr. Schaffer. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 307 in favor, 72 opposed, so the original motion carries, and there's no need to go on to the amended amount. We now move to the next page in the budget. The next item that I have is Planning Department salaries and wages. Who had the question about that? If you're going to make these remarks, Mr. Schaffer, it may behoove you to just stay back there unless there's some activity up front.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaffer.
Same reason.
Yeah, okay.
Don't want to increase salaried positions this year. I believe one of Christie's slides had the impact of the added positions. Maybe if we could keep that slide up, I could tell you the amount.
Do you know what it is, Ms. Williams?
Yeah, so, well, I think Mark's pulling it up, but it's $36,253 for the assistant planner.
Thank you. We'll do the math if and when we get to that. But so, okay, so that's the motion. And similar rationale, correct, Mr. Shepard?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
These are all well warranted,
Okay.
just not this year.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, our action, as before, our action comes on the original number I read because it is higher. So our action right now will be on Planning Department salaries and wages for $207,465. So it's the larger amount. If it fails, we'll move to the lower amount. When the light goes on, we will begin voting on the amount of $207,465. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 220 in favor, 144 opposed. The motion carries at the higher number, so we do not need to proceed to the lower number. Next, we have insurance, and I believe that was where OPEB came in, and we had a question from Mr. Hashmi, so I'll recognize Mr. Hashmi first with his question.
Syed Hashmi, Lyman Street. Mr. Moderator, I don't have a motion. I just want to understand this. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I just have a question for the town manager.
Oh, could you say your name and address again, please? Thank
Syed Hashmi, Lyman Street.
Thank you.
I have a question for the town manager. When is the last time, correct me if I'm wrong, OPEB used to be funded at about $1 million, is that correct? Or $1.1 million,
Yeah.
is that correct?
Ms. Williams.
Yes.
When was the last time that it was fully funded?
It was just before COVID, so we took it out of the budget as understanding the impacts of COVID.
Okay, so how many years, essentially, it's been, what, 3+ years that it has not been funded, is that correct?
No, it's been funded every year, just not to that 1.1
Right, but,
million.
less
Can
than
we
that.
just, let's pause the back and forth and just have the questions through me, please.
I'm saying it's been funded, but at a lower level, correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, Ms. Williams, thank you, thank you, sorry. No, I have to learn the process. Ms. Williams.
Yes.
Yes. So the amount that it has not been funded has been adding up to the liability, is that correct?
Ms. Williams.
Correct.
How much is that extra liability at total now?
Ms. Williams, when you're ready.
Because
okay, yes, why don't you just make the point you're trying to make? And
what
then
I'm
we'll
trying,
get to
the
it.
point I'm trying to make, sir, is I'm just trying to understand, because OPEB is future liability that we're passing on. So if we are not paying, or have not paid it for the past 3 years, that is additional burden that we will eventually have to pay, correct? I just want to be correct about this.
Ms. Williams.
Yeah, so we have an OPEB funding schedule that we're following, but you're correct that when we don't fund it at 1.1 million, that delta adds to our net liability.
And I'm just trying to understand what that delta has been over the past 3 years.
An estimate or anything?
It's not, just a rough estimate. $1 million, 500,000, 500,000 to $1 million.
Okay, all right, let's give her a chance.
In 1 year, I think we funded. In 1 year, we funded a certain amount. I have a slide. I really don't know. In 1 year, we funded maybe I think 400,000 with free cash. Then we created the OPEB funding schedule, which funds additional 200,000 every year. So this year we're at 600,000, with 400,000 of it being RNA and 200,000 being free cash. Up till FY29, when we'll get back to 1.1 million as RNA or operational budget.
Right, but it will not be our intention to make up the loss that we have not been paying for the past 3 years.
Well, our total liability is 121 million.
Right.
So we're very far from it anyway. We have $10.9 million in that OPEB trust. So at some point, yes, we'll have to make up that delta, but there's a lot of other ground to make up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And for future people who have similar discussions, if there isn't an expected sort of change in what you want to fund, I would suggest that you perhaps ask the select board to put the topic on an agenda and let them do the research and do the detail. I've heard no other, do I see any other discussion? Mr. McCulloch, Scout down here, my side, about halfway down, gentleman standing up.
Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I have a general question as far as the medical insurance coverage. Does that fall under the total blanket of insurance here? And secondly, why hasn't Westborough spent a little time researching the GIC and going with the state insurance plans, like over 50 to 65 other towns in the state participate in that, which would kind of possibly be a savings, large savings to the town as far as insurance costs.
Okay, so two questions is the medical insurance for employees or retirees included in this budget? And then question about research regarding GIC. Ms. Williams.
So yes, the health insurance is included in the budget. The town pays 75% of those costs. The town has spent time looking at the GIC. We actually evaluate that with our insurance advisory committee regularly. And so we do look at that plan and how it compares to the plan that we're currently offering. We actually have a very favorable rate in FY25 compared to other communities.
Okay. Seeing nothing else, our action comes on the motion I read, insurance expenses, $17,470,651. When the green light goes on, all those a vote of 1 will be a vote in favor of that. A vote of 2 is opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. The vote is 321 in favor and 59 opposed. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to police department. Hang on, I've got to update my notes here. Police department salaries and wages. Mr. Schaffert, was this you?
No,
Oh,
Mr. Moderator, this was me.
Mr. Hashmi, yes. Name,
Syed
address
Hashmi,
again.
Lyman Street.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I just would like to ask you a question. As a taxpayer in town, would you agree that it's my due diligence to make sure that where my money is being spent by people that I can trust and count on? Would you agree with this general remark?
I think that's okay, but why don't you tell me where you're going and we'll figure it out.
Well, I would like to ask the police chief a question.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
I'd like to
that's
know,
that's
you
what
know,
this
my
is for. If you have a
taxpayers
particular question about the police salaries and wages, now's the time to do it.
Right,
Thank
well,
you.
my salary is paying, my taxes are paying for his salary, so I'd like to know something about that, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, ask a question. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for asking.
So I have a question for the police chief. On the cars, the Westborough police cars, you have a particular flag on those cars. Would you like to tell me what that flag represents?
Oh, can I just say, this has really nothing to do with the budget.
Well, it's because I'm being asked to pay for the police department. There's a particular flag on those cars that represents something, and I would like to know from the police chief, because I'm paying his salary, I'm paying the salary of the...
Let's just keep it brief. Okay, all right, I
That's
understand.
my only question,
all right,
sir.
All right.
What is
Menard.
that flag on your police cars?
Todd Minardi, your police chief. Are you referring to the thin blue line that's on the flag in some of our cruisers?
Yes, it's in fact, I believe it's on all of your cruisers.
No, it's actually being phased out. The cruisers that we've bought last year and this year, the flag, the thin blue line's been removed from
But what is that flag?
The thin blue line represents the police officers that risk their lives every day in support of our community.
Right, but...
Through me, please. This isn't a cross-examination, so just let him finish, and then you can ask me a question, and I
So-
can direct it to him.
What I would like to know, Mr. Moderator, is that my tax dollars fund the police department and fund his salaries.
Yep, we've
And those tax dollars are being used to make a political statement using my tax dollars, which, you know, it's fine, maybe it's fine for the rest of the community, but it says something that instead of having, for instance, an American flag or the flag of the state of Massachusetts, that my tax dollars are funding a political statement by the police department of this town.
Yep.
And I recognize there's a lot of support for the police department in this town. But for a community that, quote unquote, says it's an inclusive community, that the police chief and the police department are making such a statement using my tax dollars makes me wonder what their priorities are. And that is all I wanted
All right,
to say.
thank you. All right,
Thank
as
you.
I believe I heard the chief say, that's being phased out, so thank you. Mr. Capriolo, are you waiting for the next one, or you want to talk about police salaries and wages?
I'd like to say something to the police chief, if you mind.
Okay. Mr. Caprioli, name and address, please.
Caprioli and 9 Crown Ridge Road. First of all, that's not a political statement, that flag. That's a operational statement. As
Try
far
to
as
keep
I'm
it brief.
concerned.
We've ascertained that there's very...
It's my
although
observation.
There's
That
very little
gentleman
to
have
do with the
not an
police salaries
observation
and
as a
wages
political
budgets.
statement.
but
My observation
I
is
will
that-
give you a brief rebuttal, but this isn't the time or place to talk about the police cars. You can take that to select board. But
Well,
yes,
somebody
I'll
else
give you a
did.
brief rebuttal, so please go, please keep it brief.
Put it whatever flag you like. I'd like to compliment you on move to the corporal position. It really fits into with the department. It reflects the the military's transition from private to sergeant, and I believe you have officers that really are doing a little better than sergeant, but not, excuse me, a little better than private, but not up to sergeant, and they are on their experience, their progression, and their aptitude and ability, and it shows that they are a good fit for the department going forward. I think you made a wonderful call there, and it's very appropriate for the staff that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Seeing nothing else, our action comes on the original motion that I read for police salaries and wages of $4,424,145. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that budget line item, and pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 341 in favor, 61 opposed. The motion carries. Next on my list was DPW, including building and grounds, salaries and wages. Was that, someone want to, who would question that? Is that you, Mr. Shafford?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Shafford.
Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. I don't know if we have a slide showing the increase in salaries. And again, these are all warranted in good times. In tough times, I think we need to make these decisions with more thought.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Williams.
Yeah, so the custodian position is $59,980.
That's the new position? Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Shafford, if the larger number fails, Mr. Shafford is making a proposal.
Excuse me, were
go
there
ahead.
other salary, were we adding other positions to the DPW as well?
Were there, do you mean like re-leveling?
No. I believe we're adding 2 more positions this year.
Oh, other positions. Okay, are there other new positions?
Yeah, the other positions are in the water and stormwater budget, so enterprise funds.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. Okay, so to keep me from taking the time to do the math now, we have before us the original motion I read, which is DPW, including building and ground salaries and wages of $2,462,784. We will vote on that first. If that fails, I will do the math and tell you what the number for Mr. Shafford's proposed amendment is. But first, let's just see how the vote goes. So we're voting on the number printed in the booklet. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the $2,462,784. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 271 in favor and 105 opposed. The motion carries. The next item I had on the list of questioned items was sanitary landfill expenses. Hang on. Who had wanted to speak or had a question about that? Is that you, Mr. Caprioli?
That's the expenses, right? That was me.
Well, there is only an expenses line for salary, for
Yes,
sanitary
okay.
landfill,
That's
yes.
me. Would you put up the first slide, please?
Do you have oh, he's working on it?
Yeah, don't take my time working on the slide. When we get the slide up, I start.
Yeah, it's all right, yeah. The time starts when the slide comes up. All right.
No time until the slide
Yeah, I know.
comes up.
Yeah, don't start the time till the slide goes up.
It's taking longer than I expected.
All right,
Okay, here we go. No, that's the second slide, first slide. There we go. Right here it said WMEC recommendations. In case we don't know what the WMEC is, it's the Waste Management Exploratory Committee. And if you read the first line, PAYT, pay as you throw, is endorsed by the WMEC regardless of which program is ultimately implemented. If you're not paying attention, and I certainly am, we're going to end up with a significant change in our relationship with Waste Connections. We're not going to be able to bring our stuff in our vehicles and put it in the bins or on the belt if they ever get the belt working again. We're going to have to buy bags, and what you can get in the bag you can bring, and what you can't get in the bag, it's your tough luck. Maybe you can burn it in your backyard. I don't think this is what the people of Westborough want. I've been to that transfer station a million times or somewhere around that figure, and the people that live in this community want that relationship as it currently exists. And if you want to continue that relationship as it currently exists, you need to impress upon the selectmen that you don't want any changes in what exists. And what you need, and so this committee is trying to reduce the waste that's collected, to reduce the trash that's collected. I've told them how to reduce it. They refuse to listen. They refuse to do it right. It's enforcement. When you get the regulations for the transfer station, you read those regulations, you understand those regulations, you'll have no problem complying with them if you're not trying to throw out your living room set, because that's not covered in the regulations. But there's no enforcement whatsoever. I don't mean there's little enforcement, I mean there's zero enforcement. And they refuse to use enforcement to make those regulations apply to everyone that drives into that facility, whether they come from the town of Westborough or come from some other place on the universe. You could just drive in. Oh, I don't want to announce this to the world, excuse me. Because, why would I? Because the world already knows it. If those regulations are enforced, they'll reduce the trash collection by 50%. I guarantee you, I put my life on the line with that prediction, because I know what goes in those bins, and they are totally, totally unregulated and against the regulations. Okay, so let's get active on this so we're not adversely affected. Let's get active on this so we are positively affected, i.e., we have enforcement. Secondly, I want to point out something. Excuse me. I want to modify that amount, modify the amount to $870,000.
Thank you.
Okay.
So your time's up. So wrap up. One more sentence. Just conclude. Your time's up.
Can I explain the $870,000?
No, you.
Huh?
3 sentences. Not run on.
Just okay. No, okay, fine. Fine.
So first of all, your amendment is to change it from 809,000 to what?
870,000.
Okay. So you want to raise it. Okay.
Okay. Would you please change the slide?
Remember, your time's up. So quickly.
Okay. Slide option 2. Proposal 1 has a without single stream recycling. It's 727.55, and with single stream recycling, it's 870. We want single stream recycling. That's what we have now, the 870. Okay. If you don't vote enough money, then you won't be able to get the services, and they'll say, well, we can't, and they'll tell Harvey's, well, we can't buy the services.
Your remarks.
We can't buy the services because we didn't get enough money. Put enough money in there to continue the relationship, or you're going to end up with trash you can't handle. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we have an amendment from Mr. Caprioli to raise the amount to 870,000. So we will act on that number first. Is there the response? Yes, Ms. Marshall. Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Ms. Marshall.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. Speaking as a member of the Select Board, also I served on the Waste Management Exploratory Committee. I have been working with our town manager as an appointed member from the board to negotiate the new contract with Waste Connections, most familiar to most of us known as Harvey's, and so that's why I'm speaking. So just to keep everyone current, the numbers that Mr. Caprioli showed actually are lower. So being that we're having lots of discussions about lowering the tax rate, I think this slide will be welcome. So you can see in the first yellow row there that the current program that is being proposed, that is this budgetary line item, is an estimated cost of $683,580. That is a decrease from FY24. Let's see here. I also want to make a point that we do not currently have single-stream recycling at the transfer station. That would be an additional cost, a budgetary cost that Waste Connections Harvey has informed us. So the way we recycle today is not single-stream according to their standards, so that would be an increase, and that is presented here, as you can see on the slide. If you could go to the next slide, please, Mark. Okay, so I'm not going to read through this, but the Waste Management Committee worked for many, many months to come up with recommendations. You'll see at the very top is that all recommendations were recommended to incorporate pay-as-you-throw. And the reason for that, the sole reason for that, actually there are two reasons. One is it reduces trash. The Department of Environmental Protections, or DEP, would tell you that their statistics statewide, when communities do pay-as-you-throw, meaning you have a designated bag, in this case they would be blue, that reduces trash 25 to 50%. Keep in mind that that $600,000 number and what we're paying in our budget is based on tonnage. The more we throw away, the higher that number goes. The less we throw away, the lower that number goes. The use of pay-as-you-throw bags, the other point I want to make is that it is more equitable, meaning if I bring my living room set and put it into blue bags and throw it away, I have to pay for more bags to do that. If someone else doesn't use as much trash, they are paying for what they throw away at the transfer station. I want to be clear that this change has zero impact on individuals using what we know as Tidy Town or curbside pickup, which is a privately paid for service. Next slide, please.
Okay, I'll give you a little extra time
Okay,
since
yeah.
I gave Mr. Caprioli
Next
extra
slide.
time, but briefly, please. Thank you.
Again, this is only for this article only affects the budget impacts trash at the transfer station. In terms of enforcement, we will be doing better enforcement. I agree with Mr. Caprioli that enforcement is needed. Stickers will be required, as they always have. They will be limited to one per household because I think we know there's been an abuse of that. They'll be active for 12 months, and the cost of the sticker will be lowered. Pay-as-you-throw bags will be $1 for basically a kitchen-sized bag, and $2 for kind of a big trash barrel size. And that is all I have.
Thank you. I want to emphasize a couple of points here, and then we'll see if there's more debate. Yeah, one more thing? What?
Can you just leave the next slide up, please?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Just want to emphasize a few points. Although I know this has all been discussion about pay-as-you-throw, I want to make it clear that whichever number we vote on, we are essentially allocating a bucket of money, some number that we'll vote on, to handle sanitary landfill. We are not voting on whether pay-as-you-throw does or doesn't go. Those are contracts negotiated between the executive branch or the legislative branch. So if you have discussions or commentary, that will happen outside town meeting. I would contact the select board or the Waste Management Committee. We are just allocating money for the purposes of sanitary landfill. And I've been assured from comments at other public meetings that all of the details as contracts get finalized, all of the training and outreach to tell people whatever the rules are proposed to be will be handled in different forums. So I just want to emphasize, this isn't a vote on pay-as-you-throw or not. This is a vote on giving the executive branch of our government a bucket of money to spend on the landfill, however it eventually gets spent. So, yeah. It's what? The follow-up would be to the select board, sorry. Yeah, the Waste Management Committee has done their report and things like that. So thank you. More discussion. Mr. Caprioli?
Yes, I'd like a clarification. The
Okay.
line that Mrs. Marshall put up there with no changes doesn't mean there's no changes. Doesn't mean that there's no changes as it's currently constituted. It means pay-as-you-throw is implemented. Okay, her head is shaking up and down. That means a yes.
Okay. All right.
If you don't want to change, if you don't want to go to pay-as-you-throw, vote my amount. Because if you don't vote my amount, there isn't going to be enough to continue the current relationship. And with enforcement, I guarantee, I'll bet Mrs. Marshall there $1,000 that if they enforce those rules strategically, and that they will reduce. No,
Mr. Caprioli, stop. The point of order interrupts the proceedings immediately. The speaker's already had his time. I'd like to hear from him. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
but
yeah,
he
thank you very
gets up to
much.
2. So, Mr. Caprioli, Okay, start the clock. Keep going, please.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. If they enforce the rules, and I'll go over there and enforce, I'll make it happen personally. If they enforce the rules, they reduce the trash collection by a third. I have in my truck, Shelby, I have in my truck something I pulled out of one of the bins out there, and you tell me, I talked to the assistant of the Board of Health, and he said unequivocally, that should not be in there. And I said, why is that in there, in the bins? And he says, because there's no enforcement whatsoever. The health department admits to the town of Westborough, there's no enforcement. You put the enforcement in there, you'll drop it a third or even more. I bet you $1,000.
Okay. Gambling, Mr. Leslie. Gambling not allowed on town meeting floor. Mr. Leslie. And then, yeah.
Walter
Oh,
Leslie.
wait. Okay. Ms. Marshall, then to Mr.
Can you go
Leslie.
back to the
Sorry.
very first slide, please, Mark? Very first slide. Thank you. So just for clarification, the amendment that Mr. Caprioli has made, again, would increase the proposed budget, and it would not impact, it is within the purview of the Select Board to implement pay-as-you-throw as part of the contractual negotiation with the transfer station. So that proposal will increase the budget and will have zero impact on the pay-as-you-throw proposal. I just want to be very clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Leslie.
The Advisory Finance Committee just voted on this amendment and recommend 710 to defeat the amendment. Basically, this will increase your tax rate as we would be adding to the amount that needed to be raised and appropriate.
Okay. Mr. Walsh. You've spoken twice, Mr. Caprioli. Your allotment of time is done.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive.
Yes.
We've had issues in the past with the sanitation landfill area where enforcement has not been in place. I think that while it is within the Select Board's decision to decide how to handle the contracts and things going forward, I think that increasing the amount that we're approving to spend on the sanitation sends a message to the Select Board that what they're currently thinking of doing might not be the way that the town wants it to go. And I think that in addition to that, when, especially when Shelby Marshall was presenting, and she was talking about equity and how to make things fair, she kept jumping between 2 different concepts. One is tonnage and weight and how much people are throwing away, and the other is volume, a bag, a particular size container. And those are very different because you could throw away a chair that's very heavy versus a whole bunch of wrapping paper that's almost, weighs almost nothing. And so I think that it's important that as the Select Board decides what to do, that they focus on the weight of the trash. That is what is tracked at the State Department. That is what is charged when we have trucks moving around, when we go to send stuff off to be burned. All of that comes down to weight. When we start charging the residents by volume, it has a disincentive to exactly what people are throwing away. And what we really want to control is the tonnage that we throw away. I just want to encourage the Select Board to make sure that they're taking that into account and not jumping to some other system that doesn't really change the tonnage. Thank you.
All right. Gentleman behind you. Name, address.
Yes, Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street. I object to the Ms. Marshall saying that the committee can make a decision on pay-as-you-throw without citizen input. This should be something that this town meeting can vote for. And I see the only way to vote for that is to vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Caprioli, you've already spoken twice. That's our bylaw. Gentleman at this microphone. Name, address, please.
Adam Broders, 80 Fisher Street. I'd like to move the motion.
Okay. The gentleman has moved the question, the purpose of which is to terminate debate. As you've heard, if you've been through this earlier in the meeting or previous meetings, that's non-debatable, so we go straight to a vote. So I will remind you, as I did last time, right now we're voting just on whether to go straight to act on the vote itself, whether to talk about it or not. So when the light goes on, we're voting. Pressing 1 means you'd like to terminate debate. Pressing 2 means you would like debate to keep going. Voting is started. You can go. We're doing 15 seconds, Mark, so you can stop if it's down to 15. Voting is ended. We got one person stretching between machines back here while there's a lunch break, I think. Do you have to do it again? Do you want to revote? Okay. Okay. As long as I can read it, just show me which one it was.
271 to 105.
Okay, 271 in favor. Hang on. 271 to 105 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. So we now, based on our bylaw, we will now vote on Mr. Caprioli's motion first, or his amended amount. I want to mention that the overall main motion that envelops all of these articles, because it wasn't included in any of the further motions that Mr. Leslie made. This is a raise and appropriate, so I want to make that clear. So we are now voting on sanitary landfill expenses of a larger amount than printed on your book, $870,000. So when the light goes on, we will be voting on sanitary landfill, $870,000. Voting has begun. So voting 1 is in favor of 870. If you'd like to go to the lower amount, you can press 2 and vote no. And these amendments and these amounts are majority votes. Is that the number? Okay. So for this motion, oops, can I go back up? 129 in favor and 275 opposed. That motion is defeated. We now move to the original number I read. We now move to act on sanitary landfill expenses, $809,080. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed of the $809,080. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 307 in favor and 97 opposed. The motion carries. I will just take a moment while I flip the page here to remind people it's now 12:01. We are planning on working through lunch. However, there is food and snacks at the Women's Club and in the gym. If you think you can eat quickly and if you can try to pay attention out in there, what's going on. It's okay to come and go without leaving the building, without turning in your voting device. You can run in and vote when we get there. But I just wanted to let people know that that's still the plan. Our next item that was questioned was Health Department salary and wages. What? Yes, please state your name, address, and your point, please. Wait for a microphone. Scouts, can we get a mic just in the back row here?
Rick Kotowski, 5 Art Street. Just a question for you, Mr. Moderator.
Yep.
I want to make sure I understand this process correctly.
Yeah.
When we just voted to terminate debate, was that just on the amendment and we could have had further debate on the lower amount? Or was that terminating debate on the entire question that we were looking at?
Well,
there?
I interpreted it on the entire question because I didn't hear anyone who wanted to talk about anything else.
But we could have terminated debate on the motion and then carried on further discussion?
Yes, I suppose we could
thank
have.
you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. In the future, I'll try to remember to make that distinction. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hashmi, had you questions Health Department salary and wages?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Syed Hashmi. Mr. Moderator, I read a report that the budget for the Health Department was cut by, I think, $11,000. Can someone confirm whether that report is correct? That's my question.
Ms. Williams, do you understand the question? I didn't catch it all, so.
Do you want me to repeat it, sir?
I think I understand it.
Okay, let's let Ms. Williams have it just to stay at time. Yes, Ms. Williams.
If you look in your books, the health department budget actually went up by 10.5% overall.
So that was an incorrect report. I just want to be,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Shaver, did you have questions on this one? I see you standing there. Okay, no, not this one. Okay. So with that debate, any other discussion about health department salaries and wages? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote on the original amount that I read for $342,449. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. When the light goes out, voting will end. Yes, press. No, we're just doing salary and wages right now. This is just salary and wages, $342,449. We'll go to the question on expenses later. Yeah, thank you for asking. So pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that number for health department salaries and wages. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposed. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 309 in favor and 49 opposed. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to health department expenses. The motion on the floor right now is health department expenses, $18,455. Was there a question about that one? I had it noted that there was, but I don't know who made it. Okay, I think Ashby covered that. Okay. Seeing no further questioning or debate on health department expenses, we will vote on the number I had read earlier of $18,455. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of $18,455. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. When the green light goes out, voting will end. Voting is ended. We have 320 in favor and 38 opposed. The motion carries. The next question item I have was Council on Aging, salaries and wages. The original amount I read was $434,577. Who had the question on that? Name, address, please.
Bob Kristen, 16 Piccadilly Way.
Thank
Let
you.
me preface my question.
Can you just aim the mic down a little bit, just so I can hear better? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Bob Kristen, 16 Piccadilly Way.
Thank you.
Yes. Let me preface my question here in that I'm not proposing any changes to the amount that you just stated in the budget for this coming year, but I would like to know why the $58,321 increase, which is almost 16% over the budget last year. That's first question. And second, how is the actual this year's expenses for that category, salary and wages, running against the original budget?
Thank you. Those are your questions?
Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's give them time to start off with. The first question is, can someone explain the basis for the 15.5% increase? We'll start with that one.
So one of the increases is that additional 5 hours coming off of a grant and going into the budget. So that one position that went from 35 to 40 hours last year, that 5 hours was paid for through a grant. Now it's being paid for on the budget. A lot of the other increases are just related to employee steps, so steps and COLAs.
So is the actual this year running fairly close to the budget that we had for this year?
Yep. The next question is, how is the spending running for this year based on the 2024 budget? They're pulling that number up. Thank you. May patience, please.
We are not aware of any overrun in that line.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions or deliberations about Council on Aging wages and salaries, your action comes on the motion I originally read of $434,577. When the green light goes on, a vote of pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. There, voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 305 in favor and 51 opposed. The motion carries. The next questioned items I had were Youth Commission salary and wages and Youth Commission expenses. As we did with the Health Department, we'll take them one at a time. Youth Commission salaries and wages. Yes, is that Mr. Allen? Name, address, etc.
Peter Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way. I'm sure it was expected that the big changes here in terms of salaries and wages versus expenses was inviting questions. I happen to, thanks to Westborough TV, have looked at the March 12 Select Board meeting where this was discussed, and I'm very much in favor of what they have come up with, but I think it would be useful for everyone in the audience to see some summary presentation as to what's going to be going on here and how the people who need these important services will be receiving them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Allen. And also, since I believe there's a corresponding increase, I'll allow the discussion, although we'll vote on them separately, I'll allow the discussion to talk about a mixture of changes in salary and wages and the expenses. So, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. So as I mentioned in my earlier presentations, for fiscal 25, we're proposing a change in our service delivery model for youth and family services. Currently, we have 2 part-time clinicians. Well, we have 2 part-time clinician positions. We have a director and we have an administrative assistant in Westborough Youth and Family Services. And 2 of those positions, the director and one of the part-time counselors, has been vacant for about a year. We've had a really difficult time recruiting for these positions. Most of you know that the mental health space is very difficult to be able to fill those positions. So we looked for opportunities. We looked for the way that other communities, our neighbors, are handling providing this service. And so here you can see how long we've been vacant. So the director position has been vacant since February of 2023, the counselor position since December of 2022. We received 6 applications for the director position, 0 for the counselor position. So we started looking at those alternatives, and one of the towns that we looked at was the town of Shrewsbury. The town of Shrewsbury receives these services through a nonprofit agency, Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. It is called Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, but it is not a department of the town of Shrewsbury. It is a separate nonprofit. So we've met with several folks from SYFS, Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, to understand that model. I spoke with the town manager in Shrewsbury. We talked to stakeholders such as the police department, the school department, folks at in the Youth Commission staff. And we started to talk about the possibility of creating a similar model in the town of Westborough. So what we're proposing is to retain 1 employee position in the town. So that's why you're seeing that smaller salary, so in the salary and wages line. And we would change the administrative assistant to an outreach and resource coordinator. And they would be spending approximately half of their time in the community, really doing outreach, making folks aware of the services available, the resources, and then half their time also in the office. And then for the clinical services, we would contract with Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, who, in addition to providing the oversight that organization has, they would be employing 2 full-time clinicians to serve the town of Westborough. So fully located in the town of Westborough, they would be using offices that are located in the town of Westborough, and they would be dedicated to the town of Westborough. So in addition, we would have trainings, workshops, and groups from SYFS. And one thing that was attractive to us that SYFS has is an internship program. So they have a really robust internship program, which creates a feeder program, so they're able to fill positions. They can also bring folks in to run these groups through this internship program. Again, really important to state that all of the services would be provided in the current offices in Westborough, and then the Youth Commission would remain intact as an advisory body to the town and to the contractor. So the goal of the transition is to enhance mental health services to the community while maintaining low barriers to accessing these services. So we feel like this is a really important point about the services we currently offer, and we think that it will equally be offered through SYFS. This just talks about their structure, so their missions up here. They operate under a 12-member board of directors with 4 student liaisons. They currently employ 11 staff, but again would add staff in order to provide services through our contract, and then they have interns. So this is the proposed contract cost, so that's that expense line that you're seeing, and that's why it's gone up. So moving the money from salary and wages to expenses. We'd have the 2 full-time clinicians, and so we would fund them and their benefits, and then we get a certain percentage of the clinical director, the executive director, and business director, as well as their administrative staff. So $194,000 for the contract in the first year. So this just shows the current model versus the proposed model. So the next steps would be approval of the budget as presented, and then we could move forward with finalizing the contracts with SYFS. We've been bringing this, we have brought this to several select board meetings, and we actually also have someone here from SYFS who can answer any questions related to the provision of service delivery.
Thank you. That it?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. As I said, although we'll vote on them separately, since there's a bit of a crossover here, we'll allow discussion about Youth Commission salary and wages and expenses. Person at the microphone here, name, address, and voting device. I can see it just so I know you're a voter.
Good afternoon, Anand Dada from Quick Farm Road.
Quick Farm Road, thank you.
Question regarding your, one person, you're serving as a salaried person. I think this is a very difficult position to be. Like a single person is a challenge. I completely understand that you have completely reduced the number which you will be paying for the salary, but it's a lot of burden on one person. That's one I want to point out. And the other one I would really like to understand is that when you are outsourcing the efforts, how are you managing that, and how are you actually making them accountable for your work?
Okay, sorry, before you answer, could I just get your street number? I got the Quick Farm Road part, I didn't get the number.
17 Quick Farm Road.
What?
17,
17, thank you, sorry. Ms. Williams, do you want to address the questions?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that the town would retain one position, not a clinical position. So would retain one person to do full-time outreach and resource coordination, and then Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services would provide the clinical service. So we currently have 2 part-time clinicians in those positions. We would go to 2 full-time positions, plus we would have the clinical director would have a certain percentage of her time. So it's not really a reduction. So I want to be clear about that. In terms of making sure that it's working, the select board has actually been really strong as they've looked through contract documents to make sure that there's lots of language in there about the provision of data, so that we can follow number of clients seen, success of those cases, different groups and trainings that they're doing. So really just making sure that this was the right move for Westborough. We feel very positive about it, but to your point, we certainly want to look at the data as it moves forward.
Thank you. I see no other comments, advocacy, opponents, so in that case, we'll vote on these one at a time. So the motion before us is Youth Commission salary and wages, $68,248. When voting begins, pressing 1 will be in favor of that amount of money, pressing 2 to be a vote in opposition. Voting begins. Voting is ended. We have 331 in favor and 32 opposed. The motion carries. Since I heard no discussion during the combined discussion about Youth Commission expenses, our next action comes on Youth Commission expenses, $209,175. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that amount. Pressing 2 is in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 292 in favor and 40 opposed. That motion also carries. Moving on to the next questioned item. The next question item that I had was Recreation Department salaries and wages. Mr. Schaffert, was this your question?
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Schaffert.
So similarly, this is another position that we're adding to the town as part of salary. If we could pull up the slide that shows what the amount is, I'd appreciate it. My understanding in speaking to the rec department that the rec department will fund the first half of the year, 6 months of salary out of their reserve, which is about $300,000, and they're asking us, the town, to pick up the additional 6 months. I would much prefer to see them use the reserve or program costs to pay for the full amount, and then we can address it next year when potentially we have more money to add salary positions.
Mr. Schaffert, was there a number that if the larger amount fails, did you want to subtract out? I didn't follow. Did you want to subtract out the 31,000 or the 62?
The 31,372.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down. So you've heard Mr. Schaffert's proposed amendment would be that he would suggest that the town not fund or not give the money that's the equivalent of funding that position for half a year. Any discussion? Ms. Williams.
Yeah, I would just say that the Recreation Department currently has 3 full-time employees. So the director, a program coordinator who programs all of the fields in town, does all of the current recreation programs, and then an administrative assistant. The revolving account is a wonderful resource for the Recreation Department related to paying for all program costs. You'll notice in your books that they have no expense line in the budget. So all of their expenses are fully paid for through the revolving account. Also, all of their part-time staff. So if you're in the basketball program, if your kids do the summer programs, all of that staff is paid for through the revolving account. Fully anticipate the revolving account will equally cover program fees or program expenses and part-time staff in the community center. Adding this position as a full-time employee is consistent with how we've treated recreation in the past.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak, we will now move on to the original motion, the higher amount based on our bylaws. So we will first vote on recreation salaries and wages, $266,551. A vote of yes is a vote in favor of that. A vote of 2 is opposed. And if that fails, we'll go to Mr. Schaffert's amended lower amount. So when the green light goes on, we are voting about the original amount, $266,551. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 233 in favor, 117 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The next questioned item, hang on, I just got to update my list here. The next question item was Historical Commission salaries and wages. Who had that question? Yes, could you go to the microphone, name, address, show me your voting device, et cetera, please? No, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Christian Hedrick.
Could you just aim the mic up a little? Now
Sure.
you're taller than some people. So there we
Christian
go.
Hedrick, 38 Glen Street. I'm the chair of the Westborough Historical Commission. And I have a concern about the, basically the almost 2/3 reduction in our staffing budget. The town created the Historical Commission, and we have a modest budget and an office that is a repository of Westborough's artifacts and a variety of resources, which is normally completely open to the public. However, with this budget reduction, our publicly accessible office is now effectively closed until further notice. This change was made after our secretary of 2 decades retired. The previous budget not only allowed us to do our regular administrative business, but it allowed us to keep our offices staffed and open and available to the public for about 9 hours a week. But since February 1st, we've had no staff, no one to staff our office, and we're concerned about what the town has proposed will not improve the situation in terms of staffing. So,
So do you have an amount you would like to propose in place? Because we have to act on motions. So
Yes.
if you would like to propose a different
Sure.
amount, please make that amendment.
So considering a number of factors, I move that we reduce the staffing budget only to $10,000 so that the Westborough Historic Commission is able to carry out the duties that it's charged with, including staffing our office 9 hours a week.
Thank you. So you're requesting rather than 5,000 to be 10,000?
Yes.
And that you think, and you're saying that that will allow you to staff 9 hours per week? Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any, I mean, you've still got a little time. Do you have any additional remarks, or do you want to just see if there's questions?
We are reducing it still from 13,947, which is what it used to be. But I think that came with the seniority of the person who had the position. So we're proposing to hire somebody at basically an introductory or a introductory administrative rate, around $22 an hour or so. It's the best guess.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go with Ms. Williams, then to that microphone. Ms. Williams?
Yeah, so I did want to speak to the reduction. The former employee in that position was at a personal rate, so actually got paid significantly more than this current position would be paid. I guess I just will say that I met with members of the Historic Commission before we proposed this reduction, so a little surprised to hear this at this point. This is actually, our budget of $5,000, it allows for 20 hours per month to support the Historical Commission, which is actually more than most board secretaries. So we also have put forward information to the Historical Commission, just letting them know that because their previous employee was only 9 hours a week, our Community Development Department was already supporting the commission, and so certainly able to move forward with that. We also had some ideas about staffing of the office, but it is true that this proposal does not include keeping the office open. That's also based on looking at the guest book within the Historical Commission office, which has a very low number of visitors to that office.
Thank you. Mr. George?
Old George, 19 Robin Road. I find that whole thing appalling. All right, it's Westborough, it's paperclip money. All right, and we do have a historical commission that was put in place because this is the 100th town. So I feel that the town should actually fund whatever the historical commission needs to keep the office open, since it's such a small amount. And the fact is, it doesn't impact anything. All right, I think it's unconscionable that you would allow the woman to retire and not fund the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Is it Ms. Nurse?
Hazel Nurse, 80 Nurse Street. I was a member of the Historical Commission for a number of years, and we have been through these arguments before with the town, and they have tried to defund our office. I am concerned if the office is not open to the public, that the office will never be open to the public again. The purpose of the Historical Commission is to preserve artifacts in our town and have them available for the public to look at. Also, the office allows the public to come to the office if they have questions of historical nature. I agree with the preceding speaker and also with our commission chairman at this point. that to defund the salary for the office and essentially close the office is of no benefit to this town, and the amount of money that we're asking for is very small in comparison to the rest of the budget. I hardly support funding the office at $10,000, which will at least allow us to be open sometime during the week for the public to use this.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. Over here, name, address, and voting device, please.
Hi.
Can you just aim the microphone down so I can hear better? Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks.
I feel loud.
Yeah.
My name is Elena Moskal, and I'm here, 3 Carolyn Drive.
3 Carolyn Drive.
And I'm
Thank
here
you.
in support for the Historical Society.
Commission, just so
Commission,
yeah,
sorry,
thank-
sorry.
We all get confused.
I remember taking the Boy Scout troop there. The boys really enjoyed listening, hearing what was being said. I think it's important that we maintain our town and the history that's there.
All right.
So
Thank you
I
very
hope
much.
you fund it.
Thank you. Mrs. Allen.
Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way. I strongly support funding the Historical Commission so it can be open at least a few days. It would be great if we could fund it so it would be open every day, but at least a few. It has very important historical artifacts that all of you should be interested in and have access to, such as the arrow points and the spear points and the Stone Age artifacts we have in Westborough from Cedar Swamp that go back 6,000 to 10,000 years. It is critically important, if we care about our history, that we fund the higher amount so at least this important office and entrance into the history of Westborough be kept open. So I support this financing at the higher level.
Thank you. I was going to take a little bit of, does the Finance Committee have a recommendation about the amendment? Okay. Mr. McMahon. All right.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. Advisory Finance Committee just voted 6-3-0 to support the amendment at $10,000 for salary and wages.
Thank you. Select Board want to make any recommendation on the amendment or not? If not, that's okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, as I mentioned before, we have a bylaw that says that when motions are different only in the amount of money, we vote on the higher amount first. So in this case, we're going to start with a vote on Mr. Hedrick's motion for Historical Commission salaries and wages of $10,000. So our first vote is on the higher amount, $10,000. So when the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of $10,000. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 317 in favor and 48 opposed. The Historical Commission salaries and wages of $10,000 is approved. We do not need to move on to the lower amount that was read earlier. The next questioned items that I had are stormwater. Since this is a new account, so first of all, just to we are striking out the part that I read for one-time capital articles. Those are going to come up later. And I will allow mixed discussion and questions on salaries and wages and expenses, so we can discuss either one since it's a new amount, but we will vote on them separately. So we'll start out with what was the question on stormwater?
Yes, Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. I would recommend that we do not fund salary, wages, or expenses this year for the stormwater till we are able to recognize the true cost impact to the businesses and taxpayers. I think a lot of people are going to be surprised, and I'd rather have them react to that before we commit ourselves to spending money.
Okay, so that is an amendment to Fund 0 for both salaries and expenses and, for salaries and wages and expenses?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Pan, would you like to respond? Might be helpful I'll give you a little time to just remind us about what the Stormwater Department is since it's new.
Chris Payant, I'm the Director of Public Works. So for the past 2 years, we've been talking about implementing a stormwater utility, which would be used to fund stormwater-related activities in the town. And during that process, we identified requirements that we have that are unfunded that we need to do to maintain the infrastructure we have in our town to mitigate flooding and manage our stormwater. So that was approved to be implemented last year at this same meeting. And then since then, we've been working on the implementation. So in January, the Select Board voted to approve the rates that were proposed a year ago that would generate the revenue that would allow us to fund this program. So part of that rationale included obviously the requirement to maintain infrastructure and the fact that we have a gap in our funding for the infrastructure we maintain now. We don't have the money there to maintain it. So we wanted to find a way we thought was a reasonable way to generate the funding. And in terms of the impact, the burden goes to the rate is based on your impervious area. And so the majority of the impervious area in the community is owned by commercial properties. So large parking lots that you drive and see along Route 9. And so I assume that the comment was made because there's going to be an impact, which we broadcasted for the last 2 years, that it's going to cost some money for some of those commercial properties. But they're also generating the stormwater that we have to manage. So that's, I guess, the history. I guess what I would ask the town is if you reduce this number to 0, then tell me what you want to do to manage our stormwater, because that's what's paying for the activities we do to manage stormwater. So we reduced our expense budget in the Department of Public Works under the general fund and took money out of that budget. So your taxes, I get it, in the scheme of things, taxes didn't go down, but we reduced the budget that we have in our general budget for the Department of Public Works and took some of that money, $140,000, out of the budget and moved it to the stormwater budget. So there isn't money in our expense budget for the general budget for the Department of Public Works to maintain stormwater, because it's all in this budget. So I guess I'm not sure what you want me to do if we don't fund the budget, because there's not money in our general budget to pay for the work we're talking about. I guess the last point is the rates were set. That generates about $1.7 million. We take off an amount for assumptions about unpaid bills, credits, indirect costs. That gets us to about $1.5 million. The budget that's in front of you is basically the checking account of that budget, so it's about $600,000. And then the remaining balance of that 1.5, so is intended to go basically in the savings account. And as we build that account, that's going to fund the capital costs we have related to stormwater projects. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Pan. Mr. Shepherd.
So let me be clear. I believe we need to fund our stormwater, but I don't believe we need a separate fund to do that. And from the calculations I saw, maybe Mr. Payant could explain, I didn't see where the $140,000 were saved. But I do, and if they truly were, I'd be glad to add that back into the expenses line item on this line item. I just want to make one comment. I really don't think people are going to understand the impact. Churches are going to have to pay the stormwater fee. Schools are going to have to pay the stormwater fee. To me, it should be done as part of the regular budget that's been done the same way for the number of years. If we need to increase that budget to do stormwater repairs, we should do it under the general budget and not have it under this enterprise fund that has all sorts of costs to administer.
Thank you.
I'll just add that churches and schools pay water bills, and they also pay sewer bills as well. And this is another utility very similar to water and sewer.
Thank you. Mr. Caprioli.
Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. I want to commend the DPW director for his initiative in controlling stormwater. I personally, where I previously lived, had a problem with a town housing development, assisted affordable housing development, creating a paved area that generated stormwater that came down the hill, crossed the highway, that's South Main Street, and went into my yard. And I had to personally pipe that water through a road that went to a house behind me in order to remove that water. It is imperative that stormwater occurrences are unpredictable with development, and that they should be assessed to the source of the water, what produces the water. I think that DPW's approach is reasonable, it's technically accurate, and it addresses the source of the water, which is the problem that they are trying to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman over at this microphone, name, address, voting device, please. Thank you.
Walter Foster, 105 Adams. Just to clarify, the stormwater, there was a $400,000 increase on the DPW budget because there's not money, that was after you took money out of that to cover the stormwater. Is that correct?
Mr. Pan?
No, we didn't have a $400,000 increase in our, in the general budget. Is that what you're referring to?
On page 24, DPW, total increase was $422,000.
Yeah, that's the sum of salaries and wages increase of $236,000 and an expense increase of $185,000. So yeah, so that's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
So just is your question that went up and this is here too? What if this would have been in DPW if it weren't here, or why did the budget go up?
Yeah. Okay, I get you. So yes, our budget did go up. Two different budgets here. So our general budget, which does everything outside of water and sewer, and in this case stormwater, it did go up. And we've talked about that. The primary reason for that is because of the addition of the community center. So we have a expense cost associated with the maintenance agreement we have for that property, which is in the $170,000 range. And then we have the custodian cost, which is the thing we just voted on, that covers the expense increase. And then the remaining balance, that's any delta there in terms of increases, is just inflationary costs associated with existing contracts that we have. The costs have gone up, and we just have to pay those bills.
Okay, and so the $500,000 that is for this is that going to be ongoing? You expect that to be a $500,000 line item for going forward?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Gentleman at the microphone, name, address, please.
Steve Hart, 22 Brewer Drive. Just really following on from that question, so can we just confirm that having taken the $5.5 million out of your day-to-day budget, we're going to vote on that, but we also have already voted to pay a stormwater tax on top of our taxes. So this isn't just our taxes today, but we're going to be paying more for stormwater as it runs off our land? How does that work?
I'm not sure I get your question.
So I'm being asked here to vote on $5.5 million, sorry, $500,000. But I understand that then I'm going to have to pay a stormwater tax on top of this, or is this Really, the stormwater tax is going towards this.
The fee that you pay associated with stormwater is what that money is.
So, but that, okay, so that fee is, I thought it was a separate fee that I'm going to be paying. So it's just part of my property taxes going up.
No, you'll pay a separate fee, just like a water bill, just like a sewer bill. You'll get a stormwater bill.
Right.
The money generated from that bill, from that stormwater bill, is that $500,000 you're referring to?
Yeah, let me try. I think the question is, so this year, we're being asked to raise and appropriate this $500,000. No? Oh, was in the main motion? That's what I wanted to know. In the main motion.
I'm glad I'm not the only one confused.
Yeah, this is why I want to make sure. So was this mentioned in the main motion? I just want, because I think there are other people asking about how are we making sure that everybody understands whether this is some kind of double payment or not. Mr. Keogh, you want to explain? Thank you.
So, Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle.
Yeah, can you just hold it closer to your mic?
Hello?
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
there we
you
go. There we go. So if you'll see above in the sewer enterprise and water enterprise, right, there are salaries and wages associated with those. When you approve those salary and wage items, it allows those units to spend that money, although it is collected through rates that are charged to you on your water and sewer bills. So this is just allowing them to spend the money to support those services. This, in the same case, will be allowing the stormwater utility to spend this money to support the service that you are already being taxed on. Is that? Right.
The fees.
Right. The fees, the fees,
Yeah,
the
okay.
fees.
Yeah, so I guess the question, just to clarify, help move things along. So is the stormwater going to be a kind of enterprise fund? It
Yes.
is. Okay, so possibly the confusion is that on the chart of accounts here, it says stormwater, it doesn't say stormwater enterprise. So what I'm hearing, and people correct me just to help confusion, is the town meeting has to authorize essentially the appropriation of the money. And this, it sounds like this money, similar to water enterprise and sewer enterprise, isn't necessarily part of the raise and appropriate that goes into the tax rate. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for mentioning that. I think that was a source of confusion for a number of us.
So the money is being collected this year. The fees are being collected this year. This is allowing the DPW to spend that money on stormwater services.
Thank you. Hang on, just making some notes here. Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. My question is, when the money comes in from individuals, where does that money go? If we're approving this amount to appropriate this amount for stormwater, then the individuals receive a bill for their stormwater. Where does those funds go? In a reserve account, free cash, where do they go?
Mr. Edinburgh, you want to handle that?
The stormwater fees on the stormwater bills are collected and put into the Stormwater Enterprise Fund in the same way that your water bill and your sewer bill go into the water and sewer enterprise funds. This expenditure is coming from the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, not the tax levy.
Thank you.
And what this does is this more accurately allocates the cost of stormwater work across the town. If we were to pay for this out of the levy, the tax levy, 70% of the cost of these projects come from the residential taxpayer, 30% roughly from commercial industrial, because that's the split of our tax levy. By making stormwater related to impervious area, it's more of a 50-50 split. So the commercial properties in town that, as Director Payant said, have a greater impact on stormwater management will pay, and they're aware that they're going to pay a greater percentage of the share of the cost, providing relief to residential property owners by going through the enterprise fund.
Thank you. Mr. McMahon, did you have a question? Okay, do you want to just, yeah.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee has voted 7-2-0 to defeat the amendment in support of the original number.
Thank you. Gentleman at the back.
Jacob Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle. I'd like to move the question, please.
Okay. Mr. Clapp has moved the question, the purpose of which is to terminate debate, which, as we're learning, is a non-debatable motion. And so now our action will come on terminating debate. So what we're voting on now is stopping debate. It's not about a number of money. It's about whether we keep talking about this or not. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is to terminate debate and go straight to a vote. Pressing 2 is to continue debate. Voting is started. Voting has ended. We have 329 in favor and 20 opposed. Debate is terminated. That is a 2/3 vote. What? Oh, yeah, sure. Since it's just a report and not debate, yeah, sorry, I didn't see that you had one ready. My apologies.
Yes, the Select Board has voted 5-0 to defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry for not recognizing and seeing that you had a vote ready. All right, since I didn't hear any separate discussion, and if there's no, I'm going to declare by consensus, unless someone wants to challenge it, I'm going to vote on these 2 line items together. Anyone mind doing that? Seeing none, we'll say that that's okay. And so we are now voting on the higher amount. So we're voting on stormwater salaries and wages, $130,627, and stormwater expenses, $432,028. When the green light goes on, voting is started. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. If the motion doesn't carry, we'll go on to the next number. Voting is started. Voting is ended. We have 276 in favor, 276, and we have 82 opposed. The motion carries. And I think one of the things we've learned from that is maybe next year we can get that to say Stormwater Enterprise and fewer of us will be confused. The one remaining item that was questioned was the school department budget. Who had questioned that item? Mr. Savoy?
I wonder who did that. Dom Caprioli.
Oh, Mr. Caprioli, sorry.
9 Crown Ridge Road. This is a very big budget, by the way, in case you haven't noticed.
Can you just tilt the microphone down a little bit so I can hear you more clearly?
Say
Just
that
tilt
again,
it down
please.
toward your mouth a little bit. Tilt the microphone down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to modify the requested amount to
Okay.
66 million, excuse me. I was wishful thinking. $66,700,000. That represents a very small change of 0.5% reduction, okay? It basically has the percent change go to 5%, which is quite reasonable. If there's a problem running the schools with the amount I've recommended, the school department can come back at the fall town meeting, as they've done before, and ask for the money that they need to continue their program. There's no harm intended, there's no harm generated. I'm doing this in order to demonstrate viability of the Westborough Town Meeting. We have a new superintendent coming in, and I think we need to convey to the new superintendent that Westborough takes a $67 million expenditure quite seriously. I haven't seen that yet, but I want it to happen. I want it to be something that is done on behalf of the entire community, not just the people in this room, but the entire community that coughs up that $67 million. And I want it to be a reflection of the ability of town meeting to modify a request so that it's more in line or somewhat more in line with what we think is viable for our economic circumstances. It is not anything punitive. It is almost, and I don't mean to be rude in any way, it's almost to demonstrate that this town meeting has a viability. And the viability is that we take these expenditures seriously on behalf of all the people in this community that actually come up with the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Capriello. Just before you leave, I just want to make it clear. So your amendment is to change the number down to $66,700,000. Is that correct?
That is actually correct.
Thank you very much. Wait just a second. So, no, I just want to say, did the schools intend to give a presentation about their budget, or do you want to hear the questions and then decide? Do you want to hear a few more questions? Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. Over the past 2 years, I've advocated the school department to provide more detailed information on salaries and wages. You notice that the budget line item in the booklet does not show a breakout, but in their budget, it does. And I do commend the school department for beginning to do that. My question is, in the FY25 budget, there are two columns that represent personnel. One, FY25 GF full-time equivalents, and then its total full-time equivalents. This is on page 22. I'm asking for an explanation of the differences between those two columns. It is unlike what was presented last year, was a single column. Why the difference this year?
Would the schools like to answer that particular question, and then we'll go on? Thank you. All right.
Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. Mr. Savoy, the column that we show, the GF, is what's carried on general fund versus what's carried in grants and allocations. So the number, we just refined it with more detail, working with you and listening to the feedback. So currently we're carrying 91 faculty on grants and revolving accounts. So you're seeing the column, the 726 is carried, that's total staff, but the 600 and number there, I don't have it in front of me, is what's on general fund. Any other general questions? I'll let Joe speak.
Amber, do you want me to take the next question?
Yes.
Hi. John's taking a break. I'm going to try to run the show. Please. Mike.
Yes. My name is Joe Considine. I'm 10 Smith Street. I would like to propose an amendment to the school budget for additional ESL resources for Hastings Elementary School. I would request that Ms. Bach come up with a number for this. In my position on the Hastings School Council, I spoke to a teacher at Hastings who told me how overwhelmed she is in dealing with the issues in her classroom. A kindergarten class with 18 children, including 8 English language learners and 2 students requiring special education. This is a teacher who has been doing an excellent job at the school for many, many years. She spoke of a child trying to learn English but cries every day, and after a month, the only words in English she can say is thank you. Another child in the school is traumatized from being stuck at the border for a very long time. Behavioral issues have become more and more commonplace in our schools. It is becoming increasingly difficult for her to deal with all the kids with diverse learning needs and also provide meaningful instruction for kids who can already read in kindergarten. I fear that there is a large learning disparity between our elementary schools. She reported that Fales has 4 ELL kids in kindergarten while Hastings has 30. This disappoints me greatly. Almost 20 years ago, when I served on the town redistricting committee, which had the task of recommending a way to split our then 2 elementary districts into 3, a primary goal of that committee was to ensure that kids would get the same excellent education at each of our 3 elementary schools. I fear we are falling short of this important goal. I respectfully ask that more resources be provided to Hastings to help our teachers. We need smaller class sizes, more ELL help, and more paraprofessionals. I also ask that the school committee put in writing a policy to ensure that the immigrant children staying at our hotels and the new facility on Lyman Street are distributed evenly between the 3 elementary schools. Hastings is already overwhelmed. I have heard our superintendent state that the migrants have been distributed between the 3 schools. I would like this to be put in writing as part of the district handbook, so this will not change, this policy won't change in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just want to clarify, while I stepped away, I'm gathering you're requesting an increase to the school budget for ESL?
For ESL for Hastings.
For Hastings.
And I request that Ms. Bach supply a figure for
Yeah,
that.
okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, all town meeting does is vote on an amount of money that's given to the school department. So an amendment can be made to raise it. However, it's completely at the jurisdiction of the school department and the school committee and the school superintendent about whether that money will be used in that way. So I just want to clarify, because this also came up a few years ago. The town meeting can, unless it's under a separate article, given money for like a particular funding a program, money given to the school committee is directed by the school committee and the superintendent. So that doesn't mean we can't have the amendment. I just want to make it clear that there's no action the town meeting can take to compel that particular amount of money to be spent in a particular way. Just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, can I ask Ms. Bach to come up with a figure?
Well, I'm seeing if she's going to say something. I just want to make my remarks first. Yeah. Ms. Bach, did you have a response to the gentleman's request?
Thank you, Mr. Constantine, for your service on the school council at Hastings, and I believe that we've had an opportunity to talk about this, and that I have confidence in the L staffing that we distribute across the 3 elementary schools and up through the high school. We track the ratio of classroom balance to make sure that there is an equitable share of appropriate coverage for classrooms. That's equally important to us as it is to you. I appreciate your care to that. The ELL director will work with Dr. Daniel Mayer, the assistant superintendent, and we will look at the complete package of all service delivery needs across K to 12, all 6 schools, and the director will distribute that staff using a ratio and proportional support structure. Hastings already carries several more L staff than the other schools because of that proportional need, and I believe that they are appropriately staffed. That does not mean that there aren't very stressful days in classrooms. Let's be clear about that. There are always going to be hard days. It's a complex and difficult job. I want to be assuring to all of you that I think the quality of education across all 3 schools is excellent. I think you could speak to Hastings families and they would tell you such. But I certainly am willing to carry back your feedback to the school committee, and they have the authority to direct me on looking at staffing further. And I certainly am happy to sit with you, as we have done on a couple occasions, and talk that through, Joe. Okay? It sounds like you're in opposition to the request to cut the budget, however, which I love, so thank you so much. I will speak to the other question, which is the interest in lowering the school budget. I would respectfully ask you to forward the budget as it has been prepared and shared with you. The complete increase this year, except for about $12,000, is all staffing for the Westborough Public Schools this year. We very selectively made a tough decision not to return in October and to request the change in salary after we settled all of our contracts in May. We made a lot of internal cuts this year, used revolving accounts, and took the responsibility of not returning to fall town meeting to request more funds, because during last year's town meeting, I spoke on town floor and I said that we had the funds necessary to cover the year. And in good faith, when we've said that, we will not return. So I had said that we had our contracts covered. We thought we were carrying enough. It turned out by the time we rolled all the contract settlements, late May, early June, that we were short for this year, up to close to $800,000. We did the internal work this year to face those cuts, defer expenditures, and to cut back and to use the revolving accounts more this year. So the 25 budget is carrying that gap plus the increases moving forward, which is why it's higher this year. However, all of that is in salary. So I would respectfully ask, as you've heard Joe just speak on behalf of the schools, that the staff we have are busy, they're working hard, it's a complex job, and I would respectfully ask that you support the school's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. So, Mr. Considine, given that Ms. Bach, I think, doesn't have a number, would you like to propose an amended number? I mean, we can't compel her to come up with a number, and I have no knowledge. So if you would like to propose a number, I will gladly submit that to the meeting for a vote.
No, but I have a follow-on question to Ms. Bach.
Okay. Quick follow-on, please.
Ms. Bach, I just want you to comment on my second recommendation, which is to formalize the policy to distribute the migrant children that are staying at our hotels and at the new facility on Lyman Street be distributed between the 3 elementary schools. And this be a
Briefly,
formal
please.
policy.
That's beyond the scope of the budget, but I will allow Ms. Bach to address it. But I think the detailed conversation would have to be done with the school committee.
It's nice to have an opportunity informationally to update you. Without any assumptions, and again, there's an assumption there that those students are putting an undue amount of demand on us, and I think that's a generalization. I just want to speak on behalf of families who reside in Westborough. Anyone who lays their head in this community will be schooled in the public schools. That is law. And we worked very hard because of the intensity of the influx of those families and the unpredictability of it to make sure that we are spacing those students across the community of the 3 schools. A decision of that magnitude is based upon a year-to-year decision based upon numbers. I would not commit that to policy unless directed by the school committee, because it might well be better for them to be closer to their home school area. Even though it's a hotel residence, the bottom line is their closest residential school is Hastings. If the numbers balanced back out, we would defer back to that busing because it means they're not on buses as long. But currently, we're distributing those students across all 3 schools and doing some clustering of kids in need with intensive emotional support. And that's the work of running a complex district. So the school committee has the purview to direct me on that. It is not the purview of town meeting to direct staffing, but I certainly respect and welcome Joe returning to our meetings to have further conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Please, wait for your vote. Mr. George, were you going to speak? I saw you turn away. Mr. George, were you going to speak on this, or are you waiting for something else?
Yes, please.
Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. I'm speaking as the elected member of Assabet Valley Vocational High School School Committee. School committees in general agonize over the budget in many, many, many hours over the course of many months. And although I generally agree with Mr. Caprioli and I have a great affection for him, the point is you really can't just cut a school budget by any amount, understanding what went into making that bottom line amount, all right? It's a long process. It's a lot of stuff that the state throws at you that you have no control over, and you only get paid twice a year. So you have to be sure that the money you have is there to cover whatever you need. So I'm talking against the amendment to change the bottom line budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Mr. McMahon.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee voted to not to support the amendment 520 in favor of the original number.
Thank you. I'll remember this time. Did the select board want to state, did they take a vote on this, or no? No, okay, thank you. Just didn't want to forget again. All right, it looks like we're ready for the question. So as is our bylaw, we're going to vote on the larger number first. If that fails, we'll go to the lesser number, and then we'll see how it goes. So right now, our vote is on the original number I read a while ago. That's the school department, Westborough Schools line item for $66,996,333. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that motion and that amount. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has started. Voting is ended. We have 272 in favor and 58 opposed. The motion carries. And that concludes Article 8, The town of Westborough has an approved budget for fiscal year 2025 starting July 1st, 2024. We now turn our attention to Article 9, which has to do with elections and town meeting. Ms. Marshall.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $106,900 for the purpose stated as the article is printed in the warrant.
Remarks, Ms. Marshall?
Yes. This year, as we've already discussed, the town has removed funds for elections and town meeting from the operating budget to an article as presented here with a proposed funding source of free cash. This particular budget experiences a high variability year over year due to the number of elections required to be funded. The town receives state reimbursements for early voting and extended polling hours, but this reimbursement is treated as a general fund revenue and therefore closes out to free cash rather than directly offsetting the cost of these requirements. Funding this article through free cash utilizes these funds and avoids large budget fluctuations based on election cycles and changing state mandates. The Municipal Empowerment Act proposes to change how these reimbursements are accounted for in the future, so if passed, the town may consider funding these expenses differently in the future. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Questions, comments? Seeing none, our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $106,900 for the purposes as stated in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 293 in favor and 26 opposed. The motion carries. On to Article 10, our regularly recurring articles. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. I move that the town vote to approve Article 10, Sections A, B, C, D, and F, and that the town vote to transfer and appropriate $250,000 from free cash, $20,000 from country club retained earnings, $50,000 from water retained earnings, and $50,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 10A. I also move that we move $4,500 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10B, $300,000 from the Cable TV Enterprise Fund for the purpose of Article 10C, $3,500 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10D, $53,609 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10E, and $49,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 10F as printed in the warrant. Mr. Moderator. This article represents the items that the town meeting votes on every year, as well as articles that maintain a certain funding level and are included in years when funds drop below that level. Article 10A are the reserve funds which sets aside funds for unplanned expenses with $250,000 in the general fund, $50,000 each in the water and sewer funds, and $20,000 from country club retained earnings. The funds are under the Advisory Finance Committee's control. Article 10B is the restocking of Sandra Pond. This article will pay for the restocking of fish at Sandra Pond. Donations are also used for this, but the town is annually asked to appropriate the balance in order to provide an ongoing source to adequately stock Sandra Pond. Article 10C is the cable TV budget. This article seeks to fund the fiscal 2025 cable TV budget, which is composed of funds received by Westborough TV on behalf of the town from the cable license agreements between the town and the cable providers. This article has no tax impact to the residents of Westborough. It is simply the mechanism to allow these expenditures to be recognized in the town's financial records. Article 10D is the July 4th block party. This funds the annual July 4th celebration. And Article 10E is the small business grant. This funds the Economic Development Committee's small business grant program. And Article 10F is the tuition reimbursement. This funds tuition reimbursements to meet the town's obligation under its collective bargaining agreements and personnel policies.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I'm just going to do this quickly, similar to the budget, to see if there's any questions, and then we'll vote on a block for if any are all the unquestioned ones. Any questions about 10A, the reserve funds? 10B, the restocking of Sander Pond. 10C, cable TV transfer. 10D, July 4th block party. 10E, small business grant program. 10F, tuition reimbursement. Seeing none, we will vote on them as a block. We will vote on Articles 10A, B, C, D, E, and F using the motion made by Mr. Welch. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion in its entirety. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 282 in favor and 16 opposed. That is more than a majority vote. The motion carries. Next on the warrant is Article 11, Capital Improvement Plan. This is Part 1. Article 12 will have more. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to approve Article 11, Sections A through P, and that the town vote to transfer and appropriate the following sums. $107,313 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11A, $96,530 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11B, $308,498 from free cash, and $123,000 from ambulance receipts reserve for the purposes of Article 11C, $265,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11D, $112,500 from free cash, $12,500 from sewer retained earnings, $12,500 from water retained earnings, and raise and appropriate from and through the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund, $12,500 for the purpose of Article 11E, $190,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11F, $299,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 11G, $209,000 from sewer retained earnings, $209,000 from water retained earnings, and raise and appropriate from and through the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund, $209,000 for the purpose of Article 11H, $275,000 from water retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11I, $150,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11J, $300,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11K, $65,000 from country club retained earnings for the purposes of Article 11L, $95,000 from country club retained earnings for the purpose of Article 11M, $60,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 11N, $192,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 11O, and $504,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 11P.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Sorry.
Before we do any sort of summary, would you like me to go through and see which ones are questioned, and then more remarks can be made about the ones that are questioned? Okay, so similar to how we did the budget in a previous article, I'm going to read through the A through P, and if you have a question or want further deliberations, say question and I'll mark them, and then we'll vote on all the unquestioned ones, and we'll work through the questioned ones one at a time. So Article 11A, Town Hall Security System. 11B, mobile column lifts for the fire department. 11C, ambulance replacement from the fire department. 11D, police vehicles from the police department. Was that a question? Was that a question? It was, okay. So 11D for police vehicles, we have a question. 11E, admin vehicle replacement for the DPW building department and health department. 11F, one-ton vehicle replacement, DPW. 11G, six-wheel dump truck replacement, DPW. 11H, jet vac truck replacement from the DPW. 11I, town water management improvements, DPW. 11J, town sewer system improvements. 11K, Town Sewer System, Part 2, DPW. 11L, Utility Vehicle Replacement, Recreation Department. Question on 11L, thank you. 11M, Rough Mower Replacement, Recreation Department. Question on 11M. 11N, High School Exterior Rim Repairs Design, School Department.
Question?
Question on 11N. 11O, High School C-Wing Roof Restoration Design, School Department. Question on that. 11P, High School A/B Wing Roof Replacement Design, School Department.
Question?
Question on that one, okay. So unquestioned, I have A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K. So the questioned line items are police vehicles, utility vehicle replacement recreation, rough mower replacement recreation, and the 3 high school designs, N, O, and P. Is that correct? Okay. Hearing that, these are a majority vote since they're transfers. So we will now vote on 11A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K as a block. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motions made by Mr. Johnson. Voting 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 274 in favor, 274, and we have 41 opposed. The motion carries. We'll now go to 11Q, police vehicles. Who asked the question? Can you, sorry, geez, I queue for question. Oh. Okay, I've only been up here 4 hours and 20 minutes, so with 1 bathroom break. Okay, 11D, police vehicles, for which there is a Q question. Question, who asked the question? Oh, Mr. McCulloch, is there a scout here? Mr. McCulloch, could you please make your way? Oh, no, scout's coming. Scout, could you come down here, please? Thank you, didn't see you there.
Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook
Hello.
Drive. I just have a question with regard to the police vehicles in general. It seems like you see just about every vehicle is always got to be like an SUV, and I'm just wondering if there's any difference where if you've got a detective using a vehicle, does he really need an SUV? Can't he have a regular, just smaller cruiser or something to be more fuel efficient and stuff, driving the vehicles around town?
Thank you, Chief Minardi.
Todd Minardi, your police chief. All the vehicles we purchase comply with the Green Communities Act. Ford has discontinued their sedan models for police interceptors, and that's why we use the SUVs. Again, they all comply with the Green Communities Act for their gas mile per gallon rating.
Okay, and is there, sometimes when you're driving by, seeing the parking lot with the police vehicles, it seems like there's an awful lot of extra vehicles. When I read in the report, it sounds like, geez, if you're missing one vehicle, we're sacrificing potential police protection and stuff, but are they used 24/7 kind of situation, or?
We try to assign 2 officers to each vehicle so that it has some downtime, so that they're not getting used 24 hours a day. But we also have details that require police vehicles as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and none of the police, except maybe yourself, are allowed to take vehicles home, or they all stay in the parking lot?
There's a number of officers that have take-home cruisers, members of the command staff, members of the detective unit, all people that need to respond back to the town for emergency purposes.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will now vote on 11D, the motion as made by Mr. Johnson, which is a transfer and appropriate $265,000 from free cash. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion with regard to 11D. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 257 in favor. We have 59 opposed. The motion carries. I will resist the temptation to say Q again, and I will say we now move to Article 11L regarding the utility vehicle replacement for the Recreation Department. Scout, could we have a microphone over here, my left, your right, way over to the end there? Thank you.
Chris Noonan, 13 Cross Street. I have 3 questions for someone up at the leadership table. Earlier in the day, we heard that we are basically spending about $300,000 to get the grass cut and the sandbanks fixed. Now, we also have to and that's from a private company, that's not from a public company. Now, we also have to recognize that there's probably 13 to 14 vehicles, maybe worth about 1.2 to 1.4 million, that we as taxpayers pay for. So the first question I have is, why is this arrangement in place? And when they were putting it out for bid, which they just awarded, so I'm not asking for the bid to be changed, did they actually ask the vendors as part of the RFQ for them to supply the capital equipment worth 1.4 to 1.5 million? So therefore, the expense and risk go to the appropriate person and company. That's question 1.
Do you want that answered before you go to question 2?
I can give them all, if that's fine. 2, there's a new above-ground fuel tank that's affiliated with this equipment that we're supposedly buying. We have requested from the town manager's office, who owns it? Does the vendor, the private vendor, Gulf Management, own it? Do we as taxpayers own it? If we own it, why is it within 100 feet of an open water source? Never went to Concom for approval, and so therefore we're providing another liability of which therefore we will have to fix if it leaks. We have a pretty extensive petroleum center down at Oak Street, but for some reason this one case seems to be an exception. And the third question, if you allow me, is I received a notice in email that the Golf Course Management, Inc.'s office is at 121 West Main Street, which is a golf course. So do we have a lease with this private company where they're using a public space? And if so, what is the rate for that lease? Or is this just something where the vendor decided to take it upon themselves to use a public address when they surely have their own private address internally within the town? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. We'll take those one at a time to see. I'll look to who wants to answer the first one. It has to do with why does the town pay for equipment and would the vendor provide it if asked, et cetera. Name and role, please.
Kim Foster, Assistant Town Manager. The Recreation Director and I did work together when we went out to bid for the current contract. And just to clarify, the first year of the contract is for $260,000. We evaluated a couple of models, and we understood from other courses that including the cost of the equipment and having the contractor own the equipment would likely result in significant contractual increases. Furthermore, when the town owns the equipment, if anything happens with that contractual arrangement, we still have the ability to service the course. The town owns the equipment, but it is not paid for by the taxpayer. It has been paid for out of the the revenues that come in from operating the golf course. So the taxpayers have not paid that through the general fund.
Thank you. The second question, according to my notes, was about the above-ground fuel, who owns it, and close to a water supply, things like that. So only vaguely related to vehicles, but since I guess that's where the vehicles get their fuel from, then it is enough related. Ms. Kirkland, you want to answer that one, or discussion ensues? Hang on. Okay. Ms. Kirkland.
Hi, Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. We own the gas tank.
And is there any comment on why it's so close to the water or whatever, and the town's liability? Anyone can address that?
We went through a process when it was installed.
Okay. Thank you. And then let's see, the last one was the golf course management office address. Is that a convenience, or is there a lease and a rate or anything like that? Ms. Foster.
Sure. One of the provisions in the contract is they are expected to be physically on site, and they are granted through the contractual arrangement access and ability to use that site to store their, they do supply some of their own equipment, some of the smaller equipment, but they are expected to be on site, have staff on site, so they do operate and have access to that facility.
Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Noonan.
So Golf Course Management, Inc., this private company, in this, they're basically looking for employees, and what they're suggesting to the employee is that they're not completely wedded to the Westborough Country Club. They also service large and small commercial spaces and sites. They also do other municipal sites. Now my question becomes, so we have this $1.2, $1.4 million worth of equipment that we pay for, and we have to take, and someone takes care of it, but we pay for that, along with the liability of this fuel tank. And so then what happens is, in that lease, is there a management contract, or who literally makes sure the vendor, the private vendor, is not using our equipment on other sites, whether they're in Westborough or outside Westborough, because that becomes a huge liability. Thank you.
Thank you. It's addressing essentially who manages to make sure that the Westborough-owned equipment is only used on the Westborough.
Sure. There are contractual provisions that make it clear that that equipment is only for use on the golf course site. Additionally, our golf manager, who manages the operations, is physically on site, and he is the individual who has day-to-day contact with the golf course superintendent regarding maintenance.
Thank you.
One last follow-up?
Since you didn't use all of your time, I'll give you one more counter to follow
You're so
up.
kind today, John. So then the question is, so if it's the golf pro, who used to be independent, and one of the ways we make the country club expenditure account work well is we basically took an independent salary and we moved it over to a full-time salary, so they're an employee. So that was a savings about $70,000 to $90,000 each and every year since 2001 or 2002. Oh, the light's going. So then the question becomes, who is the golf pro enforcing that factor where equipment can't leave for other sources, or who's doing that? Who actually literally is responsible for the management of that?
Ms. Foster, question is who's responsible for day-to-day management of the golf course and things like that?
Golf operations are managed by our golf manager. And yes, that was brought under the town several years ago. The care of the grounds and the facilities are managed through the contractual arrangement. That contractual arrangement is overseen by our golf course manager, who, yes, is a town employee.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Shafford.
Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street, sorry. I wonder if the building inspector could confirm that the fuel tank was properly permitted?
We got, I guess the fire chief will do. Let's see what Chief Purcell has to say.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. Patrick Purcell, serving as your fire chief. Yes, the tank was permitted through the fire department. I do not right now have the parameters that surround that. The fire prevention division did permit that part of the process, but I don't have the information as to all the details in front of me right now.
Thank you. I'm sure it's available at the fire department if anyone wishes, or at the building department. Okay. All right, let's proceed to a vote on Article 11L. Then I got to turn back to my So this is essentially appropriate and transfer $65,000 from country club retained earnings for the purposes in the warrant that's stated for Article 11L. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 260 in favor. We have 54 opposed. The motion carries. Moving on to Article 11M, the rough mower replacement, again from the Recreation Department, again a transfer from country club retained earnings. Any new questions, or were they similar questions? Scout, back to Mr. Noonan, please, if you're still here. Scout, over here, back row again. Guess I should have told you to stay there.
Appreciate the fire chief's comments. I'd like to hear from Concom whether that installation went before the Conservation Commission, since they're the ones that have regulatory authority open water bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the Conservation Committee here? Here we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Jennifer Miller, Conservation Director. To my knowledge, it has not been permitted in the time that I've been here. This is definitely something we'll follow up with and make sure it's permitted properly.
Thank you. Oh, wait a second. Hang on. You have more to say, Ms. Williams?
I just think it's an important point that it predates when Jennifer started in that position.
Okay. So it's clear, not when she was here, but maybe it was done, and it sounds like something people can look into. Okay. Quick follow-up. Mr. Noonan. Oh, Scout, you should have stayed there. Sorry. Yes. No, we're doing a different mower now, so it's still a piece of equipment.
As all administrative regulations, they all transcend whoever sits in those positions, whether they're elected or the actual responsibility here is with the town manager.
Hang on, whoa, point of order. Yeah? Yeah, can you tell us how this relates to the rough mower, please, Mr. Noonan?
Sure, because as you mentioned earlier, John, this equipment's there so the gas tank's there in order to provide gas with equipment, even though we do have a very nice facilities down in Oak Street. So the actual enforcement is absolutely about Concom. This is really an issue for the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager, who is actually in charge of our real estate, and that's quite a bit of it. 750,000 square feet, and well over $250 million. And this is the kind of stuff that makes you really wonder how well we're doing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, no, we're all set. He's done. So again, peripherally related to the rough mower. If you, I'm sure there's plenty of people in town who can do the research about the fuel thing that I wasn't aware of, but okay. Our action comes on Article 11M, rough mower replacement for the Recreation Department. The original motion was an appropriate and transfer $95,000 from country club retained earnings. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the appropriate and transfer from country club retained earnings. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 231 in favor and 59 opposed. The motion carries. We now move to 11N, high school exterior rim repairs design, a requested transfer from free cash for $60,000. We have a question, Mr. Shafford.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. I wonder if the school committee could explain how these articles were developed, who was responsible for determining that these repairs were required, and what's their relationship, or how did we go about procuring their services to evaluate these roofs?
Okay, so a question, I guess this will also preclude us having to answer it again for O and P. So it's a question about the way that essentially how the design services are procured and what the input is and what the outcome is.
Mr. Moderator, just to clarify, I wonder who evaluated the roofs originally to determine that these articles were required?
Okay, so the question also includes who evaluated that the work was necessary. Thank you. Give us a second. Mr. Durrett.
Good afternoon. Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road, Chair of the School Committee. These articles have been before the Capital Expenditures Committee for a number of years. These roofs are in tough shape. We've had consultants review them a number of times. Not necessarily the same consultant, but as we have done projects at the high school and other schools, different consultants have added to the information we've needed. The budget estimates for these on this particular article have to do with the design of the fix. And so in discussion with consultants, they would tell us what they think the estimated cost for a project is. And so for the design piece of this, we use the general, let's say, order of magnitude of what the engineer's cost would be to complete the design, and also against the total capital cost of the project. So going forward, we would sit down with the Capital Expenditures Committee and create what we think the future article would be. For those that don't know it, we have a 5-year cycle on the town's Capital Expenditures Committee, which is reviewed by a number of different groups in the town. School committee has a member of it, and other departments as well, who then, in effect, order the what comes before you as a capital project. But also, as part of that 5-year cycle, is other things. And as I mentioned earlier in a response to a similar question, based on the fact that without doing the engineering up front, we can't bring you a fixed price cost not to exceed for these projects. And so as a result of a discussion with the selectmen a couple of years ago, the discussion was that we would do the engineering first. We would do what we think the total capital cost would be, and we apply a percentage against that, which historically is between 8 and 12%. And so these items have come forward on the basis of walk around the school and look, or the maintenance that we do in repairs of the roof. I can't remember how old the roof, how many, 50? 52 years. We've been trying to fix the roof on this building in parts for 52 years. And we've kicked the can down the road to the point where we have school roof leaks that caused us this year to cancel school for one day. We've done that on the basis of the cost of the taxpayer to pay big ticket items like what you're going to see coming forward, because there are times where we can wait. We've been very lucky on this building to be able to wait 52 years before we replace it, but what happens if, in fact, all of these fail at the same time catastrophically, and kids are out of school for a month or 2 months? You cannot fix a roof in a very short period of time. That's the reason why they're before you, to try to use common sense to create an opportunity for the town not only to get a fixed price on the final bid, but also get the engineering necessary to do it right. So hopefully that's an answer that strikes. I'm not in favor of the Vermont method, which is simply, well, it's not raining, so we don't have a problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Mr. Shepherd.
Yeah, so I don't think, I guess my question is, was there an RFP issued to develop a feasibility study to evaluate the roofs? Or is this a specific vendor who provides roofing materials who's gone up there and made these recommendations?
Yeah.
Or is it the town that's taken it upon themselves to determine that this is the work that needs to be done? I just, could you be more specific in terms of who's making these recommendations?
We have had consultants to come forward to tell us that we need to engineer this roof. It isn't somebody down the street on a bicycle.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. To add on, The original, this is 10 years ago when I arrived, this is my 10th year. We had a DRA report, which was from a consulting firm that went out to bid, that came in and did an assessment of all of our buildings extensively and gave a benchmark at that time with needing to move forward on repair of the rim. And we then use Garland Roofing, who comes in and does an annual assessment of our roof, knows our roofs well, helps us do the repairs and call consultants and the work that we need to do. I don't think there's anything nefarious in that. I think this implication that somehow we have this weird relationship with a very, very large roofing company. You call a roofing company to assess your roof. So Garland has, over the years, done some very good work for us. But the DRA report was the original assessment that framed the status of all of our roofing across the district. The high school roof is very large, and with two giant sections of it being 52 years old, the rim and sections A and B, the whole front half of the high school, we need to accomplish design so that we can then have the project go out to bid. And the bid process is regulated by the state, and we're well within the compliance of the law. So I feel like the law guides our decisions. Municipalities are watched very, very closely for who you use and how you can give money, and I believe we're well within the confines of what's appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I would have thought the school department would have spent the time, and Steve Durrett would have had pictures and drawings to show people the actual condition that is so terrible as he describes it. They're in despicable condition. I'd like to know the extent when we're looking at all these roof repairs, when we had all the damage at Hastings, and Steve Durrett had the whole school built, the new piece to Hastings School just built a few years ago. Why wasn't that roof picked up as an issue back then? At the same time they're doing work on Hastings School. There's an awful lot of things here that you want money for the schools, and I see no drawings, no pictures, no contractors, engineers that have designed or looked at these buildings to say, oh, geez, yep, here, you need this whole roof, the insulation's been wet, there's been leaks, or, oh, geez, instead, you don't need a whole new roof, you just need the rubber seals resealed on the roof at a quarter of the cost.
I just will note while we wait for Ms. Boggs to respond, I will note that 11N, O, and P are specifically for design costs, so it sounds...
Thank you. for that
Design
clarity.
cost you don't waste if it's a simple repair. I think my point is the school department does not spend money in a preventive nature to basically cause the roof to go to an excessive point where the whole thing gets, the insulation gets destroyed, damaged. You don't have, I don't believe you've got anyone on your staff that goes up, looks at the roof.
Oh, goodness,
Oh,
please.
the
Okay,
seam,
goodness, yes.
the seam is
Mr. McCullough,
bad.
we don't talk about personalities. If you want to say that you think appropriate
Thank
work
you for
isn't
your,
done,
thank
that's
you for
fine.
your feedback. So your question is around, are we taking care of our roofing? A 52-year-old roof is well past its reasonable life expectancy.
We're
And
talking high school
Mr.
roofs
McCullough,
here.
no interruptions.
And there are two roofing projects in front of you today, and I want to separate those out so there isn't confusion. The first roofing project are these design request articles for the high school, which is a very large building, and it takes the three aspects of design that we need so we can prepare to be responsive to repairing this roof. When you look at the high school, you can see that A and B wing are original 52-year-old roof and need to be fully replaced. You can see here, high school A and B roof design, it's $500,000, which is rough order of magnitude 12% of anticipated total cost in the future to get the design done so that we can come forward with that request. The rim has chunks falling off of it. That's usually a good sign that it's done its job. We considered putting netting around it, pretty unsightly. We monitor it regularly. I want to give a shout out to our Buildings and Grounds Committee. They are on those roofs. Every night now, when you come to Article 19, when we're looking at the Hastings roof, anytime it rains or snows, I have one person on the roof and two inside, monitoring and managing leaks until we can replace that roof. So our staff does an incredibly good job maintaining and caring for the roofs across this district. And because of that, we've gotten a much extended life expectancy out of our roofing. We pushed the envelope too far on some of them, assuming we could continue that repair, and we ran out of time at Hastings. When you look at what we're requesting for you today, we want to be in front of coming before you with bid documents with a hard number of what it will take to complete the updating of the high school roof design. The Capital Committee, inclusive of the Select Board members, school committee members, FinCom members, and town members, will decide when we come forward with that bid and go out for bid to actually do the project. To do the project, we'll need to have design. You can see that this section of roof could advantageously be managed by using a seal coating process that could give us an additional 20 years on this roof because it's in good shape. We hope to extend the life of that roof with care and repair and management of our team to get the most out of it we can without, as you said, wet installation or other things that happen when you aren't monitoring your roof. We use actually annual assessments and updates and repair on every roof in district. This roof is 52 years old and needs to be replaced. It's that simple. The numbers are horrible. They're large. They're giant buildings. I would say any of you that have a 52-year-old roof are probably going to have to replace it. And you have a smaller house, and it's still expensive. So by the time you're into scope of 80,000 square foot roofing, it's going to cost us a lot of money. I don't feel good putting that in front of you. It hurts. I understand that. But we also have to take the responsibility to do that management because the repair interior, when we lose wall, we lose flooring, we lose ceiling, we have mold, then you're into a whole other cycle of much more extensive cost. So while we recognize that, we partner with the Capital Committee to pace these out. This is requesting design, and in the future, we'll bring forward the request to bid these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Also a reminder, just so everyone knows, if people think that work isn't being done or isn't being done correctly, we can say that, but we do not here at town meeting impugn names or anything. So it's okay to say you think more work needs to be done, but we don't allow discussion of people or personalities. We'll talk about the issues and the topics at hand and on the motion at hand. In this case, perhaps I made a mistake by not allowing the school department to make their presentation before, and if that was my mistake, so we could try to be more efficient, I'm sorry. But now let's just get back on track that we're talking about Article 11N, and if it's about the need for design in general, we can talk about that. Are you done, Mr. McCullough?
I had some follow-up questions.
Based on the Mr. McCullough, one question, yes.
I had additional questions with regard to the original high school building. I wasn't in town, I guess, 52 years ago when they say that was built. I thought it was more current on the old section of high school. But the new section of the high school where there's a new EDPM roof, rubber roof there, that should not require a full replacement of that rubber membrane roof unless you've had testing done by outside engineering people that would warrant that. And
sure.
Mr. McCullough, can I just ask, are these questions that would be answered by funding the design, or do you believe that these should be known before the design?
I think that all those questions that I have should be answered prior to even going to design.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
You don't ask a design company to come in and design me a new roof. I think what what you're looking for, if you're looking for a rough estimate for cost or expense, you would have the square footage measurements of those roof sections you want to do, and there's rule of thumb that they use in the industry for replacing roofs. Before you'd go to design, you'd have so many square feet of roof that have to be covered, and here's the estimated cost, and then you'd go look at designing, having an engineer go design it once you know that the funding is in place to take the project through. Maybe if you go to design this year, maybe there's some new product on the market 2 or 3 years from now, and that's when you end up getting the money, and you should have used a whole different product on the replacement.
So I'll offer one clarification for you. C-Wing, as you can see in the picture, which is the newer section you're referencing, is not 52 years old, it's 22 years old. And actually, we are using a new product. You just said new products. We're actually moving to use a new product, and that is a seal coating product, which leaves all of the existing insulation, roofing, and infrastructure in place, which is both environmentally sound and economically sound. It lowers substantially the cost of dealing with that large C section, but it needs to be done when it's advantageous, where the roof is in good enough repair. They came in and they basically use a laser penetration to look at the health of that rubber topping that, I'm such a good engineer. Anyway, that stuff on top of the roof.
The EPDM,
They basically come in and they assess that, and if it's substantially stable enough and has been well repaired, which it is, they can come in and do a seal coating, and we get an additional 20-year warranty on that very large section of roofing, which is more than half the cost less, because you're not paying for the installation, you're not paying for the complete refurbishment. You're basically leaving all of that infrastructure in place and then doing that seal coat. So we've done what's most cost effective to stretch out the lives of these roofs and to also save dumping all that stuff in the dump. And yet A and B will need to be fully repaired because they're well past our capacity to just put seal coat on them.
Thank you.
So we are being responsive, and we definitely know the square footage of every one of our roofs and what it would cost to do the work when we bring our design people in.
Thank you very much.
appreciate-
Mr. McCall, I think your time's done. You've spoken twice and you used up your time, so thank you. You can cycle back. So anyway, next person at that microphone, please. Name, address, and voting device, please.
Yeah, hi.
Name and address, please.
Donald Gilbert, 26 Charles Street. I just, if you feel a little pushback on some of the spending projects, this is absolutely an essential, important thing. We don't want fascia falling off onto the students. But if this existed this way for 52 years, or was something out there, why did we do the gold-plated job on fails? Why did we spend too much on 1500 Union? So, times were good when you did fails. But here we go. Here's something that's more of a maintenance thing. It's not sexy, and you're getting some pushback. And I just wonder, did you guys think about this kind of a project coming up and maybe getting some pushback after having gone, so far overboard with fails?
All right. Brief response, if you'd like, Ms. Bach. Then I'd like to.
We actually, the package of work, for those who have been at town meeting multiple years, and there are many of you who have been with us all 10, and in that time, we've actually spaced out these projects meaningfully, Mr. Gilbert. I agree with you that it's important to do so. So we've actually rotated maintenance across all of the schools. We've been staging projects forward to you for years, thoughtfully, and now we work with the Capital Committee to continue doing so. The repair of our buildings has always been cycled in a rotation, as well as the new construction where we did the preschool. You voted for that at town meeting about 8 years ago, and it's helped us with enrollment immensely. And at that same time, you voted that the building we should replace was fails. All of that's been done here at town meeting with the will of the people voting, and I don't consider any of your questions pushback. I consider them inquiry so that you can vote. Is there anything else you need to know to vote on this article?
All right, going to go to the microphone back here. Name, address, and show me your voting slip, please. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yes, you please.
Oh, over here.
Yes, sorry.
Hi. Marie Sorensen at 33 O'Neill Drive. I'm an architect and master planner. This is my first town meeting. I also own a corporate commercial architecture firm that's based here in town. I just would like, are we only voting, I apologize, on 11N right now?
We're talking about 11N, but the discussion has turned into school roof designs in general, so hoping that we don't have to repeat it. So.
I'm a senior advisory board member of Docomomo New England. That stands for the Documentation and Conservation of Modern Movement, Neighborhoods, Buildings, and Sites. I don't know if you've ever had anyone speak to your historic commission about the Westborough High School. There are not a lot of modern period resources in this town, but the high school, at least A wing and B wing, are a late modern building, and I would consider them moderately significant. I mean, they're not like top of the line, you know, downtown Boston modernism. But I don't, I guess I'm curious why we're voting on design when the description of the article seems to state that there's already been a design created for the project. So I don't want to shoot this down, but I would just like to propose for all three articles that we bring our fees for professional services into line with industry standards and not be paying 12% for roofs, which are a pretty simple design. I would recommend, and I'd like to make a motion to change the amount being asked in Article 11N to a 10% design fee, which would be $50,000.
Thank you. Let me just make note of that. So you're requesting that the 60 be reduced to 50.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other, does that conclude your remarks?
I would recommend that an architect be hired to create a design that's in keeping with the historic character of the building, and specifically an architect with a preservation consultant on staff.
Thank you.
Or as a sub-consultant.
Thank you, and welcome to town meeting. Thank you for being here. Ms. Bach, any brief response before I go to the next speaker?
I am just keeping track of what I want to say here.
Okay, we'll try to keep it focused on the amendment if you can.
The amendment, I mean, I think, again, we've really worked hard to keep our numbers as tight as possible when we come before you, but we've also known that the inflation cost in building has like stumped us on multiple opportunities here at town meeting. I would love to keep any of our costs in line with industry standard, but industry standard in the last 2 years has been out of control. So in looking at the 60,000, we've gone from, we used to carry 10%, we moved to carrying 12 so that we didn't have to come back and ask for more money. So again, it's for the purposes of making sure that we have enough funding and don't have to wait. We only have 2 times a year to come forward to town meeting to request funding. And so if we put it out to bid and it comes in higher, then we have to wait. We can always return funding not expended against design back to the town. We can return funds not expended towards the project costs. So it's always more appropriate to have 10,000 left at the end and roll it back to the town or roll it into the cost of the project here at town meeting. But if we are under costs, we're stuck, and then we're waiting until spring. So again, well, fall next year would be the next opportunity we would have to come back here and make a correction. So I respect your desire to keep the funding tight, but that has really been difficult for us, and I would respectfully ask that you maintain the 60.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burgess Adams Way. I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments that were made before, because I felt like it was directed directly at the school, but to really talk about the capital expenditures planning committee. I've been the select board representative on that for a number of years, and as was mentioned, there's other representatives from town boards, but also citizens on that. And we've really worked hard over the last few years under the direction of our assistant town manager to expand out the role there, to really look at all projects in town with a rolling 5-year plan so that we can give to all of you an outlook of where things are coming. Now, it's a plan, things change, We're going to talk about it a little later with the Hastings roof, but those were things that have been discussed that have been in our plan. And what we're trying to do, as was said, is really vet all these things. All the departments come in front of us with their plans. We ask them for 5-year outlooks, and that will continue to go forward. So we, as the governing body here voting on appropriations, have the ability to look ahead and pace these things out. But I ask that you trust that we're doing that job. We are looking at this stuff. We are analyzing these projects. Again, this is not the schools going rogue, and I appreciate it. I don't feel like it's pushback. This is the forum to ask those questions. But I would encourage folks to look on the town's website, attend Capital Expenditure Planning Committee. All of our notes and all of that plan is out there. But this is a process we're going through. We think it's best practice. We're continuing. We continue to work to make it better. We want to go out further than 5 years, if possible. Again, it's tough because things change, but I do think that we have a robust process in place to really help us all as taxpayers prepare for these expenditures for the town. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'm going to go to the, yes, if you could aim the microphone more toward your name, address, et cetera, please.
Felicia Vatesman, 27 West Street. Move to end debate.
Okay, thank you. So there's 27 West Street? Thank you. She has moved to end debate, as we've learned if we've been here since most of this meeting. No debate to terminate debate. We go straight to a vote. It requires a 2/3 vote. So right now, when the light goes green, pressing 1 is a vote to terminate debate, and then we will move on to 11N. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition to terminate debate, which means we'll continue taking speakers. We've been at this a while, so that's a motion is in order. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 323 in favor and 30 opposed. Debate is terminated. That brings us to Mr. Johnson's original motion on 11N, which is to appropriate and transfer from free cash $60,000. If you weren't here earlier, we have a bylaw that says when motions differ only in the amount of money, we vote on the higher one first. So now we are voting on Mr. Johnson's motion for $60,000. If it fails, we will go to the proposed amendment of $50,000. So now we're voting on $60,000, Mr. Johnson's original motion. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 302 in favor and 80 opposed. The motion carries. We now go on to 11O. Since I think we have heard the same general questions. Since I've neglected to ask the first time, I'll ask the school department, do you have any additional slides you want to show the statement of 11O, or were those were shown in the discussion of 11N? Okay, just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to make that mistake twice. Gentleman at the microphone. Name, address, et cetera.
Yes, Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street. I just have something to share. I asked Mr. Durrett, the school committee chair, to prepare a return on investment analysis on the $7 million spent a few years ago for the option for the new Fail School, which included solar panels and geothermal heating as part of that new building project.
Just before you go,
Yeah.
are you going to tie this into 11O?
Yes, this is directly tied to.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Give me a moment and I'll
Thank
get
you,
to it,
because we're not here to talk about a school that's already built. Thank you. Okay, continue.
It is very relevant to compare the net costs and benefits of this option versus the prior option without these expensive additional features. The analysis reports, and I would be happy to share it with anyone here, I have it printed out. Basically, it says it will take 27 years to realize a financial benefit of the option of the solar panels versus geothermal heating versus the prior proposal for the new failed school that didn't have those options. The alternative, remember, the alternative could have been to buy green power from National Grid. I argue as a concerned citizen that this was not a wise investment and hope that our town leaders will not bring forward such expensive but largely symbolic projects in the future. So I'm just asking, I have a request that as any of these projects, if you're including an additional expense to put a more substantial roof in, to include solar panels or other expenses for this, that you do an ROI analysis. And as a citizen, I would request that we don't go for projects with a 27-year return on investment. That's 27 years of debt that we all pay. So if it's 2 or 3 years, I'm all in favor of every green project. But I just ask this to be put in consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to this microphone over here. The woman here, name, address.
Hi, it's Marie Sorensen again.
Okay, sorry, I didn't recognize you from
mic
this angle.
previously. 33 O'Neill Drive. I have 2 questions, and I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, why don't you ask your questions first, then we'll get to that.
My first question is, who was the contractor for the 3 most recent roofing projects done for the school department? The general contractor.
Wait to see if I think they're looking it up to see if they can figure it out. Mr. Durrett?
Steve Durrett. Actually, I was trying to finish a discussion on the last article, which simply is the reason why we need to get engineers involved in these projects, because if they're a certain dollar magnitude or more, we need to write specifications for the bid purposes, which is required by Massachusetts law for bidding. And that's what the engineer's cost is, at least part of. A good portion of it is writing the documents to go out to bid. And so the answer to this specific question, I believe they were all different, and they were different because they were the contractors. And they all were the minimum bidder that we arrived at based on having bid the documents out there. 3 bids were required by Massachusetts general law, and each contractor won the award based on being the low bidder. So I'm not sure what the basis of that question was. I'd also like to have an opportunity to respond to what Mr. Considine had to say about what I provided him in terms of the review. Can I answer that? Well, if anybody wants to know, we've had discourse a number of times in a written report that I provided him, and he misstated what the conclusions of that report were. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on that issue, because he has misconstrued what was said in that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Did you have another question, or did you want to go to your amendment?
No, I had a follow-up question on what Mr. Durrett had just said. What are the 3 comparable roofing products that were provided as is required, the 3 roofing manufacturers that were all considered as equal in the specifications for the roofing?
The specification that was offered was a specification for quality. And what it said was, and I'll use an example, if you go buy a steel product, you give a specification for what that steel product is. You don't care where it comes from, but that specification requires the quality. And so the contractors bid on the detail of what was required to meet the quality. And although it was mentioned that Garland has been our advisor, in working for New England Power Company for almost 25 years, I worked with Garland on almost 100 projects in roofing. And they're a very quality manufacturer of the product. They are not a contractor. Thank you.
So my next question was, who was the designer on your 3 the licensed Massachusetts architect or engineer who provided design services on?
I can't speak to that, but because of what we've been talking about, which is having engineering in hand, the Hastings job is done by GGD, who is a mechanical contractor who, dealing with all the penetrations in the roof, wrote the specifications for Hastings. I can't speak to to others in the past, but that's the one we're going to talk about soon.
Okay.
Thank you. Did you have an amendment to offer?
So may I just comment that, I'm sorry, am I allowed to make a comment?
Brief, you're
Okay,
almost out of time, but yes.
So I don't believe the question has been answered. An architect or a civil engineer are the appropriate design professionals to design a roofing system?
Oh, I don't think so. Anybody who's qualified under the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to provide their engineering services is allowed.
Okay, and I'd like
I'm a civil engineer, and I could do a roof, but in this case, because the particular engineer for Hastings had great familiarity, had already done the design, and was ready to go under this emergency requirement.
Okay, I'd
Thank
like
you.
to request a review of our, I'd like to request a review of,
Your time is up, so just make it one sentence and then we'll move on.
I'd like to request a review of the procurement compliance with public bid law of this performance
I
specification.
want to mention, ma'am, that in
Okay.
fact, the Inspector General's office was the one who authorized us to be able to do
It's just a
this.
request.
Okay, excuse me, both of you, let's just,
So-
so hang on.
My motion, I'm sorry.
Okay,
do
wait,
I get
just-
to
yeah,
make-
let me just say.
Sorry, apologies.
If you'd like to request a review, I understand, I think we got the point.
Yeah.
I think it's better taken up with the school committee or the school building committee, but I will let you, since you said you wanted to make an amendment, if you can tell me what your amendment is, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
So I'd like to propose that the $192,000 proposed design fee be reduced to $160,000, which is 10% of the estimated construction costs, which would put us in line.
So that's 160, 160?
160.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Gentleman over here, please.
Yeah, so Mr. Considine, I just wanted to, because Mr. Durrett called me out by name and refuted the figure I said, I just wanted an opportunity to defend it.
Okay.
What I said was it's a 27...
Yeah, wait a second. Wait. Yeah, wait, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. So, Mr. Durrett said you misconstrued something. I will let you make a statement saying you don't think you misconstrued it, but in terms of getting into the details, it's going to stop there, okay?
Okay.
So if you'd like to stay, you don't believe you misconstrued him.
I did not. I have the correct... You have
Okay.
to pay back all of the money that was already paid. You just can't say it's no longer losing money in 6
All right, so there's a difference here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rod Schaffert, 8 Parkman Street.
Mr. Shepherd.
So I think the concern that's being raised is that Garland is the roof manufacturer that has given us the proposed ideas of what needs to be done. They're also the ones that have provided the architect the specifications in order to bid the projects. And those specifications...
Wait, let him finish his speech, and then we can...
And those specifications basically only allow the Garland product to be used on our roof systems. So the last several projects have been Garland roofs. And the question I have is, do we as a town allow proprietary specifications that doesn't allow other roofing manufacturers to bid against them?
Thank you. Would the schools like to respond? Mr. Durrett. And then Scouts, are you still here? Could you bring a microphone down here, please, to Ms. Emery, and I'll recognize her next.
A specific answer to that question is they are not proprietary. They have written a specification of the quality of the roofs to be provided. Any roofing manufacturer who wishes to meet that quality is welcome to bid. And the whole process, as I said, went through the Inspector General's office of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And in fact, this question was discussed with the engineer, and the engineer stands by his process. This is allowed under Massachusetts law, and in fact, like I said, if you want to specify a specific kind of steel, for example, under a specification, anybody who can match that can offer their product. It's the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Ms. Emery.
Lee Emery, 5 Emery Road. I don't believe this discourse about questioning past contractors is helping us at all at this point. I move the question.
Okay, unfortunately, Ms. Emery, because you made a statement, I can't allow you moving the question. However, I think everyone gets your sentiment. Yeah. And I will refer to the gentleman here to name, address, et cetera.
Tom Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I just find it really embarrassing and offensive that everybody's second-guessing things that have been done over the years. There are many meetings that happen throughout the year where all these boards do a lot of work following the law and doing what they need to do to get us the best answer. We might not always agree with what we do, but to second guess everything that we're doing, and town meeting is not the place to ask for every little detail. Go to the meetings, become involved. This is not the place for it.
Please. This all goes faster when we just allow people to talk. Thank you. Thank you. You're done. Scout down here, I see Ms. Hensley.
Yes, Jody Hensley,
Oh, yeah, Mike.
39 Arch Street. I move the question.
Okay, Ms. Hensley has moved the question, purpose of which is to terminate debate. And as we're learning, that's not debatable. So right now, we're going to vote on whether we stop talking about 11-0. Not on the amount of money, but on whether we stop just debating it. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote to terminate debate. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 342 in favor and 32 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. As with the last motion, this one with 11-0, we will start at the higher number, and then if it loses, we will go to the lower number. So we are now acting on the original appropriate and transfer from free cash of $192,000 for the high school C-wing roof restoration design. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. So a vote of 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's original motion on 11-0, which is $192,000 transfer from free cash. Voting is ended. We have 310 in favor, 74 opposed. That is a majority and higher votes, so the motion carries. Mr. Johnson's original motion carries. We now turn our attention to 11P, which has to do with Mr. Johnson's original motion to appropriate and transfer from free cash $504,000 for the high school AB wing roof replacement design. We've just talked a lot about school roof replacement design. Anything new for someone to add? Mr. Shafford.
I promise this will probably be my last remark. I'm sure people will be very happy about this. But as you may guess, I feel very strongly about this, and there's a lot of confusion. So if you specify a Cadillac, and the only one that can meet the spec is a Cadillac, you get the Cadillac. So that's all I'm trying to say. We're spending more on our roofs than we need to be because they're being overspecified, and we're only allowing one manufacturer. The MSCBA will pay no, and there's also another opportunity, as I mentioned earlier. The NSBA has a rapid roof repair program that will pay up to 50% of the cost of the design and the construction. We should absolutely be looking at that to pay these costs. And just the final thing I would say is the MSCBA allows a max of $35 a square foot for their roof replacements. On the next project that we're going to talk about, we're paying almost $50 a square foot. So we're paying for a higher quality roof than we need, than what's being specified around the state of Massachusetts, and we really need to reconsider how we do our roof repairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shafford. The schools have any response to it? Okay, all right. In that case, I will go to the woman over here. Name, address, please.
Sophia Kogan, 26 Church Street.
Yes.
Sophia Kogan, 26 Church Street.
Thank you.
I move to terminate debate and vote.
Okay. Okay. It's there usually has to be some debate before we terminate it, but I appreciate your sentiment. Let's just see how it goes. Luckily, there's fewer people standing there, but in the spirit of town meeting, there should be some debate before we terminate. So, Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I have a question for you, Mr. Moderator, and then a possible amendment, and then maybe some comments. The question for you is, would it be within scope to change free cash in this motion or this article to a raise and appropriate?
Give me a second. I got to see exactly how it's written. While I look it up, can you say why you would want to do that?
So the rationale is I tend to be a very fiscally responsible person, and if we actually want to spend this money, I think that pulling it out of free cash might not be the best way to do it. We heard several people from the select board talk about structural deficits being created by the amount of money that we're pulling out of free cash.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at this as a way that if we want to spend this money, that we should do it and actually raise the money and spend what we're planning, raise the money so that we can spend what we want. It just seems to me a little reckless to put large budget items on and then just pay for it with free cash and not have it go forward.
Thanks for that, but I will note that the wording in the warrant, which was the warning to the citizens, specifically says to see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash, and it gives a sum or such other amount. The voters have not been warned of possibly using another source, and so that particular motion for this meeting would not be in order, but thank you for asking. And
Mr.
thank you for
Moderator.
giving me...
Mr. Moderator.
Who's speaking? Mr. Edinburgh, thank you.
May I answer just on the policy side of his question?
Quickly, yes.
Yes, very
Explain,
quickly.
if it emphasizes why using free cash,
Right.
please.
The select board's concern is using free cash for recurring operating expenses, operating budget. Those are items that occur every year. This project is a one-time expense, and therefore it fits within the strategic fiscal management policies of the town for use of free cash in a way that obviously doesn't impact the tax levy and increase the residential tax burden.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Gentleman over here, name, address, please.
West Church, 1 Baldwin Court. I move to call the question.
Okay, now we've had some. Let me say, I wrote down. How many more people want to speak, just to inform me? It's the same person who's spoken before. I will entertain that, yes, at this point, since we've spent so much time on high school roof design in general, I think we've had enough debate.
Can I make a motion?
I'm sorry, what?
Can I make a motion, please?
No, because a motion to terminate debate is not debatable, it's not interruptible, so. But we'll see what happens.
Maybe I need to be a man.
So at this point, we're going to vote on terminating debate again. So when the light goes on, pressing 1 is to stop debate. You know there's at least one more person who'd like to speak. If you'd like debate to continue, then you can press 2 and vote no. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 299 in favor and 86 opposed. That is more than a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. So we now turn our attention to the original motion by Mr. Johnson related to Article 11P for high school AB wing roof replacement design and appropriate and transfer from free cash $504,000. When the light goes on, we are now voting on Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 308 in favor and 84 opposed. That is well more than a majority vote. The motion carries. We have now completed Article 11.
Mr. Moderator, I raise
Yeah.
a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Caprioli.
Would you please explain to me whether there's some prohibition for members of the audience to speak from the microphone in front?
Yes.
Would you explain it in detail
Sure.
so everybody understands what you're saying?
Sure. As you may or may not know, I'm a member of the Massachusetts Moderators Association. We have meetings, and we exchange our experiences, and we exchange best practices. And over the course of this winter, one of the questions we talked about was essentially providing clarity to voters. And what I learned is that in many, or probably most towns, to provide clarity to voters of which speakers are officially speaking on behalf of a town board or committee or position, that most other towns actually reserve the podium at the front for those, and that voters who are speaking as legislators can use roving microphones or the standing microphones. It doesn't mean the voice carries any less weight. It has to do with making it clear to the voters whether the speaker is representing an official town board body position or not.
Can I respond to that?
Very briefly.
No, give me enough time so you understand what's being said. They're not the bosses, and we're the peasants. They don't have any more status than we do.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, Mr. Caprioli,
this woman over here, excuse me, this woman over here speaks as well as anybody up front, and she deserves the optics. The word optics is very important. She deserves the optics of being at the front of the room and speaking to the entire room. This is not a...
Yeah, okay, okay.
Somebody want to argue about this?
Okay, Mr. Caprioli, you asked me to explain my position.
Well, I want you to change it.
Okay,
because
thank you. I'll take it under advisement.
I insist that you change it, because if this town starts...
Mr. Caprioli, quiet. I've taken it under advisement. I'll think about it before the next meeting. I am not saying that anyone speaking at this podium has any more authority. I am just saying I'm offering clarity for when someone is speaking on behalf of a board or commission and when someone is speaking as a legislator. I agree that legislators have more power, but by having them be known who is speaking and whether they're representing things, that's my decision. If you would like to appeal it, I'll put it to a vote if people want to appeal it for that meeting, but that's my rule, and the state law gives me the authority to regulate debate, and I've seen it's a best practice, and that's what I intend to do. Okay, no applause, please. Please feel free to attend my office hours or to contact me if we want to have a meeting about who does or doesn't use the podium. I'll be glad to attend, but not right here, right now. It's almost 2:30, and we have much to do. Okay, we now move on to Article 12, Capital Improvement Plan borrowing articles. We have a motion to be made. Who's making this motion? Are we going to do them individually? Or are we going to, okay, individually. Okay, 12A. Who would like to make the motion for 12A? I wasn't sure if we we're going to read them all as we did before.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. I move to pass over this article. And the
Okay.
reason why is because of obviously the concerns we have this year with finances for the town. In discussion with people on this particular project, we find that we can wait a little bit, but I do want to give you a little background about what we're offering in this article. This article has gone out to bid. We do have a bid in hand that we could build this project at the $1,100,000. We did it on the basis of engineered roof design, and the unit price for this versus the high school. The high school, as was mentioned, is very expensive. It's like $52 a square foot. This would come in at $18.50 a square foot. And the reason why is that this roof is in pretty good shape. We can salvage what's already there. The insulation is dry. Although the membrane is broken in a few places, if we do this overlay for that beneficial price, we can get another 20 years out of this roof. It's 20 years old now. But on the basis of the fact that we understand, and we have done this before, for the benefit of the town, we think we can press this a little longer, and perhaps we'll come back in the fall and do it when circumstances may allow us to raise this money this way. So this would be a borrow, different than what we had talked about before. But we have been listening, and we're aware of what's going on in the town in terms of taxes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Mr. Durrett has made a motion to pass over. The implication of that is it essentially means that the town meeting takes no action. That means that nothing would happen under the warrant as presented on Article 12A. Any discussion on Mr. Durrett's motion to pass over? Yes, Mr. McMahon. Oh, right, you wanted to report out.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee voted 6-0 to support the motion to pass over.
6-2-0, is that what that was? Okay. thank
That's
you.
correct, 6-2-0.
All right, thank you. Mr. Keough.
Yes, hello, Sean Keough, 5 Yorkshire Circle. The Select Board met and vote to approve passing over this article 5-0. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on the motion to pass over, the effect of which is to essentially take no action? Seeing none, this requires a majority vote. When the light turns green, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Durrett's motion to pass over. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is started. Voting is ended. We have 366 in favor, 32 opposed. The motion is passed over. Let me just, while we get set up for the next motion, let me just take a moment here. Since things have been getting a little testy, I just want to, as I said at the beginning, I regulate the procedure here, and I said very clearly, no interruptions. Speak when you're recognized and stop speaking when I remove the recognition. So I want to read from you Massachusetts General Law, Title 7, Chapter 69, Section 17, which says, "No person shall address a town meeting without leave of the moderator, and all persons shall, at the request of the moderator, be silent. If a person, after warning from the moderator, persists in disorderly behavior, the moderator may order him to withdraw from the meeting, and if he does not withdraw, may order a constable or any other person to remove him and confine him in some convenient place until the meeting is adjourned." So again, these aren't my rules. This is the authority given to me by state law in order to regulate the proceedings fairly and justly, and as was mentioned many times, respectfully. Let's try to keep it that way, please. All right, we now turn our attention to Article 12B, the Hastings Elementary School ADA and MAAB construction. Mr. Durrett or Ms. Bach, a motion and any presentation? Mr. Durrett.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. I move the $2,600,000, $624,000 is appropriated for the purpose of funding design, construction, and project management costs to meet Americans with Disability Act and Massachusetts Architectural Access Board requirements at the Hastings Elementary School, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said sum under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and further to authorize the select board and appropriate town offices to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments, and to take all related actions necessary or appropriate to effect the foregoing.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Presentation by Ms. Bach.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. I'm sorry you're listening to me again. I'm going to do this brief presentation before we open it up for discussion, as I think that would be appropriate. So we're going to look at the Hastings project, which has had multiple returns to town meeting over multiple years, as you know, for those of you who've joined us here. We work with the Capital Planning Committee. We're running the 5 to 10 year scope of work, and this project was deemed to come forward to you now in the staging of the capital work. Hastings has an estimated value of $17,530,000. It was built in 1970. We have done an extensive amount of projects inside this building. We renovated the pre-K project where we built the preschool and renovated several of the interior classrooms to make them available for extended space about 7 years ago. We updated the library, we filled in the pit, carpeted, and did interior work, roof repairs. It has a new geothermal system, and we did some unit ventilator repair. It's had sprinklers put in and cosmetic upgrades. This is general part of maintenance and care for buildings, or a building that was from the 70s, to keep it in good shape. As we've moved forward to look towards projects on this building, you know that at Hastings, we've stumbled into a structure that has become complex, where the cost of projects, the ones that we need to do now, roof and other types such projects, triggers the need for us to be ADA compliant. Anything that is beyond 30% of the cost of the overall estimate of the building would require and trigger the ADA. And as projects have become more extensively expensive, you have some costs of projects, those I just mentioned, that have been done, and by the time you try to combine a new project, triggers the need for the ADA fix. We've tried a variety of ways to look at waiting for projects to fall off so that we would then have more cost available within that 30% window. But we've gotten into a structure where, in working with the capital committee, we know at this point we need to do the ADA repairs so the future care of the building can be managed without being told that it triggers that need. The ADA compliant upgrades will allow us to replace double doors and single doors to be wheelchair compliant, replacing sinks in classrooms and workrooms, replacing bathroom toilets, partitions, and countertops, and reconfiguring walls in the kindergarten spaces, replacing some fixtures, adding interior ramps and exterior landings where needed, regrading exterior doors and modifying grab bars. Stage access would be upgraded with a small elevator lift, and all of that gets completed so that we can do the HVAC upgrades. We were on site to you several years ago, and you voted close to $4 million of HVAC repair money, which we couldn't use because it triggered this ADA stop. So we've been carrying $5 million in working with the Capital Committee as a potential placeholder. We have a bid in hand, ready to award for the $2,149,000, which would accomplish the renovations. We're carrying $300,000 in contingency, and we will need to have an OPM, bringing the total requested cost to the dollar amount that Mr. Durrett read in the motion, $2,624,000. By completing these ADA renovations and upgrades, it unlocks our access to move forward to use the HVAC funds that are already waiting for us to do those future improvements. Everyone always asks us, what else needs to be done at Hastings? What would be coming later? As a 1970 building, it's already had the substantial repairs and updates that I mentioned to you. It has a full, new, highly functional geothermal system. What else is needed? You will see when we come before you for Article 19 that we need to do an emergency replacement of the roof. Windows eventually would need to be done at Hastings, and the HVAC, which I just mentioned. Funding is available for us to make a substantial dent in the HVAC work, and we could probably do it along in parallel with some of the ADA work once we get started. Next steps would be, with a successful vote here today at town meeting, we would award the bid and we would move forward with these upgrades. We would work through summer '24, off schedule during the school year, and summer of '25 to complete the ADA work. The roof, if voted successfully in Article 19, would move forward as soon as school closes. I would open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Any questions, comments? Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street, speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee had not voted on this previously because the actual amount was floating around a bit. And so we voted today 8-0-0, recommending the town vote in support of this at the motion. The other thing I want to update on is on page 7 of the booklet, we had a chart of capital borrowing costs, something that Mr. Beretti started about a year and a half ago. On all borrowing articles, we thought it was important to do an estimate on borrowing. Article 12B, we had it listed at the time at $1,074,000, and so here are numbers based on the new number of 2624000, with the assumption of a 4.5% 20-year loan. The interest on that would calculate to be $1,239,840 for a total cost of $3,863,840. The way the town does the borrows, they start highest in the first year and go to the lowest. And the way that works out as an approximation for the impact on your tax rate is $31 in the first year and $17 in the last year, descending somewhat linearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Seeing no one else for discussion, our action will come as a vote on Mr. Durrett's motion, as he read, to essentially authorize borrowing, et cetera, for $2,624,000 for the Hastings Elementary School project. This requires a 2/3 vote since it's a borrowing. When the light goes on, voting will begin. So we're voting on Mr. Durrett's motion for Article 12B. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 344 in favor and 51 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. We next move on to 12C, which is related to library building repair design. While the library people get set up, I just wanted to offer an extra point of clarification about the use of the podium. I understand that there's optics about being able to see and be seen. All I have said is that the use of the actual podium down here is reserved if a speaker making a presentation or wants to make remarks to the voters so they can see and be seen. You can get a roving microphone from the scouts and you can stand in the lower part of these aisles, and that way you can have the optics of making eye contact and all that. Again, my rule is just about the actual official podium being reserved. So I just wanted to make that clear. That was something that I mentioned earlier but got lost in the brief interaction with Mr. Caprioli. So anyway, Mr. Baldwin, we now move to 12C.
Thank you. I'm Ed Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street. I am a library trustee and the chair of the Library Building Committee. I move that $1,178,632 is appropriated to fund design development, detailed cost estimate, and create bid documents for building improvements to the Westborough Public Library, including all costs incidental or related thereto, that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said sum under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, said sum to be expended under the direction of the Library Building Committee, which is authorized to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments and to take all related actions necessary or appropriate to effect the foregoing.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Presentation?
So we do have a presentation, just a sec.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to take a few minutes to explain why the library needs the funding and what our plans are. We start by acknowledging and thanking the Library Building Committee. This is the group right here. Our members bring a wide range of experience, knowledge, and insight to the project. They've all put in a lot of time to get us where we are today. And we're all Westborough residents and Westborough taxpayers. We want to be sure our hard-earned tax dollars are used wisely. I also want to thank our partners, Lamoureux Pagano Associates, That's the architects, and Vertex, the owner's project manager, for providing their expertise to the project. Finally, I want to thank the many interested residents who provided us with valuable feedback and suggestions throughout the process. Did this go? Yes, it did. Okay. So just a little history. In October 2023, we came to you with 4 repair options to define the scope of the repair project. Initially, we favored scenario 1, that's the least expensive one, and that's why we favored it. Based on input from some residents and various members of town boards, we actually modified option 1 to option 1A. Instead of repairing things, which is the absolute lowest cost option, we're replacing some items, the roof and things. That increases the upfront costs, but it reduces overall costs and it makes good economic sense over the lifetime. The estimated total cost is $15.6 million. That includes construction and all of our soft costs. And that estimate is based on an in-depth schematic design that specifies major components and key details. But it is an estimate. We have estimated high when there's assumptions or when there's uncertainties because we really don't want to promise a cost that we can't deliver. We hope and expect that the actual cost will come in under this estimate. The building committee has 4 goals for the project: cost effectiveness, essential maintenance, code compliance, and program improvements. Cost effectiveness has been a key concern throughout the project. We want to do things in the most cost-effective way possible, considering both initial and lifetime costs. As I said, we're all taxpayers. We all want to get value for our tax dollars. So essential maintenance, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this because this is sort of driving the whole project. Thank you. The library, like any building, requires regular maintenance. We've been putting off that maintenance for almost a decade because we didn't want to spend money on maintenance and then do the major expansion that we hoped for but was voted down by the town in 2022. But it's time to do those repairs. And we need to do them without unnecessary delay to ensure the integrity of the building and the safety of library users. So these are some of the key maintenance things. We plan to restore the windows in the 1908 older part of the building. That's the one closer to Main Street. They are the originals. They're about 115 years old, and the wood frames are largely rotted out. We plan to replace both of the building's roofs. They both of them leak in heavy rain, and we have a leak at this moment, given the 2 inches of rain we're supposed to get today. We plan to replace the failing HVAC parts and are considering some additional upgrades. Some of the parts are at or beyond end of life and could potentially cause a catastrophic failure. For instance, we had a fan coil unit, which is one of the components, that caught fire December 2022. Fortunately, people saw it and put the fire out, but that could have been, as I said, catastrophic. Last month, the key pump in the heating system failed. If the other pump, there's 2, also failed, then we would not have heat. We plan to replace the carpet in the lower floor. That carpet's in a humid environment, and it's been there 50 years. It's, in my mind, just sort of nasty, and it's the carpet for the children's area, so our kids are sort of sitting and playing on that carpet. So as I said, we feel these repairs are necessary and should be done with as little delay as possible. Okay. When you add up the cost of those repairs, it's high enough to require compliance to building codes and the Americans for Disabilities Act. So the Americans for Disabilities Act compliance requires numerous minor upgrades. You saw Amber's list earlier with doors and railings and so on. In addition, it may also require that we add a wheelchair lift and a ramp to the front of the library. That would be the most expensive, the most expensive individual ADA item, and we are working with the town and state bodies to determine whether it's needed and whether it's legally required, and we plan to apply for a variance to not have to put that in. We're adding 3 restrooms on the main floor. That's partly to meet the code requirements, and also we've gotten many, many patron requests over the years to fix our bathrooms. There'll be multiple updates and additions to comply with current electrical, energy, plumbing, fire suppression, and structural costs. Structural codes. Our focus is on repairs and then the code compliance, but we feel it makes sense to do some program upgrades, limited inexpensive program improvements that will address key community needs while we're involved in the repair project. We're out of the library, the workmen are in there, the walls are all opened up, and so on. So let me show you. I blanked the screen by accident, wrong button there. Some of the improvements. This is a diagram of the main floor. Let's see, Main Street is over on the left. Apartment Street is down at the bottom of this map. The main improvement you'll see is we're adding a dedicated teen room with a wall between it and the adult areas to reduce noise issues. That's up here. That will restore the reading rooms to their original use. We've had several complaints about that in the past few years. We're going to add a small study room. As I mentioned, we're adding 3 new toilets. And we're adding climate-controlled local history archival storage. This is just a schematic diagram of the new teen area. You're looking from the back of the library toward the front. These curved windows on the right face the Congregational Church, and you see there's the glass wall separating the teens from the main library. And we'd be restoring the reading rooms, as I said, to their previous use. This is the reading room on the right as you come in through the front door of the library. It'll be pretty much the same as it is, but with nicer furniture. On the lower floor, we're going to replace the old carpeting, refinish all the public areas, and upgrade the meeting room's digital capabilities. Our plan changes to the HVAC system will reduce humidity problems on this floor, and it also. Excuse me. There's not actually much visible change on the upper floor. Main thing is we're adding a IT closet to get rid of the rat's nest of cables that many of you seen in previous town meetings, seen pictures of anyway. I should have to say these drawings leave out a lot of important but no less visible aspects of the project, roof repairs, changes to the infrastructure, and so on. So let me move on then to probably the big question is what is it all going to cost and where we are now. We just finished the schematic design phase. That's where the information I just presented and the designs came from. The town meeting voted us $360,000 last March. We have used $320,000 of that, so we're about 12% under that budget. Today we're asking you to fund the final design and bid. The amount there is approximately $1.17 million. During final design and bid, we take the schematic design and bring it to completion. We will be doing substantial value engineering in that phase, which is we look at the design and try to find ways to reduce costs. Then our goal is to put that out for bid in time to get the bids back for the March 2025 town meeting, when we will ask you to vote for construction, and we will have firm costs at that time. Overall, the construction is expected to take a little over 2 years. We should finish in 2026 at a total project cost of $15.6 million. And thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. As you'll see, the combination of library trustees, building committee is down here. Mr. Leslie, you're just going to report from the finance committee? Okay, quick report, please. Yep.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street, reporting on behalf of the Finance Committee. Like the last article, but slightly different. The library repair design was in the warrant, as you probably noticed, at $1.6 million, and now is at $1.178 million. So on that page 7 interest calculation, of course, it went down. The current level of interest would be $556,904, total 1735536. And again, as a average single-family home impact, it's down from $19 in the first year to $14, and $8 to $10. It'll be $8 in the last year of the 20-year loan as an estimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. I had received a request for a rebuttal presentation, no, I'm going to counter presentation, then I'll come to you, okay? Oh, it's a committee report? Sorry, I thought you were speaking. All right, committee report, then we'll get to it. So, Scout, are there scouts here? Can you bring the microphone down here, please, front of this section right here? While you're doing that, Mrs. Allen.
Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way, representing the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Our committee voted to support this article 6-2 as a major priority of the Westborough Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen. Mr. Conklin, you can, no, stand, no, were you not here for the thing about not using the podium? You can stand right there. Not at the podium yet. Okay, okay. All right. And if you need slides changed, if you have slides, Mr. Stockman will take care of them. Mr. Conklin, name, address, and then your presentation, please.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. Adding a heat pump, which includes extra framing and more electrical capacity, etc., seems it would cost more than $1 million. And so I suggest that perhaps $2 million of this $15.6 million is devoted to heat pumps. And heat pumps are Sustainable Westborough's idea of a zero carbon Westborough at no matter what the cost. So I would opt to say that we should only put forward $13.6 million instead of $15.6 for the library project to get rid of the idea of any heat pumps. Stay with the natural gas system.
Just a quick question. Stop the timer for me, please. I just had a question. Right now, we're voting on the repair design to go out to bid, which is $1.17 million. Are you going to propose a lower amount for that to essentially ask them to not put heat pumps in, or? I just want to know if to anticipate an amendment or not.
Well, no, I guess not.
Okay. All right.
So
just want to make sure.
I'm just my point is to dispense with the heat pumps and all the extra costs of zero carbon, and stay with the natural gas system that's currently in there and repair.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to miss an amendment if you were going to make one. Thank you.
Okay. I'm done. Thanks.
Oh, you're done. Okay. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Conklin has made a counter presentation just asking the various committees to not consider heat pumps and other energy improvements. Well, is this a planning board report? Or okay, well, go ahead. The microphone's here, so go ahead, and then I'll come to this microphone back here. Name, address, please, thank you.
Jim Ball, 78 Lyman Street, and co-chair of the Library Foundation. Just want to express that, as we had talked about, if the prior project had been approved last year, it is the foundation's intention when this project comes to us, and I love what I'm seeing here, to get out and fundraise as voraciously as we can and try to reduce this cost at that time. And I'm in support of this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Hang on. Yes, name, address, and your remarks, please.
Hi, I'm Jody Fredman, 7 Cook Street.
7 which street?
7 Cook Street.
Cook Street, thank you.
So I've been watching this library project and the process over the last 15 months, and I attended many of the library construction committee meetings. I also suggested to the committee ways to get the total cost down in order for the project to pass, along with a few other people. This was prior to the first town meeting when we were doing the initial large, total renovation, and then also prior to the second, actually not prior to the second meeting, just to the first. $1.2 million in a design for a $15.6 million project is a lot of money. And I am just concerned about, I would love to see, I know that the library committee has worked so hard on this, but I would love to see the cost of the project for 15.6 to go down. Some of the costs I'm concerned about is $1 million for a temporary move, $1 million for furnishings and curtains, and which could potentially be fundraised for, and higher than average architectural fees. The average is 10%, and this is over 12 or 13%. They are also including a higher cost than possibly needed for some of the repairs, such as the heating system. There are some other options. I would love to just look into these fees and find out other options and research other library projects and other grants that are still available, because I actually am a grant writer. I actually called the Grafton Library. They told me that they moved their library to a temporary church to save money. And I know we talked about that as well. So I think there are resources in town among all of us to help with this project to get it down to a more reasonable cost. I'm just commenting. Instead of 15.6, I'd love to see it more like 12 million. Our taxes are incredibly high and they keep going up. And I think fundraising is wonderful, and I think that's wonderful if the fundraising can help with this, get this down. And when it's time to vote for the actual project, I'd love to see it be a little bit more cost effective and have everyone work together. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Again, no amendment to this, just asking for keeping costs down. Yes, so would anyone from the library like to provide any response to either person so far?
Sure. Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I am the chair of the Library Board of Trustees as well as a Library Building Committee member. Nobody wants to see free space more than I do. We are very much looking into potential options for relocating the temporary library. As we all know, with the purchase of the potential community center downtown, moving the senior center, that potentially leaves options for us to use town-owned space already. But because that's still very new in that process and we don't know what will be available, we have to potentially budget for the most that we expect it could be. And that $1 million came from other library projects, and what our experts have estimated would be the need to move our library, rent potential commercial space, as well as retrofit whatever space we move into for that temporary spot. And we are doing everything we can to be really creative to use existing town spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnston.
John.
Yes, Mr. Keogh, sorry.
Hello, Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle, also a member of the Library Building Committee. Agree with what Ms. Johnston says here, and the town always prefers to use town space when it is available. I would just provide the example of our renovation of Town Hall, where we did move people around town in order to utilize town space during that renovation. So we will be careful and see what we can do regarding this project as well when that comes up next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Person back here at this microphone, name, address, et cetera.
27 West Street, Felicia Vatesman.
What's your name, sorry?
Felicia Vatesman.
Felicia Vatesman, okay, thank you.
Question, I'm assuming that you guys had some planning meetings before coming up with this and bringing it to town meeting, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
many.
so perhaps a better place for that, for people wanting to see the cost down would be the planning meetings, right? We aren't getting a new library in town. That was voted down. We are working with what we have, which is an old historic building. We're doing our best to, not we, they are doing their best to get some money to do the repairs that they are trying to get done, since they're not getting a new library, they're not getting a big restructure. So I think, it's time to give the library the funds that it so deserves and provide this community with resources that bring people to this community because it's desirable. Yes, our taxes are high. It's a desirable community. If our taxes don't increase and we don't come up with this money, we're going to have a dilapidated library that falls apart and looks like crap. And that's not going to bring people to our town. So that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Silverberg, can you run up to the microphone quickly, or, okay. Oh, the podium rule's starting to kill people, I know.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Wells Street. I agree with, I definitely support this article, but I just would like to say we're not giving the library money, we're giving ourselves a better library. And I think that you have to realize this is an important project, it's way overdue, and you all deserve a better facility than we have now.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. All right, looks like we're ready for a vote. Our action comes on...
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sorry, was there some? Who did I miss? Oh, Mr. Caprioli.
Can I
Didn't
just
see that.
ask a question? I'd like to ask, one of the problems with the library for many users is parking. Is there going to be some effort to improve the parking situation so people can use the library during times of peak usage? I think that would be very helpful for a lot of people.
Thank you. Anyone want to address the parking question from the library staff? Trustees?
Maureen Amiot, 6 Arch Street, Library Director. This question comes up often when we talk about the repair project. The library can't solve the downtown parking. And if you've been in town for a little while, you may remember a few years ago we had a parking study. And unfortunately, the results weren't what we were hoping for. The study concluded that there was plenty of parking downtown within a short walking distance to most downtown destinations. So there's not much that we can write a grant for or propose a parking structure. However, we are working closely with our neighbors at the Congregational Church to negotiate use of their parking lot as municipal parking. And I should qualify that by saying we as the town are working with them. We're working on an agreement between the town and the church. The library is the neighbor of the church, but we are not authorized to sign an agreement. So we're working with town leadership to come up with an agreement that benefits all of you for parking and takes care of our neighbor. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. Try to look a little harder this time. Okay, now I think we're ready for the vote. Our vote comes on Mr. Baldwin's motion that he read, which in essence was to essentially authorize the borrowing of $1,178,632 with all the wording that goes along with who can do what when. When the green light goes on, you'll be voting on Mr. Baldwin's motion. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. This requires a 2/3 vote because there's borrowing involved. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 333 in favor and 59 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Turning our attention to, thank you for voting. Okay, we've got a lot to do. Article 12D, Town Water Supply Improvements. Mr. Payant.
Chris Pant, Director of Public Works. I move that $2,500,000 is appropriated for design, replacement, installation, or repair of various water supply infrastructure and associated work, including all costs incidental or related thereto, that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said sum under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town. Therefore, and further, that the select board and appropriate town officers are authorized to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instrument and to take all related actions necessary or appropriate to effect the foregoing.
Okay, hang on just a second. Can all of you who are leaving, it's okay that you're leaving, just try to be quiet, and most of all, turn in your voting devices so we don't have to track you down or pay for them. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and please come back after you've had your break. Mr. Payant.
I do have a map to show you where we're talking about and give you a quick explanation.
Yep. That'd be great.
As soon
Thank
as
you.
it's brought up.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. 24. So as is mentioned in the article, I grabbed the mic and I'll apologize for turning my back, but I'm going to point here. So just to orient you, this is Route 9, this is Otis Street, this is Milk Street, Route 135, and what we're proposing funding for is there's a water main that runs the length of between these two intersections. So it's an 8-inch pipe. It passed its lifespan, and so we're going to line it and basically build a new pipe within a pipe, and this funding allows us to do that. So in 2022, you funded the design funding, the money for the design, and that is in progress, and so we're hoping later this summer it goes out to bid, and then we execute the project as described.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Questions, comments? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion with various wording to borrow $2.5 million under the authority of approval of select board, et cetera. Oh, there is a question? What? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Yes.
Sorry about that. Marie Sorensen at 33 O'Neill Drive. I just wondered if you might explain, lining inside the pipe is going to reduce the diameter and the supply amount. How is that working with the demand in that area? Is that fine?
Yeah, so we have a hydraulic model for the town that covers our entire water system, and so through our consultant, part of the process for evaluating where this application might work is running our model, and it looks at our supply and the flows, and the conclusion is that and it's a minor adjustment to the diameter. It's not the bottom line is that the model allows for us to, do this lining, this technique, and not limit or constrain or reduce the supply that we provide already.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for you or anyone else, if it doesn't look like I'm seeing you stand up, just holler out and get my attention like you just did. I do not mean to ever ignore anyone. Now I don't see anything else. Appropriate pause. Okay, our action now comes on Article 12D, made by Mr. Payant about borrowing $2.5 million with the approval of Select Board and all the other wording that he read. When the green light goes on, we will be voting on Mr. Payant's motion. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Because there's a borrowing involved, this requires a 2/3 vote. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 279 in favor and 28 opposed. That is much more than a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. We now move on to lucky Article 13, dealing with fire department core switches. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Fire department core switches, I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $19,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Any remarks?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Core switches form the backbone of the town network, providing connectivity to edge switches, other core switches, and gateway routers, which provide access to the internet. They also provide connectivity to most network devices within the building. The switches at the fire station will be 10 years old in FY25 and are no longer supported. Using older, unsupported switches is not recommended in any environment, but it is especially critical when supporting emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Anyone just raise your hand if you want to speak so I can know? I don't think she's coming to speak. No. All right. Our action comes on Mr. Welch's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $19,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 310 in favor and 16 opposed. The motion carries. It was only required a majority vote. Article 14, Historical Commission funding. Mr. Hedrick is coming down to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Hedrick, 38 Glen Street.
Could you just aim the microphone up at you just
Yes,
so
sorry.
the audio is a little better? Thank you.
The problem happens. 38 Glen Street, Christian Hedrick. I'm the chair of the Westborough Historical Commission. I promise this will be very short because the amount of money I'm asking for is very small, so I tried to make that a ratio. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $5,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Hedrick.
I use this. Okay. I have a very short presentation. All right. You're lucky. Normally these are 60 to 90 minutes, so we'll just do 2 minutes here. All right. I'll restrain myself from talking about the Fay House there. So, yep, this is what we're doing. We're asking for $5,000, and I just wanted to remind everyone that the Historical Commission is mandated to protect and preserve historic structures, properties, cemeteries, and archaeology sites in our town. So we do this in a variety of, a number of ways. We keep track of our historic properties with these things we call surveys. They're an accurate survey helps protect what we have. It helps us understand what we have. It's really the only form of documentation that we use. Survey was originally begun in the 1980s, but it remains incomplete because it's a vast amount of work. So we have to do it kind of piecemeal as we go. They're very important because they raise public appreciation. It helps the public understand the value of historic properties and why history is important, and the physical expression of that history in buildings. They're used for all kinds of purposes that I just came up with a few that I've seen them used in local classrooms. They're obviously a key part of walking tours, all kinds of tours, marker programs, in the master plan and publications, et cetera. And the master plan calls for increasing the amount of surveys, so it is a sort of mandated by them. There are currently, I don't want to overwhelm you with numbers, but there are about 248 pre-World War II buildings that have yet to be documented with a survey. So the funds requested today by us will be used to begin to document those properties. So, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hedrick. Comments, questions, proponents, opponents? I think they're just moving. Who was that? Who said they had a question? Oh, yeah. Scout, can you bring a microphone down here, please? And then name, address, et cetera, et cetera.
Is it working? Yeah. Elizabeth Hawes, 136 Upton Road, Westborough.
Upton Road?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a question, only because it came up with the GIS mapping. When you're done with this survey, is it going to be available in a format for GIS that kids can pull in and we can add more data to it or coordinate it in any way, or is that like a future project?
Okay, that's a good question. Really briefly, these surveys are more documenting the properties, and it's not so necessarily map-based. We have to sort of figure that out, exactly what the nature of the survey is going to be. Typically, it takes the form of an inventory survey, which is something that's uploaded into the Commonwealth's database that sort of houses all of these surveys. So I don't believe it links directly to, actually, it does have a link to the state's Commonwealth database. So there is a link there. Yes. So you'll be able to access it through that, I think, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, our action comes on Mr. Hedrick's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $5,000 for the purpose stated in the article. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Hedrick's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 305 in favor and 27 opposed. The motion carries. That is much more than a majority vote. Next on the warrant, we have Article 15 related to the Open Space and Recreation Plan update. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street, Chair of the Open Space Committee. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $32,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Silverberg, any remarks or presentation?
We do have a presentation, but I'll hold off of it, see how many questions there are. Really, this is a requirement that the state, from the state, that we update this plan every 7 years, which comes up this year. If we don't have an approved open space plan on file, then we are not eligible for a number of grants, including a grant that I'll speak to later, where we're applying for over $300,000. We wouldn't have been eligible to apply for that if we didn't have an open space plan. The last plan was done in-house by the Conservation Department. It's heavily skewed towards conservation. We believe that an outside consultant would provide us with a more balanced, comprehensive, and complete plan that takes open space, conservation, and recreation into consideration. And there's also incredible complexities involved with doing this update that I just don't think we have the staff hours for in-house. So I think that's it.
Okay.
If there's a lot of questions, we'll get Jen to do the presentation.
As Mr. Silverberg says, they have a presentation if necessary, but first let's just see if there are questions and comments that require that. Yes.
Hi, Marie Sorensen at 33 O'Neill Drive. Just a quick question. Do you plan to have a public input process to address things like how, for example, the new multi-gen community center might be, you know, brought into the recreation and open space plan from a walkability, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm interrupting.
Sorry, specifically from the perspective of people walking around town. It seems like that building's like at the far end of the Roche Bros parking lot, as I think of it. So how are people going to walk there and bicycle there? Is that going to be examined?
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. I feel like you've been interrupted a lot today. So the plan does involve public meetings, input. There'll be several, at least one, I'm sure more than one, but we have to go out and get bids to see what that, you know, but the Open Space Committee will ask for a consultant to do public meetings and get public input surveys, and you'll have a chance to comment on that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Also, to Ms. Sorensen and the other newcomers or whatever, I realize some people didn't realize what kind of hornet's nest they walked into coming to their first town meeting. But we welcome you, we thank you, and if you want to learn more about the process, please come see me or I'll direct you to other people to learn. I don't want anyone to feel discouraged here. It's a very tough balancing act of efficiency and effectiveness, and we're doing the best we can. But welcome, and know that your comments are welcome. So thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I see one in the middle.
I don't see it. Where?
Yeah, in this.
Oh, I see. Okay, yes. Scout, if you just, yes, and if possible, if you could stand up, or if you can't, that's okay. Just name, address, the usual. Thank you for noticing that, Mr. Silverberg.
Barbara Bray, 21 Old Colony Drive. I noticed you said that the plan which is in effect now is heavily skewed towards conservation and passive recreation. And this is a personal thing, but I would like to suggest that perhaps any future plan should be skewed in the same direction. I think that the conservation and passive recreation is very important in town, and I certainly would not like to see sections of land that have previously been for conservation be turned into yet more fields.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're preaching to the choir.
Thank you very much for yes, Mr.
Just as a
Silverberg.
response, if I could.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that we're going to diminish our focus on open space and conservation in any way. I'm just suggesting that we might give recreation a little more attention so that it's a balanced plan as opposed to just focusing on some of the picture.
Thank you. Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. In the past, the Open Space Committee has purchased open space, then used it for something else. I'd like some assurances that we're spending money to get property or accepting property, and we make sure we keep it as open space unless there's some overwhelming community need to do something else with it.
You have my assurance that I will fight that till my dying breath.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Yes, down here, Scout, and then we'll come to you at the microphone there. Scout down here first. Actually, tell you what, down this side. Actually, well, while he's coming down, why don't you at the standing microphone, Mr. Koenigsberg, is it? And then we'll go down here. So yes, down here. Well, raise your hand, and then you'll come next.
Yeah, Andrew Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street, member of the Open Space Committee, also Conservation Commission. I'm not sure what has happened in the long past, but ever since I've been on the Open Space Committee and on Conservation, if we purchase open space for passive recreation, it gets deeded to the Conservation Commission, and under the state constitution, once land has been designated for passive open space, it cannot be used for anything else without a 2/3 majority of the state legislature voting to change its status. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go down to the gentleman here. I think it's Mr. Burns. It's name, address, please.
Don Byrne, 58 Flanders Road. I wanted to actually make 3 comments. One, there was a question about getting to the new community center. There is a downtown plan being developed right now. It's going to have an April 9th hearing, and some of that is circulation to get to the things like the community center. So if you're interested in making sure that there's good biking and walking, give input to that plan. You'll also see there's a survey you can do online. The second thing is the one case I know of where open space was manipulated a little on, that was back, I was chair at the time, or just before I became chair of the committee. And it was an error by the town attorney. An unfortunate error, but it allowed a couple, 2.5 acres to be taken out of open space. And the third thing I wanted to point out is this is actually a good deal. In 2003, we did another previous open space plan, and to get a consultant to do it, which we decided not to finally in the end, we had been quoted $55,000. That was the best quote we could get.
In 2003. Okay.
In 2003.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. So while the mic's going back, Mr. Byrne was making a plug for also what's called the Downtown Improvement Scavenger Hunt, and there's a meeting in April 9th about that as well, so obviously related. Mr. Caprioli, were you wanting to speak on this?
Yes.
Mr. Caprioli.
Caprioli, 9 Cromwich Road. Relative to this study, what is the possibility that the property on at 45 High Street Extension that the Affordable Housing Trust has a desire for could be used for open space or passive recreation or some equity or something like that? There's a lot of.
I think that parcel is 30,000 square feet. I'm not sure what passive recreation we could do there other than.
Okay, so, open space can be more than 30,000 square feet, that's for sure.
Okay.
And it has sort of a watershed functionality right now.
I guess I'm not really clear how this relates to passing this.
Yeah, Mr. Gabriel, if you just focus on your comments about how this relates to whether the study should be done, that would be helpful.
Well, is this a parcel that might fall under this?
I will tell you that the Open Space Committee did not discuss that parcel.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we've escaped the need to see their full presentation with those questions handled. Looks like we're ready for a vote. Our action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $32,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant. As always, when the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 307 in favor and 17 opposed. The motion carries. That is much more than a majority vote. Next on the warrant is Article 16, dealing with a municipal decarbonization study. Do we have Mr. Dunbeck? There you are, sorry. Mr. Dunbeck, name, address, motion.
Yes, Pete Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Road. I'm the chair of Sustainable Westborough.
Mr. Dunbeck, comments, presentation?
Yes.
Oh, you want to make the motion? Sorry, I forgot. Been up here a while, in case you hadn't
Just a
noticed.
suggestion, but yes, I move that the town vote and transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $12,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbeck. Now remarks, presentation.
So thank you. As stated, the article is for $12,000 in the warrant that was printed. We did not have the funds, didn't have the quote at the time. Sorry, there's a glare on my screen here. The funding is for an engineering study to support part of our requirements for attaining the DOER Climate Leaders Program initiative. The Climate Leaders Program is the next generation of green communities, which I'll describe in more details in a couple of minutes. The amount being requested was a quote we got from Power Options, who's a nonprofit that supports municipalities in doing this work. We are preparing an application for a grant from DOER to fund this work. In the grant, if attained, we would cover the full cost of this study. The submission is due later next month, and we are requesting the funds now to allow us to progress if we fail to get grant monies. We are going to look at other grant sources from the state and federal government, but we would like to proceed with this engineering study. The Climate Leaders Program is an extension of the Green Communities Program that we've been part of for about 6 years. The initial Green Communities Program was focused on energy reduction, and through that program we've been able to get grant monies of about $700,000. And that money has allowed us to save on utility bills of about $90,000 a year. And this energy reduction, of course, generates a side benefit of greenhouse gas reductions. But this new program is focused very much and fully aligned with the state climate goals for greenhouse gas reductions. In Westborough's Climate Action Plan, as you've heard in a previous town meeting if you were here, the Westborough Climate Action Plan is aligned with those goals. So with this program, in the new grants that will become available with this new program, as well as technical assistance, we will be able to implement our plans more effectively and more rapidly. Because of this, we're anxious to join this program and pursue the grants that are possible as a result of it completing the requirements. The requirements are summarized here. There's 6 requirements, and through the work of the town and Sustainable Westborough town staff, we've already completed 3 of them. We are a green community in good standing. The Sustainable Westborough organization is the type of committee that the town is asking communities to establish. in the Westborough Climate Action Plan is a demonstration of Westborough's goal to commit to the state's decarbonization goal, and we've already received confirmation that we meet those requirements. So I'm sorry, I did that a little too quick, but there are 3 other requirements. All 3 of these have significant work left to be done to get our application in order. But we're here to focus on this municipal decarbonization roadmap. And what does that mean? So the methodology proposed here is an approach that will allow establishment of a baseline of all the municipal buildings, including the schools. And this study will also include engineering review to develop specific changes that will reduce the carbon emissions of our buildings. The plan uses a method called zero over time approach. And what that means is for each building, we'll identify specific trigger events, like when a HVAC system fails or when we're renovating a building, what do we do with the windows? Those trigger events will drive review and consideration of the decarbonization changes that have been identified in this study that we're requesting funds for. All of the investments that would be required in the buildings will go through the normal approval processes of different committees, including votes for capital investments at town meeting when required. Key point here is that this approach does not require or force premature changes of equipment or buildings. It's done based on these trigger events. And because of that, we don't miss opportunities where you're replacing an HVAC system that's going to be running for 20 years, where, in fact, you could have made a different decision and had lower carbon emissions immediately. So this approach has been studied and recommended by the state to minimize cost and to maximize the impact of the money spent on both energy efficiency and carbon reduction. So I'll leave it at that and ask for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunbeck. While Mr. Conklin gets set up, Mr. Leslie, did you want to report on Finance Committee recommendation? Sorry, Mr. McMahon. Mr. McMahon.
Gene McMahon.
Hang on. Scout, could you bring your microphone down this side, please? Mr. McMahon.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee has voted 7-1-0 to recommend the town support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Mr. Conklin.
Pardon? I'm sorry.
What? Sorry? Oh, you started reporting out, Selectman? Sorry.
Yeah. Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. The Select Board votes 5-0 to support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot you wanted to report that out loud. I saw it printed in the warrants. All right. Now, Mr. Conklin.
Okay, I'm against this.
Okay, just name, address, just for the record, please.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street.
Thank you.
I'm against this. I'm not against double pane windows. Energy literacy starts with the knowledge that renewable energy is only intermittent electricity generated from unreliable breezes and sunshine, as wind turbines and solar panels cannot manufacture anything for the 8 billion on this planet. It couldn't have been the exorbitant cost of auto insurance for EVs, their tendency to catch fire and burn for days, or the high cost and long wait times for parts and repairs, or the long waits at charging stations to plug in and wait for enough charge at least to reach the next destination. Nor could it be that people are uncomfortable enriching China as their own auto companies face bankruptcy. No. Why? Publicly question the rush to electrification, mandates, government deciding what can and cannot go to market, and the huge subsidies that go along with them, which would be unnecessary in a true emergency, are at war with the wisdom of the market, which relies on true public opinion as to what is best for the consumer. Remember, any bump, knock, or production fault can potentially turn an EV battery pack into a ticking time bomb, capable of napalming any house structure it is unlucky enough to be parked in. That is, if it doesn't barbecue the occupants of the vehicle while on the road. No heat pumps, no carbon zero, Westborough. No high electrical costs versus natural gas. This is virtual signaling. Fails schools, evil twin. Thank you.
Much. Okay. We have a gentleman at the microphone back here, name, address, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure, Donald or Ted Gilbert, 26 Charles Street. Yeah, I'd just like to say that I don't like the phrase free cash because there's nothing free about free cash. I also think it's a concern when these old guys are recommending we spend a lot of money when my kids and our grandkids are going to be paying for it. This is a $12,000 fish hook for additional spending that we're paying for additional spending forever on a lot of stuff that really just does not work well. The whole industry, the power generation industry has pulled back. The oil and gas industry has pulled back from all this green stuff because a lot of it just isn't ready yet, and we're just subsidizing China because all of this stuff is made in China.
Thank you. Let's see. Next person at the microphone, is that you, Mr. Kenningsberg?
Andrew Kenningsberg, 3 Smith Street. If you look at what's going on here, they're saying a zero overtime approach, meaning we look at what we're going to replace, what kind of options we use to replace replace this kind of infrastructure when it comes time to replace it. Now, looking at my own personal experience, I had a 22-year-old central air conditioner, which I replaced with a heat pump, dropped my summertime energy use by about 2/3, and also provides some of the heat in my house in the winter. So, contrary to opinions I've heard here, going this route actually is a money saver when we do this. So, looking at myself, of course, I've gone the whole route of, I've had solar panels in my house since 2008. I have a lithium-ion backup battery, which is working great. So, and makes my electric use in my house more energy efficient. So this idea that this is all a bunch of malarkey, well, I think it's all nonsense. Just giving my opinion on that. I support this warrant article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next gentleman, please. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name, address, and et cetera. Yeah, tilt the microphone up since you're taller. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm Bill Sperlin. I'm still from 4 Stratton Drive, and I stand opposed to this measure, not because I'm against energy efficiency, but because of its ill-defined nature.
Unfortunately, you have a deep, boomy voice, so if you could aim the microphone up, maybe stand a little bit further back and speak a little louder, I think that will help.
Well, he's telling me to stand back.
Yeah, okay, we'll try standing close. We'll see how, let's experiment.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's a little, okay, all right, try that.
All right, I stand against the proposal. I think it's rather ill-defined in nature. I'm certainly not against I'm not against efficiency of any kind, energy efficiency, but I don't like the use of buzzwords, decarbonization, energy efficiency, of renewable energy in the absence of a more concrete proposal. So I do stand against it.
Thank you. We'll go, is Mr. Considine, is it?
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Considine.
and then we'll back, okay, Mr. Considine.
Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street.
Considine, sorry.
I just want to make reference to the report I mentioned earlier that Stephen Durrett prepared for me. There was a 27-year payback for ROI for the solar panels and geothermal heating at Fales. So I ask if this committee goes forward to do an ROI analysis of any plans for green projects that they present to our town, because 27 years is too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbeck.
Could I respond to some of the efficiency? We have been in the Green Communities program, as I said, for 6 years and have acquired LED lighting and various energy efficiency programs. The projects we did would have cost the town $730,000, but we got $700,000 worth of grants, so the net to Westborough cost us $27,000. And that energy efficiency is estimated saving about $89,000 every year. So the payback on this, where you get the high leverage of state programs, is really high. The entirety of the building is not going to get paid for by the HVAC system, but the HVAC system itself, the investments are very economical when you're leveraging state and federal monies.
Thank you very much. Mr. Durrett.
Good afternoon. Steve Durrett.
Can you just tilt the microphone up, please? Thank you.
That works. Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. I've been whacked twice today on this issue, and I'm going to ask Peter to speak to my report because he has seen a copy of it. What it is a life cycle study of what the benefits of the failed solar geothermal project is. And the summary statement is that over the life of 50 years, which the Fales building is required to be, has a total payback in 2023 dollars of $8.6 million against all costs. And in that period of time, it supplies basically the heat and the electricity, not only for the building, but it pays money back to the town. Peter, could you comment?
Mr. Dunbeck.
Yes, I have reviewed Steve's plan and met with him and talked about it. It is a long-term study, a 50-year study, estimates of the maintenance replacement of various mechanical components. And when I looked at them, I thought it was very conservative. The estimates were very high for the maintenance, and including the amortization of all of that, estimated cost of the actual cost of the debt structure that is used to pay for Fales did pay back, and in a net present value, it generated $8 million of net present value above the initial cost. So it's an economic investment. Typical of these models, there's a lot of assumptions that go into it, and you could argue here and there. I thought the analysis was conservative on many points. Future energy prices are going to be different. But the future of that solar electricity isn't going to be different because it's a sunk cost of the capital project, and the debt is going to be quite predictable. So future energy costs of other buildings might be more unpredictable, but that building's going to be very stable on its operating costs.
Thank you very much. Is that Mr. Flynn at the microphone back here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Peter Flynn, 3 Crown Ridge Road. I'm a member of Sustainable Westborough, and I rise in support of this article. And I'd like to suggest there are 2 reasons why town meeting should approve this article. One is environmental, and the second is financial. The environmental rationale is as follows. I think there's a broad consensus that we need to look at opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, not just in Westborough, but every place. But I think a number of comments have been made today in terms of how do you do it intelligently? You know, what are the right decision points? What steps should be taken? This roadmap is really designed to give us an inventory as to what the greenhouse gas emissions are today from all the activities that we do in town, and then identify where the opportunities are to reduce those. It's really a plan. We call it a roadmap, but it's a plan. How do we rationally, do we have the information that will enable us as a town to make good decisions going forward? If we do this, how much will it reduce greenhouse gas emissions? It doesn't require the town to do anything at this point. The decisions about is the benefit worth the cost will be made when specific proposals come before town meeting. This is simply to give us information so that we can make rational decisions going forward. So if we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in an intelligent way, then I think this roadmap will give us a tool to be able to do it. And I think that's enough reason to approve it. But the second reason lines up with it, and that's financial. We expect that the state is going to have grant money available for communities that participate in the Climate Leaders Program. So by fulfilling the requirements of the Climate Leaders Program, and the roadmap is one of them, we will be in a position to take advantage of some of the state money that's available. And oftentimes in these programs, the early movers are the ones who get the money. So this would position Westborough well to be able to apply for grant money from the state when it's available. So I encourage the town meeting to support this article for $12,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. As I said earlier, I'm not necessarily going by order of line. I'm just trying to be fair, and I want to hear some new voices. So, Mr. Gabriel, I'm going to ask you to yield to the person behind you so I can hear a new voice at town meeting to encourage people to not always feel they have to go after all of us old-timers. So name, address, and your remarks, please.
Jeff Levine, 6 Quail Hollow. Mr. Flynn actually said a lot of what I was going to say, but I'm gonna have a me too anyway. The Green Communities has funded Westborough through a number of grants over the years to quite a significant sum, as Mr. Dunbeck said, on the order of $700,000. So the topic before us enables us to go the next step in the leadership program. And we want to do this because we want to continue to be a member of Green Communities and the Next Step to Leadership program. So the return on investment is quite considerable, and I urge everyone to vote for this task in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll hop back over here, a woman at the microphone here, since, yes.
Felicia Vatesman, 27 West Street, move to end debate.
Okay, that was 27 West Street. Yes, point of order, please. Hang on, I'm just writing down a thing. Point of order by whom? Oh, okay, yes. Can you go to the microphone or scout microphone so I can hear the point?
Just, aren't we supposed to hear from the FinCom? And I don't remember hearing from FinCom.
Okay, yeah, okay, hang on. Just can you give your street address for the record? Street address, please. Just 84 Fisher Street. Yes, Mr. McMahon reported earlier that the AFC recommended 7 to 1 to 0 to support. But thank you for checking. So now we go back to the motion to end debate. As you know, not debatable, not amendable, not interruptible. So let's go. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is to end debate, and that's all. If it gets defeated, we continue talking. If it's approved, we go straight to the vote. Voting is started on the motion to terminate debate. And I want to note that we did have over 20 minutes of discussion, and I checked, and it had been a fair and balanced discussion with at least 4 people on each side. That's why I allowed the motion to go ahead. Voting is ended. We have 293 in favor and 35 opposed. Debate is ended. That is a 2/3 vote. So our action now comes on Mr. Dunbeck's original motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $12,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant. So this is a transfer from free cash for $12,000. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Dunbeck's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 284 in favor, 51 opposed. The motion carries. That is much more than a majority vote. We now turn our attention to Article 17, dealing with Cedar Swamp watershed flood mitigation. Mr. Payan.
I move that the town vote to
Sorry,
raise...
name and address, please, for the record.
Chris Pant, Director of Public Works. I move that town vote to raise and appropriate from and through the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund the sum of $92,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Presentation remarks?
Okay, so you're looking at downtown here. Here's the high school where we're sitting. This is Cedar Swamp and Cedar Swamp Pond. This is the Sudbury River. So if you're not aware, the Sudbury River originates here in Westborough. This red line indicates the railroad that runs through the middle of the swamp. And then I'll be talking in just a second about this project that we're asking for funding to support. So whole lot of things going on here, but a lot of water from the town ends up in this swamp, and then it's intended to go out this way through to the Sudbury River. So we're evaluating an issue here where there's a blockage of this, basically the entrance to the river by beavers and other things. We're working with the MBTA. They have 4 culverts that run along this railroad, and that allows the water from this side of the swamp to get to this side and then out to Sudbury. So that's something we've made a lot of progress on recently to get their involvement, and they've indicated they potentially will do that in the near term to correct those deficiencies with those culverts. So that leads us back to here, which is where we'll talk. I just wanted to give you a big picture. So we're going to talk about this swale here, which is really just a ditch, and that's where water flows through to get to the swamp. And this shaded area just represents, it's a representation, it's not to the exact, location, but it represents where the water, when the water falls, it hits the roof, it goes to drainage structures in the road, and then it gets its way eventually to here. So all these yellow marks here indicate stormwater infrastructure, catch basins, so the drainage grade 2C, and then the pipes that connect those basins, and then it eventually dumps into here. And so our ask here today is for funding that would allow us to maintain this swale here. And what I mean by that is over time, water goes into the swale, that water carries debris, soil, it fills up the volume of that swale, and so we've lost volume of that swale, and so the amount of storage that occurs here is reduced. And if we have issues further out in the swamp where the water's not leaving, we want to, at least in the near term, try to address this issue here and create more volume in this location, so when the water falls, it gets to that location, it has a place to go versus staying on the roads where we don't want it. So that's the gist of the project. I'm happy to discuss any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Let's see, we've got recommendations from both AFC and Select Board already. Mr. Gilbert, is that, yeah?
Donald Gilbert, 26 Charles Street. I just had a question about, I'm a little disoriented by your map, but we have a lot more parking space along Otis now as a result of Amazon, right? There's a lot of runoff there. I know it may not be directly related maybe to this site, or is it?
Yeah, no, want to jump in? I believe this right here is the Dunkin' Donuts right after you go under the railroad bridge.
Okay.
And this is the part, and if you walk, so, and then, as he said, the rotary, so, yeah, so this is like Cavallino and Roach Brothers
Okay,
down
gotcha.
here, so we're not really near Otis Street.
Mr. Payant, if you could indulge me here, just as we're thinking about this category of issue, was there any kind of a benefit there with Amazon moving in and creating all that parking space? And is there a remediation system there for rainwater at that site along Otis as a result?
Yeah, so part of a site plan review includes
And the Hokomo Pond is over there.
No, let him, Mr. Gilbert, you asked a question,
So
let's
part
let him
of- part
answer
of
it.
the
It's very
development-
peripherally related, so Mr. Payant, please.
Part of the development of a site includes a review that eventually makes its way to the planning board for approval. All the town departments get to review that plan, and each plan is specifically reviewed for its stormwater impacts, and then there's requirements that are imposed on the developer to mitigate the stormwater impacts. So I don't know the precise stormwater infrastructure at that site you're referring to, but I know there's infrastructure there to address stormwater as it
Okay, so can I
occurs.
just follow up, John?
Is it related to East Main Street and Cedar Swamp, or?
When I saw
make it
you at the
related?
Sustainable Westborough Fair, you talked about the aquifer, which we all know is one shared aquifer underneath the town, right?
No. Well, that's not accurate, but,
Okay.
okay, you can keep going, I'll
How
answer
many
whatever your question is. There's multiple aquifers.
Okay, there are multiple.
There's different types of aquifers
Okay,
at
let's-
different depths.
Yeah, let's
but-
try to stay
okay.
focused
I
on
hadn't
East Main
finished
Street,
yet, so-
Cedar Swamp Reservoir.
Water goes where it wants to go, right? So I just think when we talk about these issues, maybe if you could give us kind of the global view when it comes to water, when it comes to stormwater, that would be helpful for these kinds of decisions. So, I mean, specifically, I can imagine that that would be disruptive to have all of that asphalt now at Amazon, but anyway.
Yeah, okay, okay, we're done. Thank you. Mr. Savoy?
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I have a question on the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund. Can that be used for free cash? Can that be transferred to free cash at all?
So I think what you're asking is, will that generate a retained earnings, which would you could kind of call free cash? Is that what you're saying? Yes, but because it's the first year, we haven't received any revenue yet. So that's why this is a raise and appropriate. But in subsequent years, if we were to come back for a capital-like project, it would say sewer or stormwater retained earnings versus a retained and raise and appropriate, because it's going to come from basically our savings account. Just to keep it simple.
So those funds would have to be used for stormwater utility?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Kenningsburg?
Just a follow-up from...
Just name and address,
Yes,
please.
I'm sorry, Andrew Kenningsburg, 3 Smith Street. Just to follow up on what the previous gentleman asked for. Current stormwater regulations on the state level require that the flow of stormwater off a site, that the rate of that flow not increase. Westborough stormwater regulation says the volume of water that comes off that site can't change either. So state regulations and local regulations on stormwater for developments that have been going on since the mid-2000s, the impact in flooding is mitigated by stormwater infrastructure that's required for any private development that goes on in Westborough, in fact, throughout the state. So I hope that helps alleviate people's concerns, at least generally, about what's going on in Westborough, about development and the parking and everything else and its impact on stormwater. Does that help, Chris?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kenningsburg. I'm assuming Mr. Gilbert wants a quick follow-up. Please make it related to this particular project, or I'll have to shut you down. So, name and address, please.
Well, I'm just responding to his comment, responding.
Okay.
I believe
All right.
to-
Let's just try to keep them brief. I'm trying to
I'll
make
put
them
it-
get smaller and
I'll put a-
smaller.
I'll put a bow on it here, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Are we, with the stormwater, are we on the hook for stormwater remediation, mediation, as a result of Amazon, and are they paying their way? Are they paying their fair share here?
Yep, so they'll pay their stormwater fee just like every other resident or commercial property that has impervious area on their property. So they will pay a bill that will fund these types of activities.
Okay, Mr. Silverberg, you wanted to respond to that, or you want to go instead? Okay, I just want to. Okay.
President Arnold, Community Development Director. I can briefly speak to Amazon. They put in a massive infiltration system underneath the parking lot. So as they go forward with those projects, they have looked at those issues.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Silverberg, you just want to add a little bit of amplification to that?
Any project that comes before the planning board goes through a rigorous engineering review to double-check stormwater figures, calculations, and ensure that we don't get increased stormwater runoff or volume or rate. I mean, the technical stuff gets a little over my head, but we have experts look at it and give us assurances that it's not going to have an impact.
Thank you. I'll go with Mrs. Anderson because she hasn't spoken at this town
she
meeting
was
yet.
here.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get new people to hear new voices.
Well, okay, Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I'm going to move the question.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. George. Ms. Anderson has moved the question. I did not know she was going to do that. So anyway, our action now comes on terminating debate. It's not debatable, not interruptible, not amendable. We just go. So let's vote. When the green light goes on, if you want to keep talking, you can vote no, which is pressing 2. If you want to terminate debate and move to the vote on Mr. Payant's motion, you can vote 1. Voting has begun. Voting 1 is to terminate debate. Voting 2 is to continue debate. And if we Voting is ended. We have 285 in favor, 28 opposed. Debate is terminated.
Point
we
of
now
order.
go directly to Mr. Payant's original motion, which was to raise and appropriate from and through the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund the sum of $92,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 295 in favor and 24 opposed. The motion carries. That is much more than a majority vote.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. George?
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. That was all very interesting, but we were talking about downtown, not about Amazon. We didn't discuss at all what was going on downtown.
I understand.
Well, no, that is your problem, not mine. You should have curtailed debate when it came to Amazon, because us that live downtown do get flooded. Be interesting to know what they were talking about.
I'll take that under advisement. I tried to curtail debate, and I did try to look earlier on if anyone was trying to talk about downtown.
You were
Didn't see them.
emphatic with Mr. Corleone, you should have been emphatic with him.
All right, thank you, Mr. George. I'll take that under advisement. Point of order, yes, go to the microphone, name and address, and then make your point, please.
Mary Culhane, 1 Denny Street. Could you just reiterate for the audience, please, what the rules are on cheering, hooting, clapping?
They are disallowed, and I try to stop it when I can. And I mentioned that in my opening remarks. If anyone wasn't here, your power is your vote. And except in some social occasions when we are cheering for the town, and certainly before or after during votes, you're not supposed to cheer, clap, boo, hiss, anything like that. And I hope I made that clear. If I'm not, I have now. And Mr. George, I'll take your remarks under advisement. Next on the warrant, Article 18, dealing with the golf club building. Municipal Building Committee, Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Gordon.
Al Gordon, 60 Summer Street, Chairman of the Municipal Building Committee. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $68,000 and transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings the sum of $32,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Gordon, remarks or presentation?
At this point, I'll turn it over to Jen, the Recreation Director.
Okay, Ms. Kirkland, when you're ready.
Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. We just have a few slides here to present in regards to this warrant article. So a little bit of history and background of how we got here. The golf club building is located at 121 West Main Street. The building is a combination of a 1- and 2-story wood frame structure with a partial basement and crawl spaces below the first floor. It was constructed around 1900, contains 7,387 square feet of usable space, and was transferred to the town on April 15th, 1975. In 2022, the restaurant, previously located at the golf club, experienced a sewer issue causing extensive damage. Around that same time, the DPW was commissioning a building assessment identifying the building needs. The results of this assessment coincided with the restaurant's lease expiration. After review of the assessment, the Select Board appointed a committee to advise on future use of the building. At this time, a reuse committee was put in place. I was part of that committee, and the charge of the committee is up here on the screen. We were tasked with recommending whether or not the town should consider significant capital investment in the golf club, identify expected use of the building, considering the needs of the golf course, pro shop, maintenance barn, and specifically address any level of food service that would be desired by the town. We also considered other recreational uses or community needs that may be addressed by this building. We were tasked with making a recommendation to the Select Board by October 1st, 2023. So this is some of the work that we did on the committee. We reviewed the comprehensive building condition assessment report. In that report, a few key notes. The building adapted and was used the building was adapted and used for something other than what it was intended originally. There were numerous violations to the building, including safety and ADA codes. 20 action items labeled immediate and emergent conditions. Action 13 items labeled medium-term conditions for consideration. Immediate repairs totaling $904,000, inclusive of accessibility findings. That number did not represent the total construction repair for this project. We took an in-depth tour of the facility, and we sought input from the community via a survey that saw 1,500 respondents. We worked with a local golf course and consulted with our own DPW. These are some pictures of what the inside of the building currently looks like. So after doing that work, our committee recommended to the Select Board to demolish the current building. The use of the building should remain a golf pro shop and public restaurant with outdoor seating and function space. At the September 26, 2023 Select Board meeting, the Select Board accepted this recommendation, and shortly thereafter, the Select Board and Town Manager agreed to turn the project over to the Municipal Building Committee to manage the project.
Back to Mr. Gordon.
I've got a little bit too.
Okay.
The Municipal Building Committee met on February 15th this year. We were asked by the Select Board through the Town Manager, Christy Williams, to assist with the potential future plans for the Country Club building. We met with Peter Collins, who is the project manager for the new fire station, renovated town hall, and renovated Forbes Municipal Building. He volunteered to assist us by detailing the process we would need to follow. Peter was made aware that the Select Board had voted to replace the Country Club building due to its condition and the cost to make repairs. Peter suggested we hire an architect to conduct a feasibility study that would involve stakeholders such as the Country Club operations people and possibly individuals to run a restaurant at the location. Peter estimated that we would need approximately $100,000 at the top to complete this project of hiring an architect to assist with us. That complete our presentation.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion on Mr. Gordon's motion. Mr. Noonan, scout over here, back of the section over here.
Christopher Noonan, 13 Cross Street. Just a few other contextual points. First of all, EFI Global, who actually did the original report, did a great job. Excellent. What's in here, of course, if anyone's read the whole thing, is they did not say the building should be condemned, and they did not say it should be demolished. What they said was there were roughly 40 years' worth of town manager, board of selectmen, maybe it's even the municipal building committee, not taking care of and reinvesting in the building. If we vote for this $100,000, we will actually spend more money on this report than that's been spent for 40 years based on building permit records. Secondly, if we're doing this study, which potentially could be a positive thing, are we doing it as a historic rehab, much like the town hall and the Forbes Center and the library, or are we doing it as a brand new building? That question would be nice to have asked. And lastly, we'll have a full site plan review, as we have never had a site plan review, even though we're putting new buildings and major extensions on that golf course. And so therefore, much like other presenters, they should be treated, our municipal buildings need to follow the same laws and regulations and processes that Amazon does. or that Olympus does. And that hasn't happened on this one site. So if either one of the presenters could present some light, that would be great.
Thank you. Mr. Noonan, just to be clear, no amendments, you're just advocating for more information?
I'm advocating for clarity, and the main one is, are we spending $100,000 for historic rehab feasibility? Are we doing $100,000 for new? Are we spending $100,000 but splitting it, saying we want the results from a historic rehab process, we want the results from a new building process?
All right.
If it's the last one, fully supportive of this. If it's anything else, I would say we pass over.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gordon, response?
Yes. The charge that was given to the Municipal Building Committee was to hire an architect to do a feasibility study and to advise us on what he or she would recommend to take place in that building. We're not making any judgment on whether it should be ripped down, refurbished. We just need the money to hire the architect to advise us.
Follow up?
Quick follow-up. Yes, Mr. Noonan.
But the point is, when the RFQ or RFP is done by whoever does that, you will have to define for them what their focus is, because that's what they're going to tell you their costs are. And so right at the moment, it's much like most of this evaluation of the golf. Once we've left the ELI global report, most everything else is in this sort of squishy, political, non-defined system. But what we do know for a fact is that at least the town manager and the longest-serving select person and the town select persons as a whole have voted to demolish a $500,000 building. That's what the assessed value is. And this just seems completely fiscally irresponsible. So if you're going to do the study, let's do it, but you have to do a full historic rehab, you have to add to it a full new building, and you have to take in all the costs of site plan review, which hasn't been done since 1980s.
Any more remarks, Mr. Gordon, or Mr. Edinburgh?
So the select board voted to accept the report that had been completed. If you want to know what's going to be in the request for the feasible study, these are the phases. And in the phases are develop and evaluate alternatives and recommend the most cost-effective and appropriate preferred solution. So the architect is going to be evaluating rehab, restoration, replacement, because those are really the only alternatives you have. So even though the recommendation from the Citizens Committee was, given the basis of the report and the other information, best utilization of the space for the desire from the survey respondents from the town of what the property should be used for would be replacement, the architect is we're going back, taking a step back with the architect and saying, what are the alternatives? Show us the difference and show us why one's a preferred direction.
Thank you. Let me just have someone else speak, and then I'll see. Person at the microphone back here, name, address, et cetera, et cetera.
Hi, Suzanne Petrie, 18 Wheeler Road. I think there have been a few changes since the original survey was sent out. We now have a community center that's about to be brought up in front of us. So as someone who did fill out the survey, and I'm really sad that it was only about 1,500 people, that I would fill it out completely differently at this point. I would want a lot of the public things that we had initially requested for the golf course to now be moved into the community center. And I know that there was something previously about the Historic Commission reviewing the building. Has that been completed, and what is their finding?
Anybody want, Ms. Williams?
I'll let Mr. Hedrick speak to the Historic Commission, but related to the survey, ultimately, though, I think we did receive some feedback about more community spaces that we definitely would foresee moving to the community center. The actual recommendation of that committee was more specific to a restaurant and support of the golf. And so that's the direction that the Municipal Building Committee will take it in. I just also want to also say that the golf course, as we've talked about before, is supported by an enterprise fund, so supported by fees that are paid when people use the course. And that's part of what the funding is for this article. But also part of the article the study that will come about from this will be to understand the full use of the building, which will give us the opportunity to review possible funding sources. So in addition to a possible lease payment in the future from a restaurant or the golf club retained earnings. There's opportunity potentially for a public-private partnership. We think that the results of the feasibility study will help us inform the funding of this project.
Thank you. Mr. Hedrick, did you want to respond in terms of Historical Commission?
Yeah, and I do
Thank
have
you.
a couple other points as well.
Yeah,
know
can I
I'm
just get the
red,
answer?
so-
Then yeah, I know you're not done. That's fine. Mr. Hedrick?
Yes, Christian Hedrick, 38 Glen Street, Chair of the Historical Commission. Just really quickly, initially this was a feasibility use study, so Historical Commission didn't think that the building was in danger of being torn down initially. We did subsequently this fall hire someone to create a historical report, a survey of the building, which we have. However, our official capacity is with demolition review. Technically, technically and officially, we don't make a pronouncement or a decision until we receive a demolition permit. That's typically how it works. However, we would like to very much be a part of this process. So I would just like to officially state we would like to be involved in all of this as much as we can be.
Thank you. And now back to your remarks.
Thank you. Yeah, I would certainly hope that they would be able to weigh in before a demo permit came in, because now we've wasted $100K and we don't want this building demolished. I also just have concern sustainably. Tearing down a building and putting a building into the landfill, I do not believe is a direction that we want to go in. I'm also someone that has worked in restaurants in the past, and you make use with what you have, which is exactly what Civic did. So please don't think of it as a brand new restaurant that's moving into a brand new built space. So I do not support tearing this building down. I do support moving a lot of the functions that I asked for in that survey into the new community center that we're working on. So I almost think that you guys have to kind of go back to the beginning with this and see what this needs to be. And I do agree that whatever is presented to an architect has to contain all of these things that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Keeping with the tradition of trying to get some new voices, I believe the gentleman behind you hasn't spoken yet, so we'll recognize. Is that you, Mr. McManus?
Yes. Joe McManus, 8 Isaac Miller Road. Thank you. I appreciate that town manager saying that the operating costs of the golf course are covered by the enterprise fees. That's the green fees and the rent from the restaurant, et cetera. I think that's how it should be. I haven't heard, although I haven't been to all the meetings, whether our charge to the feasibility committee and then ultimately to the architects will be to recommend something that can be supported, perhaps with debt service, which is supported by the enterprise fund, or is the request, hey town, buy us a golf course building and then we'll cover the operating costs. So I'd just like to understand what the goal is here.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And you, Ms. Williams.
As the recommendation of the Building Use Committee was for a portion of the property to be a restaurant, the entire building could not be covered by the enterprise fund because it's not all golf course operations. But as I mentioned, once we have the full scope of the program of the building, we can start to explore additional funding sources. I know that the select board has said multiple times, as did the use committee, that the hope was that this would pay for itself.
Thank you. Okay, over to this microphone, please.
Hi, Lee Emery, 5 Emery Road. I'm speaking as someone who's lived in town most of my life, although I've been around the world. My family comes from the 1700s here, so I appreciate all of the historic aspects we have of Westborough. I remember in the 70s when we received this as a country club, or paid for it as a country club, there was a large faction who wanted to have a whole building development, a housing development built on that property instead. But instead, we got a beautiful building, which is sort of the crown in front of the lovely golf course. People enjoy driving by it. It's the only restaurant in town where you can take your kids to a closed-in porch that overlooks grass and smells good instead of looking at Main Street or a parking lot. It is a gem of a place to take people for supper, and it's a beautiful place to look at. And whether we tear it down and have some company rebuild something that looks just like it or something very similar to it, or we put money into renovation. I think probably tearing it down and rebuilding it is the best idea. But keeping what it looks like and having it be a wonderful place for families to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. Now we'll hop, Mr. Johnson, sorry, then we'll hop back here.
Sorry, Ian Johnson, 9 Burgess Adams Way. And I think back on the original piece, a few slides back, part of the recommendation of the reuse committee was the top there, Keel, that the building should maintain the character of downtown, the character of the downtown aesthetic. So to Ms. Emery's comments there, whether it's rehab or it's torn down, the committee recommended tearing it down. If it was rebuilt, it would be rebuilt in a fashion that basically looks and fits in with the community aesthetically. What I did want to talk about just real quickly, and the reason the building reuse committee recommended tearing it down is that we had an extensive tour of the building. It is not in great shape. I am not an architect, but it was unanimous vote of the committee that what they thought the best use of it was to do that. One of the things we did talk about the municipal building committee as part of this feasibility study is doing an open house. I think it'll be helpful for anybody that wants to in the community to come in and take a look at it yourselves, because I think that will influence some of your thoughts when you get to look at what is historic or potentially not. There's been a lot of redesign in that space. Unfortunately, upstairs hasn't been a lot done. You can still take a shower up there in 2 bathrooms. Not that you would want to. They're not in great shape. But I think that is something, as we move this forward, we will have that open house, welcome people to come through it and get a view. And folks can make the decision on their side as well.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll go to the gentleman at the microphone back here now, please. Name, address, et cetera.
Bill Sperlin, 4 Stratton Drive. May I propose an amendment to the article?
Yes, say what it is and we'll figure it out.
I'd like to add a section to the studying the effect of selling the property, selling both the building and the golf course, and the effect of proceeds from that sale on the town budget, on the tax revenue potential, the bottom line, and on the levy limit.
Okay, so let's just see. So you would like there to be a study about the possibility of selling the property?
On the financial implications of selling the property, on the town revenue, on the tax base, and on the levy limit.
I got to figure out if that's in scope. Okay, Mr. Durrett, right now I'm just focused on whether this is in scope. I'll let Mr. Durrett make his comments while I reread the actual warrant article. And I'll explain what in scope means to anybody later on too, because I realize that's moderator talk. Mr. Durrett.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. I've been around for a long time and actually was instrumental in how the town actually began the process to acquire the land. What happened was that the town split the bill. The larger portion, I think it was around $1 million to buy the land. 50% of that and slightly more was provided by the federal government to help us buy that recreation land. And in fact, there was set aside of the golf course as well as other space within it. There's open space as well as the golf course. So I think on research, and you can either consider this as useful information or do the research, but I think to the extent that we would do what was suggested here, which is to sell the land, we have to pay back the federal government what they put into it. I'm sure that's the minimum that would happen.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Also, on further review, So let me just explain to you. Discussion and action at town meeting has to be in the scope of the article as it's printed in the warrant, and in the scope means I have to determine if I believe the voters have been adequately warned about the topic that may be taken up. When I read the warrant article that says to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of money or such other amount as town meeting may approve for the purpose of funding a feasibility study for the golf club building project, including all costs incidental and related thereto, I'm going to rule that I don't think the town has been warned that part of a feasibility study could be selling that land, because I think the golf club building project has been publicized enough that people know it was about what to do with that building in terms of either renovating it or repairing it. So I'm going to disallow that amendment. I'll go over to the gentleman here.
Brian Weiner, 12 Woodcrest Road. Motion to send back to committee.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Motion to send back to committee.
Okay, so you're going to move to refer to committee. Can I ask which committee?
Back to the same committee. I think that
The same committee. Do you mean the municipal building committee that's bringing this article?
yes, I think
Okay.
there has to be more discussion about what to be done with it. I don't think this is the right place for this. I just think that maybe some meetings with the community, surveys, something more needs to be done
Okay.
before we make a decision.
Okay, okay, thank you. So I forgot, and I was busy getting your, can I get your name and address again, please, for the record?
Brian, Weiner, 12 Woodcrest.
Thank you. So we now have another motion, which can be on the floor at the same time, which is to refer to committee, and that is to refer back to the Municipal Building Committee for more discussion. So now the debate or the deliberation or questions can be pro or con, either Mr. Gordon's main motion or a motion to refer to committee, and I will let you know that when it comes time. Referring to committee would be acted on before the main motion because of the precedence of the way motions are acted upon. So now we can talk about both. And now I'll go to Mr. Silverberg. Yeah, wait a second. Wait a second, Ms. Williams, sorry, just hang a second.
Yeah, I don't know if the motion to move it back to committee was related to the amendment that was proposed, but I just wanted to say that if you do sell any municipal property that's sold, proceeds from that goes into a separate account, sale of real estate. So it wouldn't have a direct impact on taxes. It would be an additional reserve that could be spent on anything for which we would borrow.
Okay. And as I said, I'm disallowing that amendment, but it's good to know that. So, all right. So now, Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Wells Street. I'm actually in favor of that motion to amend, and the reason is let's say we did sell the property, and I by no means want to do that. If we sold it to a restaurant and we got $50,000 a year in taxes, why don't we just lease the building or put it out for proposals? Tell somebody you've got a 99-year renewable lease. It's going to cost you $50,000 a year because that's what we would get in taxes. And oh, by the way, you have to put a pro shop in there. Why are we making this building our problem? It's going to cost us much more to build this building than a private enterprise. So I feel like, there's creative solutions to this that don't involve us building a new building or renovating that building. If we want to say to somebody, you have to renovate it, we can do that. And if we don't like the proposals, we can pull back and consider other options. But I think we should make this someone else's problem.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to respond to that? Ms. Williams? Okay.
Yeah, so as I said before, the purpose of the feasibility study would be to develop the program. So we would identify within the building, whether renovation or new building, how much of it would be needed for the golf course and how much of it would be needed for a restaurant. And at that point, we would take the design that the town has decided is what we want to move forward with, because it will get multiple recommendations or solutions. And then we would do exactly what you're saying, which is explore a different funding source, alternative funding source, so that it doesn't come back to the taxpayer. So we are, again, we would use that to explore a public-private partnership, exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so let me just clarify. By me not allowing the amendment, I'm just saying that I don't believe the voters have been warned that selling that land may be an option that the town meeting should vote to require to be looked into. But I don't have any control, and the town meeting doesn't have really the control over what the municipal building committee actually looks for. So I don't mind, I'm not saying they can't do it, I'm just saying not clear that the town meeting should compel them to do that. So, Mr. Silverberg, if you'd like to respond. Can you just run to that microphone, please, just so I don't get scolded again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate
That's
it when people jump up and
Yeah.
get in front of
Yeah.
people in line. I just
Yeah.
wanted to respond to that.
Yeah.
If that is in fact the case, that this is the precursor to coming up with some type of private solution, public-private partnership, then I am in support of it. I'm just not clear on that process and how that works, but I do have faith that the select board will get us there. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Silverberg. I'll now hop to the microphone over here. Name, address, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, Lauren Murphy, 2 Wachusett View Drive. I asked to move to the question.
Okay. So we now have, I'm going to, 2 Wachusett View Drive, thank you. We're moving the question. I have two motions in front of us, so we're going to move the question. I believe that can be done on both of them. So you want to terminate debate about Article 18 as a whole and go to voting. So again, we've got 2 motions that are pending. We'll deal with them one at a time, but first let's decide if we want to stop debate. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is to stop debate on Article 18, and we'll proceed directly to the motions. Pressing 2 is that you'd like to continue debate. We have been at this for almost a half an hour, and we've heard both sides, so. Voting is started. Voting is ended. Okay, we have 256 in favor, 44 opposed. That is more than a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. We will now, I've forgotten the name of the person who made the motion from 4 Stratton Drive, but, it was Mr. Weiner, or Mr. Weiner, my apologies. We have a motion from Mr. Weiner to essentially refer this to committee. The impact of referring it to committee is that the whole question of how the feasibility study goes ahead would go back to the municipal building committee, and then they would meet some more and they would come back, I would guess, at the next special town meeting that we have. If that motion succeeds, then that's the action of the town meeting. If it fails, we will go to act on the main motion made by Mr. Gordon. So at this time, let's proceed with a vote on Mr. Weiner's motion to refer Article 18 back to the Municipal Building Committee. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is to refer to committee. Yes, point of order. Yeah. Oh, my guess, sorry. Sorry, Mr. McMahon, you're being ignored by me today, and I apologize.
Sorry. Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. The Advisory Finance Committee voted 9-0-0 to recommend the town defeat the amendment.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I should do the select board too, just so they get there. So again, these are just reporting out, not payments. So you don't mean, to defeat them, to refer to committee, right? Yes, okay. Okay.
Pardon? Hello? The select board has voted 4-1 in opposition of going back to committee.
Okay. Thank you. With that said, now when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is in favor of referring Article 18 back to the Municipal Building Committee. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition, and if the noes outweigh the yeses, we will move on to the main motion. Voting is ended. We have 99-0 in favor and 243 opposed. The motion to refer to committee is defeated. We now move to Mr. Gordon's original motion, the main motion, which was to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $68,000 and to transfer and appropriate from Country Club retained earnings the sum of $32,000 for the purpose stated in the articles printed on the warrants. So now we will be voting on this. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Gordon's motion for those 2 transfers. Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. When the green light goes on, voting has begun. And then, Mr. George, could you go back to the microphone, please? I want to refer to your point of order when we're done.
Excuse me?
I just want you to wait. I want to talk to you about your point of order again when we're done.
Okay.
I just want to let you know to not go anywhere. Voting is ended. We have 252, 252 in favor, and 71 opposed. The motion carries. So now, Mr. George, you pointed out that I could have behaved incorrectly in allowing the termination of debate. While we were having that debate on the other thing, I went and reread our reconsideration bylaw, and I noted that if I make a determination that there was a significant error or omission in the language of the process of the action, then I can rule to allow a motion to reconsider. And when I went back and reviewed the number of people speaking, the amount of time taken, I am willing to say that perhaps I made an error in judgment. So based on the outcome, I don't know, would you like to make a move to reconsider Article 17?
I only wanted to reconsider Article 17 to find out what they were going to do to take care of the flooding in downtown.
Okay. All right. Could I ask that instead of the meeting doing that, could you maybe place a call with Mr. Payant to learn the details of what's happening downtown?
In the interest of everybody, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. George, and thank you, and my apologies for that mistake, and thank you for bringing it to my attention. The only way we learn from these things is to sometime make mistakes. Hang on, just got to update my notebook. The next item on the agenda is Article 19, the Hastings School roof replacement. Mr. Durrett.
Thank you. Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. I move that $4,142,800 is appropriated for the replacement of the Hastings Elementary School roof, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said sum under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7. Yeah, thanks. Or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and further that the select board and appropriate town offices are authorized to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments, and to take all related actions necessary or appropriate to effect the foregoing. Thank you.
Mr. Durrett, or Ms. Bach, presentation? Okay.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street, Superintendent of Schools. This is our last article for the schools today. You'll be happy to hear. I'll keep this quick and take questions. This process was circled back through the capital planning process to the capital committee late last week because it was an emergency replacement and hadn't come forward with the other capital projects. That's the reasoning why we passed over on Mill Pond. We were working collaboratively with the Capital Committee to respond to the fact that this failed roof rotated into the cycle. This is the Hastings roof. It needs a complete replacement. The roof is a PVC roof. The roof is estimated at 80,000 square feet. The exact size of the roof is in the bid documents. That is the estimate. The age of the roof is 27 years, and it has undergone significant and ongoing repair, and it failed this winter. We came forward to the FY24 annual town meeting, and we voted funds to design for this roof, anticipating that we would need to be replacing it. We planned the roof design would allow both options to either do an emergency repair if we needed to, or to move forward on the roof project as part of the ADA work and the HVAC work, packaging the work together advantageously. The ADA is required first, but the roof failed in January. So we began doing the design on the roof knowing that we needed to replace it, hoping to get the ADA compliant and corrected, and then we would have applied to do the roof within appropriate cycle. Once the roof failed, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, we went forward with the DCAM process the same as we had had to do at Armstrong and requested an emergency replacement of the roof. The project will fund the replacement of the full roof, approximately 80,000 square feet, with a multiply redundant roof assembly installed in a cold adhesive. Please don't ask me about that. Warranted for 40 years with a life expectancy of up to 50 with proper care and inspections. We already know that we do proper care and inspections, so we will get a good lifetime from this roof. And we were granted the emergency waiver. The cost of the roof came in at the $3,758,000, which is another astronomically shocking number, and yet was seen as advantageous, which lets you know how crazy these bid prices are nowadays. We're carrying contingency for an OPM and approximately 10% for contingency, and then the extra would be put towards the OPM because it meets the benchmark of requiring an outside OPM for a total project number in front of you that Mr. Durrett just read. On January 10th, rain and snow caused serious failure of the roof. I met some of my favorite fire department people at 2:30 in the morning to walk through the door and find water pouring in throughout the vast majority of the building. We were closed for a day. We did emergency repairs on the roof, and we did emergency cleanup in the interior. And we've been continually checking it and monitoring it since then. We had been originally allocated ARPA funds, and we were going to do the Hastings roof first. Both the Hastings and the Armstrong roof are the same age, and the Armstrong failed first. So we rotated the funds that were anticipated for Hastings and used them to repair Armstrong last year. We thought we could move forward with the ADA and continue patch and repair, and we ran out of time. These pictures give you just a sampling of the extensive damage that happened throughout the building, with water coming in across multiple rooms, hallways, and other, that's the back kitchen area. And we came in, of course, and cleaned and replaced everything. The interior damage was covered by insurance and has all been repaired. But you can't continue to live in a circumstance like this where you have this type of water leakage coming into the building. There are deficiencies throughout the roof, both failed seams and flashing, cracked membrane, poor drainage, but it really is just that the rubber coating itself has lost its waterproof capacity and is porous. So in the circumstance where we had both snow and rain, it just found its way through every crack and corner of the roof. The roofing company has always continued to assess our roofs and updating them, giving us best information on how to keep them repaired. And the last one was September 7th, 2023, and we've continued to work within their recommendations. You can see what water damage does when we can't get in there quickly and repair it. This was damage that happened to the newly refurbished entryway that was done when we built the pre-K spaces. You know and I know that mold potentially and loss of property and damage becomes an incredibly concerning issue with regard to water coming into buildings this way. The roof has served us well, but it is clearly at its life's end. Our next steps are to seek your support here to pay for this roof. The accepted bid is ready to award following town meeting, and we will begin staging the project in the spring, and we will begin construction of the roof as soon as school is out. We will hire the OPM. We will continuing our monitoring and maintenance, 2 men inside, 1 on the roof during foul weather to make sure that we can be in front of stopping any leaks if possible, and the project would begin summer of '24. I would open it up for discussion and questions.
All right, so thank you, Ms. Potter. I'll just note in the Advisory Finance Committee report, they've voted to approve this article. A vote is 7-1-0, and the Select Board is recommended to approve this article 5-0 to 0. Mr. Caprioli.
Yes, Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. I'd like the superintendent to please show the first picture she showed, which is the actual picture of the roof.
Dom, I can hardly wait for this question. You and I have been debating the square footage of this roof all week, like we were both up there with measuring tapes. But go, go, go. Here it is.
There it is, okay. Now, I was given access to the assessor's product on this property. The 80,000 square feet is the footprint of the building. It's not the size of the roof. You'll notice 5 cutouts in the roof that don't get covered over. They're not roofing material there. You'll also notice that structure on the side there, the elevated structure, that's also, I believe, not scheduled for roofing do-over. Fundamentally, I did the math myself. I went over the drawings. You're closer to about 70,000 square feet at best. Now, I am not in any way suggesting that Hastings doesn't need a new roof. I'm talking about the mathematics of the calculation here. So if you have 70,000 square feet instead of 80,000 square feet, it's a smaller project. Now, if you take $4 million and you divide it by 80,000 feet, which is, I'll go with that figure because you like that, you get $50 a square foot. Now, I have a friend that re-roofed his house just a couple of years ago, and it's a 30 by 50 roofing project, and it's something like 1,500 square feet. And if you multiply the 1,500 square feet by $50 a square feet, you get $75,000. Well, he only paid $25,000. Now, I know, and we all know, and I'll concede, that municipal projects have a inherent inflated element due to regulations. But this is overpriced. I'd like to move, if I may at this moment, I'd like to move this amount from what's proposed to $3,500,000, which I believe will more than cover the project. And I am sure if the project is bid properly, that will be quite adequate. Now, what happens if you vote the $4 million? Okay, I'll tell you what happens. Either the contractor is...
No, that means he has 30 seconds left.
Okay, either the contractor has, takes advantage of the windfall and the community is ripped off by $500,000, or the school department retains that money unspent under the article, and someday down the line, when they have something to fund, they come up and they say, well, we need $2 million for this, but we got $750,000 from some other article, and we'll move that other article over, and it looks like you're getting a bargain, but what you did is they banked money for a future article. That's the way it works, ladies and gentlemen.
You're done. All right, thank you. Mr. Durrett, response?
Well, first of all, we have a bid. That is the bid. And Amber explained that. It's a bid based on the drawings that were provided to the contractor. We had 3 bids, and this is the lowest bid of that group. We thought the project would come in much higher than what we see here. The second part, therefore, the scope of work is the roof that was presented to them on the drawings, whatever the measurement is. I'd also let you know that this is prevailing bid laws in Massachusetts, which means it's anybody, anywhere in the state will have to pay the prevailing bid labor laws, which happen to be contractors from Boston. So it's fair for anybody in the Commonwealth to bid the work. Therefore, you cannot afford to have somebody do your house that is paying the labor rates of prevailing bid law. They're not comparable at all. And of course, the roofs are different in terms of style. I mean, we all know what an asphalt shingle roof looks like. This is not it. So the bottom line is this is a bid project. It was bid according to state law. The waiver was simply because we already had the drawings, the state was allowing us to put it out to bid without all the other preambles that we normally have. But 3 bidders did bid on it, and this was the lowest bid. So, you know, if you want the roof done and you want it done this year before we start spending money for 3 people to stand around waiting for the rain to come, this is the price to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Mr. Gilbert.
Yeah, I just want to make 3.
Name, address again. I know it's redundant.
Donald Gilbert, 26 Charles Street.
Thank you.
I'd like to make 3 quick points. One, I support this article. I think this needs to get done. Number 2, I think that the longer I hear what goes on in town, the more I think that it's there's so much juice in these projects that it's really the consultative selling of the state with its grants, or the designers with their fresh ideas, the vendors to the town, who are selling our leadership on these ideas. Plus, the fact that these builders make out like bandits, because I said, they're so huge, you could hide all kinds of stuff. I mean, come on, it's Massachusetts. But I support it nonetheless, because this is, to me, this is an essential thing. My last point is I think it's unfortunate that Amber, who, the more I've gotten to know her, I think she's done a fantastic job for this town and for the school system. And I think it's unfortunate that she has to put up with this stuff, and we don't have somebody else who could help her, even though she's done a great job, with this kind of minutia and this kind of crap when she's dealing with what she's dealing with at the schools.
All right. Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. This is a very, very good price. We've been dealing with roof problems at Assabet under warranty since we had the building redone, and we're finally come to fruition many moons later. But a school roof is very complex. First, it's a flat roof, it's a large area, it sustains an enormous amount of weight, and if there's snow and then there's rain, unless you've got a very pristine roof, you're in trouble, and you got kids with water dripping on their heads. So, having experience going through all of this and all of the bidding, that price is not a bad price for what we're trying to do, considering it's at the state it's in now. So I'm for this, and I think we should just move and go ahead and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Looking for anything else? We've heard some. Okay. It looks like we're all set for the vote. If that's the case, your vote comes on Mr. Durrett's motion, which I will not repeat. And again, we have a bylaw that says if the upper amount fails, we move to the proposed amendment for the lower amount. So I made note of Mr. Caprioli's lower amount, and we'll go to that if the original main motion fails. But we're going to act on Mr. Durrett's original motion first, which was for $4,142,800 in all the other words that he read. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Durrett's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. This requires a 2/3 vote because it authorizes the borrowing. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 306 in favor, 306, and we have 21 opposed. That motion is more than a 2/3 vote. Just for people who wonder, the Select Board is recommending that we go till 5:30 before we do the dinner break, so if you can hang on. But at this point, I'd like to recognize Mr. Durrett for a point of personal privilege. Mr. Durrett. And then we will move on to Article 20.
I'd like you all to realize that this is Amber's last official dealing, I think, with the town as a whole. Obviously, she's still working for us until July 1st. But just to let you know that during her 10 years of service, for which I was here as part of the hiring team, she has worked nights, weekends, to do all the things that you see her do, as well as many things that you don't see her do, which are also part of the job. And I'd just like to give you the opportunity to thank her for her 10 years of service here in the town of Westborough.
Thank you. Thank you. One of those rare moments where it is okay to clap and applaud. And thank you on behalf of all the voters. We'll now move to Article 20, dealing with the acquisition of property at 0 Bowman Street. Mr. Silverberg.
That's a hard act to follow.
Yeah. Don't worry, I won't let them cheer you that hard.
Oh, you know what made it better is I moved the Mark Silverberg 7 Well Street. I don't have to read the whole thing. I can move the article as printed in the warrant.
Well, thank goodness it'll be 5:30 before we're done.
So, just
all
really
right,
quick,
brief presentation, Mr. Silverberg?
Yeah.
Mr. Silverberg has moved the article as printed in the warrant.
Okay. We have a presentation from the Conservation Director, but it is a long article. It's, I hope, really simple. We're not asking the town to raise taxes for this at all, but I'll let Jen explain it, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you. Ms. Miller. And Ms. Miller, I think I forgot to say before your first speaking, welcome to Westborough. I think this is your first town meeting, so welcome to Westborough.
Thank you. This is, well, the first one I'm presenting. I was
Right,
here
okay, yeah.
last year, but this is my first
Right.
time being up at the podium, so thank you, everyone. This property is on Bowman Street, so technically it's known as 0 Bowman, but we've been calling it the Ellis Walker property, referring to the names of the family members. So to give you a sense of place, this is located near I-90 and the Upton Town Line. So here's I-90 right here, and then Upton is kind of on. Okay, is that better? Okay, so here's I-90 right here. The proposed acquisition is outlined in red, and then Upton is located in this lower portion of the map. All of the parcels in green are conservation areas that the town currently owns. So we have Bowman Conservation Area, which on this map includes Sandra Pond, and then Bowman West, and then we have what's known as the Upton Conservation Area over here, and a couple of other small ones. I would like to quickly point out on this slide that the family is also looking at gifting a parcel to the town that's located just south of the Bowman West parcel. It's kind of separated from the rest of the acquisition, and because it's its own small little standalone parcel, they're looking at gifting that, and that adds some additional connectivity to Bowman West. This property, just in terms of its past use, it has agricultural history. It was for many years part of an egg farm, and tells a lot about Westborough's community character and is really important in the face of development and keeping that community character alive. So just to give you a little bit more background about the property, other than its historical importance, it fulfills quite a few different community priorities for us. As Christy talked about earlier on in the day, we have different guiding documents here in town that we use for planning purposes. So we have the strategic plan, master plan. We also have the open space and recreation plan, which we heard about earlier and we'll be updating. So we kind of look to all those documents when we look at different parcels that become available in town for acquisition. So one of our community priorities is passive recreation. So for hiking, also wildlife viewing, so different outlets for all of us who are very plugged in all the time. This is very important to us, and I think a lot of us came to see that during the COVID kind of isolation periods, that these passive outdoor recreation spaces become very important and continue to be important. And then water supply protection. We go back one slide, as I said, Sandra Pond Reservoir is up here underneath this green area. And there are 3 streams that run through the proposed acquisition. Those 3 streams combine into Piccadilly Brook. And at that point, it becomes perennial, meaning it flows year-round, and that leads into Sandra Pond. And Sandra Pond, as many of you know, is a water supply for the town, so it offers water supply protection. Also climate resiliency. So a good portion of the property is forested, so upland forest areas. So that gives us some carbon sequestration, also in having a good portion of the property as wetlands, so about half of it is wetlands. Obviously offers some flood resilience, and as I talked about earlier, preserving community character, and then protecting our diverse ecosystems. So this checks a lot of boxes as a potential acquisition for the town. But in what we've had quite a bit of discussion through all these warrant articles earlier is, and looking at this acquisition, we wanted to be sensitive to the fact that a lot of prior acquisitions came in over past years as free cash acquisitions. And so we wanted to ensure that with this acquisition, we were trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible and sensitive to the fact that a lot of you are seeing tax increases this year. So in looking kind of in that direction, we started first looking at this property as a group over the summer with DCR, and they moved forward with looking at purchasing the Upton side, but not the Westborough side, unfortunately. And so we started looking at other sources for purchasing that Westborough side. So one of the resources that we looked into is the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. We've applied for that grant, and that'll fund 50% of the acquisition. So the total appraised value came in at $615. See over here. The Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, if we are awarded that grant, we'll pay for 50%. It's a reimbursement grant, so that'd be $307,500. We've been working with Sudbury Valley trustees throughout the process, and they are looking at contributing $200,000. They've committed to contributing $200,000. And then Walk Up Robinson Trust. They've committed $107,500 for the acquisition. I should also point out, in addition to that acquisition funding that Walk Up Robinson Trust has committed, that they've also committed $25,000 towards initial stewardship. So just a couple of quick notes. I just want to emphasize that, again, there's zero tax implication to the residents. This is fully funded. In the warrant article, if you're reading that closely, you'll notice that it starts off with some free cash set aside. It's $507,500. The reason why we have to have the free cash is because I said earlier the grant is a reimbursement grant. So we have to actually allocate all of the funds, the $615,000, from the town initially, and then we would get reimbursed that $307,500. $107,500 is coming from Walk Up Robinson. So if you add together the $107,500 and the $507,500, you get the $615,000. And then in terms of Sudbury Valley trustees, like I said, they've already committed their funds as well. We've worded the warrant article so that none of the free cash will be kind of put up front until we have been notified that we are receiving the grant funds. Again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that of the increased tax burden and having this be a zero implication as far as taxes. And then I mentioned the initial stewardship costs from Walk Up Robinson Trust. Just to kind of explain what we mean by that, we want to make sure that we can have the facility open to the public relatively quickly after acquiring it. So that would cover things like a small parking area, making sure any existing footpaths and trails are improved so that they're safe for everyone to use. So things like footbridges to cross small streams, having a kiosk, a trail map, marking the trails, all those kind of basic things that you need in order to start using the facility. And that's it. We'll take any questions through the moderator.
I just want to ask a clarification that I think will help the voters, but for my own notes. So I noticed you said that there'd be no tax implications, but I just want to make sure that I understand for my notes. The fact that the motion actually says that the funds appropriated shall not be expended unless the town receives the grants, blah, blah, blah. So does that mean that likewise, if the grants aren't received, not only would the tax rate or not, the taxpayer not be affected, but also the amount of available free cash would also not be affected? That free cash would only be expended if those grants are received to essentially replenish it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure I had my notes right, because I know the free cash has been a touchy topic today. So, all right. Is that, you're reporting out, right, Mrs. Allen?
Reporting.
Okay, and we'll get to you.
Okay,
Mrs. Allen.
Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way, as a representative of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Our committee voted unanimously, 8 to 0 to support this article because it is part of a major priority of preserving and acquiring open space as part of Westborough's master plan.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen. Is that you, Ms. Google? Out here? Name, address, remarks, please.
Ellen Google, 84 Fisher Street. I really want to commend the Conservation Commission and the Open Space Committee for doing this right. This town has moved a long way. I was a member of the Open Space Preservation Committee back 25 years ago, and when we acquired the Nurse Andrews property, we did not have this language with Chapter 40, Section 8C. I brought that to everybody's attention at the time, but nobody seemed to know what the heck that was. We'll just put in our article that it's for conservation and passive recreation, and Mr. George alluded to it earlier. Yeah, sometimes, one time, we made a big mistake there. We accepted that land and bought it, but we didn't use this language. This town has done it right this time. I fully support this article, and the fact that you're partnering with Sudbury Valley trustees is even better. I do believe that this is going to preserve this land that we acquire in perpetuity for conservation with the way it's written now. Please support it.
Thank you. I see no other discussion. Our action then will come on Mr. Silverberg's motion, which was to move the article as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is begun. Voting is ended. I will note that this needs a 2/3 vote because it's an acquisition of land, and we have a vote of 281 in favor and 13 opposed. That is much more than a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Now, at this point, I will look to the Select Board to see, are we going to go to Article 21? Yes, okay, we think we can do one more before the dinner break, so please be patient. So Article 21. Related to the Affordable Housing Trust. I just want to let people know when you leave, you have to turn in your voting devices because our next action is likely to adjourn and you're going to have to check back in later. So make sure you turn them in. They cancel out all your registration. You need to get a new one when you come back. With that said, Mr. Bain.
Yes, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. I'm chair of the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust. And I would like to move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Comments, remarks, presentation?
Yes. Okay, next slide. Oh. Next one. That's the motion, okay. Basically, 45 High Street extension is in the area downtown. It's High Street, if you know that. It's the area right past where the mobile Exxon station is, goes up the hill there, continues on under Culvert, and that becomes High Street Extension. On the map here, you can see the to the right is the Mayberry Apartments, to give you a sense of where it is. The High Street Extension is the road in front of the, to the lower left of that property. It's about 0.7 acres, and we originally saw it. It looks like it's been, it's a municipal property. Looks like it was taken by taxes in about 1949, and hasn't been used since for any municipal purposes. We believe it was a gravel pit at one time because there's a very deep swale in the middle of it, which has become a little bit of a wetland there. So anyhow, we approached the Select Board, and they gave us permission to do a feasibility study, which we did do with Waterman Design Associates, and just to get a general idea. And they said, yeah, this you could put a few houses here. the property would support probably 4 cottage-style homes in a courtyard type of setting with off-street parking. The houses would be on a shared septic system. The isolated wetlands in the gravel pit, in other words, that water down there, what we would do is on that upper left area, we recreate a wetlands area there, and the Conservation Commission we've spoken with feels comfortable with that. We have not decided if the houses would be built as rental or ownership units. That would be part of our next steps. And it could be a mix of senior, family, and/or veteran housing. At this stage, we're looking just to get the property so we can do some additional work, you know, on it, such as borings, things like that. Next slide. Okay, so basically this, once again, is in the strategic alignment with the housing goals in the master plan for the town, and it's within the downtown planning overlay district and the senior living overlay district, which allows for a higher density than you would have in outer areas of town. It does meet community needs. It addresses needs identified in the senior needs assessment, as well as increased workforce type of housing and downsizing options. The select board, per the article, the details in the article, can set terms and conditions on the transfer, including the ability to reclaim the property if the project does not move forward or if another municipal use is identified and preferred. That would be, you know, before we get permits, et cetera. So they would still have the option of, you know, if we didn't decide to move on with it, it would just come back to the town. But it would be under the, you know, purview of the select board to do that. Next slide. All right. So basically, approval of this article would, you know, allows the select board to give the trust legal standing so we can pursue some permitting options and financing. We've already talked to the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, and ZBA. Any construction, any work done on that property, if we move forward, obviously has to pass through the normal permitting and processes through these different committees. And there's really no cost to the town. And by that I mean, this property is municipal. It generates no revenue now. It hasn't for 75 years. Nobody seems interested in it, but we think it's worth a look-see, or at least a little bit more analysis to see if it is a viable place to build some affordable housing. And what it will do is, though, once that affordable housing is built, the homes and land will be paying property taxes. So, question? Next.
Thank you. Discussion on Mr. Bain's motion. Mr. Caprioli?
I'd like to clarify some things offered here. First of all, the affordable
Name
housing.
and address, please, just for clarity. Name and address,
Caprioli,
please, for the record.
9 Crown Ridge Road.
Thank you.
First of all, Mr. Baines, I know that you would like to acquire this property at no cost. Is that correct?
Correct. We would look for a transfer
Okay, so it's free.
from
Okay, free.
yes, a transfer
It's free.
from the town.
No
Okay,
back and
free.
forth, please. Just answer the question, answer. That's the question. Thank you.
When the term affordable housing is sort of a misnomer. What this is really is taxpayer subsidized housing. The taxpayer assumes the cost of building this housing at below market, marketing this housing at below market rates. In other words, if the housing is worth $500,000 and they sell it for $300,000, that is the below market rate. Now, here's an interesting thing that Mr. Bain, I think, wasn't clear about. The assessment is at the lower rate, is at the transfer rate, like I said, the $300,000 rate, which is the affordable housing cost, not the $500,000 rate, which would have been the market cost. And taxes are paid on that lower rate. So, although taxes are paid, the services provided are at the standard rate that everybody else pays. So it's not a profitable venture at all, number one. Number two, the state, excuse me, the town of Westborough has adequate affordable housing to meet the state's current requirements or expectations. But the most important thing to remember is the state of Massachusetts is engaged in a program of seeking affordable housing throughout the Commonwealth. And they are going to send people to various communities to occupy affordable housing. There's going to be a very large, I believe, population in the renovated building that was state property, and any place else they can put them, hotels or any place else. This project is ill-advised at this time. You should wait until you find out what the state, over the course of the next few years, what the state is going to require from Westborough, and build appropriate affordable housing to satisfy the state's requirement. You may be putting an apartment building there with 100 apartments, for all you know, because the state is sending you the occupants for that property. This is ill-advised at this time. It doesn't take into account what really happened is happening right now and will happen in the future. Keep this property aside for real use that the state is going to impose on the town of Westborough, just like every other place.
Thank you, Mr. Gabrielli. Mr. Edinburgh, who wants?
Yeah, Mr. Edinburgh can
Mr. Edinburgh.
respond to those issues.
A couple of comments in response. First of all, the state, Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street.
Thank you.
I'm the select board representative and serve as a trustee on the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust under Mr. Bain's leadership. A couple things. One, the state placement of families in emergency assistance shelters is not the affordable housing system. Mr. Caprioli is right that affordable housing gets built, it gets sold at an affordable rate. That rate is determined on the target income level with respect to average median income for the affordable housing. That ranges from 80% of the average median income down to 50%. And the subsidizing process works in a couple of ways. This project's probably most eligible for a state loan that's 0% with a certain number of dollars per unit, a 0% loan with no amortization that's due on sale or transfer or 50 years from now. And so there's ways to subsidize. The Housing Trust has funds that do not come out of the property tax levy. They come from zoning mitigation and other sources for our contribution to the effort in the design and development. As far as the needs, in January of 2020, when you held the Affordable Housing Forum to look at the issue town-wide, the town was at 13.8% of our units being counted as subsidized housing inventory. We're currently at 11.2%. And the reason being is because there's market rate housing being built for which the affordable components have been waived or aren't keeping up, or the builders are paying mitigation for us to see about building affordable units on other properties around town. The location, the style of housing is designed to be a step between the higher density townhomes on one edge of the property and the single family homes on the other. The reception from the Business One Stop was generally positive. There are a couple of issues we still need to think about, the specifics of the wetlands. What we're asking for now is not saying we're going forward with the project. We're asking for the legal standing to do the rest of the investigation, the engineering, and the other work so we can actually determine if and arrange financing, see if it's possible, to see if it's even possible to build. And at that point, there would be a decision whether or not to move forward with the project.
Thank you. We have a request, Scout down. Do we have Scouts here still? Down here, gentleman in like the 4th row, and then there was a woman up here. We'll come to you next, okay? Mr. Kenningsburg, name and address, please.
Andy Kenningsburg, 3 Smith Street. I believe Mr. Caprioli mentioned, oh my God, we might have 100 units on this site. Can you clarify, you were talking about on-site septic. I think we're limited in how much housing could be put on that property if it's on-site septic? Thank you.
So the concept, the two design concepts we're working with that'll guide the rest of the engineering, the feasibility study, both involve 4 housing units, 2 bedrooms, 1,200 square feet on 40-foot by 30-foot pads. So no basement. That allows us at a flow rate of 110 gallons per bedroom per day. That gives us 8 bedrooms or 880 gallons. That's well below the state's limit for group septic of 2,000 gallons per day. The initial engineering review by Waterman Design actually identified 2 locations on the property that could house the septic field, particularly since we'd be filling in the pit. We can actually fill it with materials that are conducive to septic percolation as well, if that's one of the locations decided. I will mention that part of the warrant article allows the select board to create conditions on the transfer that they would be able to take the property back at various points in time, and the trust would cover the cost of retransferring the property back. That's because we know that several years ago, there was some interest in a playground on that facility. There was a community group, and speaking with the recreation department, their analysis of what it would cost to level the property, deforest it, 7/10 of an acre is a little small for a playground. There could be a parking issue with that as well, that it wasn't really suitable to move forward, but we realized that, well, we're looking at this and doing the investigation work to see if it's feasible technically and financially to do a development here of these 4 units, that other departments, other folks in town might also look at the property and say, hey, there's another use for it. If the select board decided that other use was better, fine, they vote and pull the property back for that other use. But we can't pursue financing options and talk to the state, talk to the federal government, talk to Mass Housing Partnership, unless we have legal control of the property at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Woman in the back with the microphone. Name, address, and your remarks, please.
Donna Paranese, 35 Water Street. 2-part question. One is, could you reiterate the size of the property that you're considering? Because I walk down High Street Extension all the time, and the part of the property that fronts on High Street Extension is immediately followed by a deep ravine. There's a creek that's like 1 house lot over. So yes, I know you mentioned the wetlands, and I just don't see how you're going to regrade this area without a serious impact on the wetlands. I'm a birder, so I'm very interested in preserving all the habitat that's around that part of our neighborhood. So I guess part of it is the size of the lot and what is the plan for the environmental impact, particularly on the wetlands and the woodlands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Bain or Mr. Edinburgh, I'll let you discuss amongst yourselves. All right.
So the adjacent wetlands is this whole red hash mark here. It's pretty sizable. The wetlands in the center of the property is approximately here. You'll notice it's not yet marked on the GIS maps for the town, and it's isolated wetlands. The feedback we got from the conservation director is that if we were to fill in the center of the property, we believe it's about 15 feet deep is the swale, that we in this corner of the property would create roughly 1,500 square feet of connected wetlands. And connected wetlands are always preferable from an ecology, a wildlife, a sustainability standpoint from the isolated wetlands. From the isolated wetlands that are currently in the center of the property.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh.
And again, part of what we're looking to do is we need to do more analysis, and we need to understand the cost involved, because that becomes part of the project cost to know if it's feasible. We can't do that work unless we have control of the property.
Thank you.
The property is 0.7 acres. And so this property would require, even under the overlay districts, this property would require a permit to be issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Thank you. Seeing nothing else, we can come to a vote on Mr. Bain's motion, which was the article as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Bain's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Also, if you're starting to leave, just remember to turn in your voting device, please. And also, don't forget to pick up your children if they're at babysitting. I know you might have forgotten about them by now, but they're still there, and the NHS people are taking a break. And so we have a vote of 203 in favor, 228, so 203, 28 opposed. That is more than a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Mr. Keogh.
It looks like people agree. Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move to recess until 7 p.m. in these halls.
Okay, we have a motion to recess until 7 p.m. back here. All those in favor, hold your voting device up as you walk out. Okay, now put them down. Anyone opposed? Thank you. I know it's been a long haul. Thank you for staying with it, and I hope to see you again at 7 o'clock. The meeting is recessed until 7 p.m. I hope not. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And babysitting will reopen at 7 o'clock if you want to bring your children back. And thank you to the Honor Society and the school for facilitating this.